This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 724 A-Level Peak, Tactical Warships. Nafeng and Tang Chungyun are different from this group of Sakura people. They will not kill indiscriminately, they will only kill those who should be killed. This point will not change whether the other party is of the same race or a different race. Facing the scum among the chosen ones, Nafeng will strike hard and will never show mercy. Similarly, facing the scum among the aboriginals, such as Xiao Bai, Xiao Taiyu and the like, Tang Chungyun would also kill them. They would not kill innocent people for their own interests. At least, not now. 25 gray light balls floated in the air. These were 25 life-defining divine weapons. And their owners all died in Nafeng's hands. Except for the Dahui Jun, who was released at the beginning. Nafeng did not leave any of the remaining Sakura people alive. There are 2 A-level weapons. Nafeng's eyes swept over the 25 life-defining magic weapons, and soon found out their grades. Unexpectedly, the strength of this group of Sakura country chosen ones was not very good, but the grade of their life-defining magic weapons was not low. In this way, Nafeng's life-defining magic weapon can break through to the peak of A-level. Xiao Luo. We each take one. Nafeng took one of the A-level magic weapons, and signaled Xiao Luo to take the other one. This life-defining magic weapon was not a forgery, but a standard product of the god of creation. The original power in it was the same as that in Nafeng's arsenal. Absorb. The gray ball of light shattered, turned into thin lines that entered Nafeng's brain. Nafeng's innate magic weapon is somewhat special. His arsenal has no entity, but exists deep in his mind. He tried many times, but he could not summon the arsenal, and could only use the weapons in it. Nafeng didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, and he had no solution, so he could only take it one step at a time. Ding! Your innate magic weapon has been upgraded to the peak of grade A. Weapon name: Extraordinary Arsenal. Current grade: Peak grade A. Type: Backpack. Materials required for upgrade: Absorb 10 innate magic weapons of the same level. Absorb 1 A-level peak life definition weapon. As the level of life definition weapon increases, you will unlock more equipment. Your following equipment is enhanced: Tactical Mecha. The system is fully upgraded. Get the exoskeleton armor system, greatly improve the defense. Get the gravity braking system, greatly improve the movement speed. You can fly without consuming magic power. Unlock the following new equipment: Tactical Warship, equipped with 1 large caliber laser main gun, 3 South Wind Express secondary guns, 10 3000 heavy water machine water guns. Can only be summoned in large areas of water. Wow! Ship? Nafeng's eyes lit up. Good arsenal. After such a long time, you finally made up for my weakness of insufficient combat power in the water. Nafeng still remembers the pain that the Phantom Sea Shark in the water brought him when he was in world number 9. If there had been tactical ships at the time, Nan, would not have been able to kill you. After feeling proud for a while, Nafeng looked at the tactical mecha. Greatly improved defense and movement speed. Flying does not consume magic power. Very good improvement. Nafeng's use of magic power can be said to be the worst among the same level. What others can do with 1 point of magic, he may need 2 or even 3 points. For this reason, his levitation consumes a lot of magic power, so Nafeng always likes to use devil wings to fly. Only when devil wings enters cooling down, he will use levitation. Now that the tactical mecha has been upgraded, he doesn't have to worry about this problem. Finally, Nafeng looked at the conditions required to upgrade the innate magic weapon. Absorb 10 innate magic weapons of the same level. 1 A-level peak innate magic weapon. The so-called same level innate magic weapon refers to A-level. Whether it is A-level lower or A-level upper, it is all right. However, some time ago, 2 engineering men in Nanchung published a paper proposing the following point of view: the higher the grade absorbed, the higher the attribute of the innate magic weapon after the breakthrough. Simply put, if you can absorb the upper grade A-level, don't absorb the lower grade A-level. But this view? There is no actual data to support it. It is just a guess. A-level innate divine weapons are rare. It is good to absorb the lower grade ones. No one will be so obsessive compulsive that they only absorb the upper grade ones. This time, the innate divine weapon broke through, and the things obtained were not too much. Nafeng estimated that when it breaks through the S level, there will be a huge wave of improvement. He looked at Xiao Luo and asked, "What grade is your innate divine weapon?" "A-class upper level." Xiao Luo answered. Nafeng said calmly, "Not bad. after we destroy the Zhao family and the Sakura people who joined them. Maybe our life-defining divine weapons can reach S-class. Call some brothers to come over. The Zhao family is big and powerful. And there are only 2 of us. So we have to fight until next year. They have killed so many chosen ones. And it's time for them to pay the price. Chapter 725 Emperor Wuxing. The Falling Sun Empire, the Imperial Palace. A golden ball of light passed through the night sky, and plunged into Tianyuan residence like a meteor. Is this the Emperor Oral Order? Tianyuan sat up with great effort, reached out to hold the golden ball of light, and the Emperor voice immediately rang in his ears. After a while, the golden ball of light gradually became transparent, and the light it emitted became dimmer and dimmer, until it disappeared. The content of this oral order was very simple, which was to ask Tianyuan to send some smart people to the southern part of the empire, to learn the experience of managing cities from the chosen ones. Tianyuan thought for a moment, and decided on a number of candidates in his mind. He got off the bed with some difficulty, stepped on his trembling legs, and left the residence. His condition was already very bad, and it seemed that he might fall to the ground at any time and never get up again. But he still insisted on completing the task assigned by the emperor. When Tianyuan trembled as he passed the majestic gate of the Emperor Palace, he suddenly frowned and turned to look inside the palace. He noticed that on the throne that belonged to the emperor in the Emperor Palace, there was a person sitting at this time. "How dare you!" Tianyuan shouted, seemingly full of vigor. But one could still hear that his voice was a little weak. He used his magic power, and walked into the Imperial Palace in 2 or 3 steps, shouting, "Who are you? And how dare you sit on the throne? Come! Come!" Tianyuan knew that he was in a state where he could not fight, and he immediately called out to the guards in the Imperial Palace, "Don't shout. The guards nearby have been transferred away by me, and no one will come." On the throne, an old voice came into Tianyuan's ears. He. If I remember correctly, your name is Tianyuan, right? He is the mentor of that kid Dixian. Tianyuan's face condensed when he heard this. Only the emperors of all generations will call themselves I, and the person on the throne dare to call Dixian that kid. Who is he? The old voice sounded in Tianyuan's ears again. Why are you so badly injured? It seems that you are not far from death. Where is Dixian? That kid broke through level 46, but can't save you? Tianyuan tried hard to think about who the owner of this voice was in his mind. He was seriously injured, and his brain reaction was much slower, like a ball of paste. But in the end, he still remembered. Emperor Wuxing. The owner of this voice is Emperor Wuxing. The emperor of the Fallen Sun Empire is basically replaced every 200 to 500 years. The current emperor, Emperor Xian, is the 299th emperor, and his incarnation, Emperor Qi, is the 300th emperor. The old man on the throne now is the 294th emperor, Emperor Wuxing. Emperor Wuxing has protected the emperor family for more than 1,000 years. After Emperor Wuxing, none of the 295th to 298th emperors broke through level 45. If it weren't for Emperor Wuxing shocking the world, the throne of the Emperor of the Falling Sun Empire would have been changed long ago. But human lifespan is limited, even Emperor Wuxing, a level 45 warrior, will have to face birth, aging, illness and death. He started to fake his death more than 600 years ago to prolong his life, and only when the Emperor family is in trouble occasionally will he crawl out of the coffin to clean up the mess for his unworthy descendants. Until the gifted Emperor Hard was born, Emperor Wuxing was relieved to entrust the Emperor family to him, completely closed his mind, seeking the elusive breakthrough opportunity. The last time Emperor Wuxing appeared in front of the world was the year when Emperor Hard broke through level 30. After so many years, the world had long thought that Emperor Wuxing had died in the coffin, but he was still alive, and still strong and full of energy. Could it be that he, meeting the Emperor Wuxing, Tianyuan endured the pain in his body, knelt on the ground, and saluted Di Wuxing. Di Wuxing waved his hand casually, and asked again, "Where is Dixian?" Tianyuan replied, "Emperor Zun said he had something important to do, and left the Imperial Palace 2 days ago." Important? Humph. What could be more important than unifying the world? Di Wuxing snorted coldly. As the first person to break through level 46, he didn't take this opportunity to destroy the other 2 countries. Nor did he kill the chosen one. He actually ran to play outside the 9 heavens? You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. How come all my descendants, Di Wuxing, are such idiots? By the way, he even killed the prince himself. If this gets out, where will the face of my Di family be? Tian Yuan replied softly. This matter will not be spread. It better not to, Di Wuxing said coldly. Just now, I saw Di Xian convey an oral order to you. What did he say? The emperor said. Tian Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still repeated the original words without daring to hide them. What? Learn from the chosen one? I didn't learn anything from you. The hot-tempered Emperor Wuxing immediately jumped up from the throne and cursed. I learned this sentence from the chosen one. What good is this? Learn. 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 A bunch of foreign barbarians. You want me to learn from them? Tian Yuan was about to speak, pointing out the places where the chosen one was worth learning and drawing lessons from. But he suddenly vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. Cough, cough, cough. He covered his mouth and coughed painfully. The injuries on his body did not allow him to get too excited. Humph. Emperor Wuxing saw this and sent a ray of magic power through the air, which flowed through Tian Yuan's body and repaired his injuries. But soon, Emperor Wuxing found something wrong. Where is your life-defining magic weapon? Tian Yuan smiled bitterly. It was broken when I was fighting with the 2 chosen ones. Then you are hopeless. Emperor Wuxing directly sentenced Tian Yuan to death. Tian Yuan's current situation is not that he is seriously injured, but that his life is almost over. All organs in his body, including his soul, are severely damaged and have aged. When his lifespan came to an end, Emperor Wuxing had no way to save him. He could only survive by faking his death. You just said that. The group of chosen ones are in the southern part of the empire, occupying our Nanjiang city? Emperor Wuxing calmed down. Are the 2 chosen ones who injured you also here? Tian Yuan thought for a moment, and replied, one of them should be here. Emperor Wuxing sat back on the throne. In that case, I will go there in person and learn from these chosen ones. The brat Di Xian is indecisive and soft-hearted. He actually allowed foreign barbarians to occupy our territory. He is not worthy of being the emperor. Di Wuxing waved his sleeves, and a breeze lifted Tian Yuan's body and sent him back to his residence. Then, Tian Yuan heard Di Wuxing's old voice again. You don't have much time left, so don't go around. Come here. Arrange 200 diligent palace maids to serve the imperial teacher Tian Yuan well. Also, send another team of envoys to set off to southern Xinjiang from now on. Chapter 726 Nameless City. The first year of the Dragon calendar, May 1st. If it were on Blue Star, today would be Labor Day, and you could go home and rest. But Nafeng didn't plan to rest, because he was going to take his brothers to attack Nameless City today. On the surface, the Zhao family has a total of 7 cities, namely Wukong City, Nameless City, Infinite City, Wuming City, Wuming City, Wuji City, Wuhai City, Wuguang City. The Lord of Wukong City is dead, and most of his guards have been killed. There is no need to continue the attack. Nafeng's target is Wuming City near Wukong City. I am Wuming, and I should be the lord of this Wuming City. Nafeng stood on a high boulder, looking at the city at the end of his vision. Behind him, there are 300 Nancheng chosen ones, plus 9 Longcheng chosen ones. These 9 people are members of the Flying General Special Forces, invited by Huang Yuanming. Our team can lead the charge. Huang Yuanming carried a long stick full of metal texture and walked to Nafeng's side. Give me 5 hours. No. 2 hours. Within 2 hours, I will capture the city lord alive and bring him to you. Oh, so pretentious? The Zhao family is one of the 4 major families in the Haoyue Empire. Although this is not their base camp, it is also heavily guarded and has strict defenses. It is not so easy to break in. Nafeng smiled and said, no jokes in the army. Huang Yuanming swung his long stick and shouted, 1 hour. Just 1 hour. Flying General Squad, follow me into the city. After that, the length of the stick in Huang Yuanming's hand increased by dozens of times, and he pole vaulted, jumping several thousand meters away. The members of the Flying General Special Forces followed closely, heading straight for Nameless City. Xiao Luo walked up and whispered, can I follow and see? He was a little worried about Huang Yuanming and others. No hurry. Let's see first. Nafeng looked at Huang Yuanming back and said confidently, with the 2 of us here, no one can kill them. Nafeng and Xiao Luo are now the top fighters in the primitive world. Moreover, they have Tang Chungyun by their side. There are only a handful of people in the world who can beat the 3 of them. Where can they be found in this small Yukong city? Wu Yuansheng also stepped forward and said, have you seen the chat channel? Little Sakura knows that we are going to attack Wuming City, and is protesting to the chosen ones of various countries. Nanfeng sneered, huh, protest? Protest is useless. After dealing with the Zhao family, I will find these Sakura people to have a good talk. Su Mingdao asked in confusion, Nanshin, why should we tell the Sakura people about the plan to attack Yukong City in advance? They are in cahoots with the Zhao family. Doesn't this make the Zhao family prepared? We are prepared, but I'm afraid they are not prepared and will abandon the city and flee. Nanfeng laughed. If they flee, where can I find them? It would be best if they gathered their forces and confronted us head-on, so that I could finish them all in one go. While they were talking, Wang Yuanming on the front line did another pole vault and jumped directly into Yukong City. They're an assassin. Chase him. He wants to go to the City Lord Mansion. Stop him. Kill. 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 Sounds of fighting and killing were heard in the city soon. It sounded like there were quite a few guards in the city. Wang Yuanming jumped into the city so blatantly, attracting the attention of most of the guards. The other 9 members of the Flying General team easily got in and groped their way to the City Lord Mansion. We have teleported here from a long distance. We can't just stand here and watch. Wu Yuansheng gently stroked the longbow in his hand. His longbow has been upgraded to a level named Angry Dragon Reverse Scale. The whole bow is in the shape of an angry dragon, with its fangs bared and claws waving. And it looks very handsome. Nefeng smiled and said, then you can go too, to help Huang Yuanming attract some firepower. Hearing this, all the chosen ones in Nancheng excitedly rushed to Nameless City, leaving only Nefeng, Xiao Luo, and Tang Chungyun standing still. It was not easy for them to attack the city, because if they started to attack, the city would become a ruin if they were not careful. Moreover, Tang Chungyun had already investigated and found that there were no level 45 strongmen in the city, so it was very safe. Xiao Luo said, we revealed the action in advance, but the Zhao family didn't send strongmen to defend the city? Nanfeng yawned, we 2 level 45s are going to fight here. Who can the Zhao family send? The entire Zhao family probably only has 1 level 45 strongman, and it would be a death sentence if they come. 2. Tang Chungyun said, the current Zhao family patriarch is level 45, and he is a half-dead ancestor, who is also level 45. No wonder the Zhao family has been able to stand in the Hallyu Empire for so long. It turns out that there is an ancestor protecting them. Maybe there are 3. Xiao Luo suddenly spoke. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Xiao Luo pondered. The Zhao family killed so many chosen ones. There must be a reason. I guess they just want to train another 45-level strongman. It makes sense. Nanfeng fell into deep thought. Others who kill chosen ones can only obtain a life-defining magic weapon, and their own level will not be improved. But Nanfeng suspected that, behind the Zhao family, there might be the shadow of Soyana. Otherwise, how to explain that Zhao Jiu has a life-defining magic weapon imitated by Soyana? If Soyana is secretly helping, the Zhao family may be able to upgrade their level by hunting the chosen ones. This Soyana, planning everywhere, holding back everywhere, is really scary. Nanfeng sometimes couldn't help but wonder if he was inadvertently tricked by Soyana and became a chess piece on her chessboard. Xiao Luo suddenly said, Su Zhe-ran is looking for you. Nanfeng came back to his senses from his contemplation, opened the tactical watch, and saw that Su Zhe-ran had indeed sent him a message. Su Zhe-ran did not come to attack Nameless City this time, but continued to stay in the Falling Sun Empire to manage various cities. Su Zhe-ran, we received a message that the Emperor sent a team of envoys, who are rushing to Nanjiang City at full speed, saying that they want to learn from us about city management experience. Nanfeng, the Emperor really sent someone. I thought he was joking. Nanfeng was a little speechless. He didn't expect the Emperor to really do what he said. He said he wanted to learn, and he came to learn. Su Zhe-ran, you knew about this a long time ago? Nanfeng, yes, he said it to me. This team of envoys may have bad intentions. You'd better go back to the fog first. I asked Long Wudi to send someone to look after the High Mall, Nanfeng said, and opened the chat panel with Long Wudi. What caught his eyes was the message Long Wudi sent him 2 days ago. I heard that the Chosen One only has a lifespan of 100 years. Is it true? Oh, I forgot to reply at that time, and now I have to ask him for help again. It's so embarrassing. How should I start? Chapter 727 Mission completed. Apply for rewards. Nafeng, Brother Long, I have traveled all over the Haoyue Empire these days, and have conducted an in-depth investigation. I can basically confirm that what you said is true. We, the Chosen Ones, really only have a lifespan of 100 years. After 2 minutes of wording, Nafeng finally sent a message to Long Wudi. Long Wudi replied quickly, got it. Nafeng, by the way. Brother Long, the Emperor sent a team of envoys to the southern border. I guess they are not friendly, so be careful. Long Wudi, don't worry. It's fine as long as the Emperor is not here in person. Nafeng saw that the conversation was almost over, and immediately said, Brother Long, my brothers from Nancheng are now gathered in the Haoyue Empire. As for Haisheng City, can you send some people to help me look after it? Long Wudi, no problem. Okay. It done. Nafeng sent a message to Su Zuren, evacuate the remaining brothers from Haisheng City. And you should go too. Back to the fog. Su Zuren, understood. Nafeng turned off the panel. Judging from the Emperor's attitude that night, the envoys he sent were really here to learn. But somehow, Nafeng always felt that the purpose of this envoy was not that simple, which was why he asked Su Zuren and others to withdraw quickly. Let Long Wudi handle the things over there. Nafeng raised his head and looked at Nameless City in the distance. Let's solve the things here first. Nameless City outside. Su Ming rushed to the front of the team. He raised the dragon scale battle shield in his hand and shouted, as soft as a city wall. A large amount of magic power was poured into the shield. The dragon scale battle shield created a huge phantom, like a towering city wall, blocking everyone. On the wall of Nameless City, thousands of city defense soldiers saw this scene, and their scalps tingled. In their eyes, it was as if there was a solid city wall, slowly approaching them. This group of despicable people who invaded the Nameless City also had a city wall. Who was the one attacking the city? Shoot! Shoot! Attack! The general of the city defense roared, commanding his soldiers to attack. Among the city defense army, there were also some scattered chosen ones from the Sakura country. After they saw the situation clearly, they looked at each other, retreated to an empty corner, took out the teleportation array and ran away. Swish! 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 The dense arrow shot at the huge phantom wall, but they could not penetrate it at all, and could not even slow down the speed of the wall. The soldiers' eyes were filled with despair. Su Ming raised his head and shouted, Listen to me. Everyone in Wuming City, surrender, and you won't be killed. Behind him, the people in Nancheng shouted in unison, Surrender! 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 The voices resounded through the sky and earth, and were magnificent. The soldiers on the city wall were even more desperate. With such morale and strength, how could they win? Calm down. The general of the city defense saw that his soldiers had begun to retreat, and he shouted loudly to stabilize the army morale. We can't break their walls, and they certainly can't break our walls. Brothers, we just need to defend the city wall. They can't get in. The soldiers felt a little relieved after hearing this. Yes, they are the defending party, and they don't need to attack. They just need to defend. The city wall is thick enough, and the defense is high enough. The other side can't get in. Yoho! At this moment, a burst of excited howling sounded above their heads. The soldiers looked up and saw Huang Yuanming holding an old man in his hand, and he jumped over the high city wall with a pole vault and jumped out of the city. Soldiers! No. It's useless to just defend the city walls, they can fly. The general of the city defense was anxious and roared, Shoot him down! Shoot him down for me! No one is allowed to invade our airspace. The soldiers finally reacted, and hurriedly drew their bows and drew their arrows. But Huang Yuanming had already landed, and ran away with the old man. Outside the city, Su Ming came to the city with a huge shield, and shouted, Your city lord has been captured, won't you surrender? What, the city lord was captured? The soldiers on the city wall were shocked. How long has it been? We are ready to fight to the death. Why was the city lord captured? Surrender! 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 Under the city wall, the chosen ones of the South City began to make a noise again. The city defense general's face was livid. The fight had just begun, and he kept asking people to surrender. Do you have any basic respect at all? Bastard! Everyone listen! Attack with all your strength! The veins on the face of the city defense general bulged, and he used his magic power to roar violently, temporarily suppressing the voice of surrender. Surrender! Ding! 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 Another round of dense arrows shot at the giant shield phantom condensed by Su Ming. These soldiers were only at level 20 or 30. And they didn't even have their own divine weapons. The arrows they shot were like paper airplanes, without any power. On the city wall, only the city defense general could cause Su Ming a little trouble, because he is a level 41 warrior. Bawang stab. Seeing that his soldiers could not break through the giant shield phantom, the city defense general had to take action himself. He jumped high with a spear in his hand, and used the strongest attack. Bang! A dull crash sound rippled outside Nameless City. A hole was poked in the giant shield phantom of Su Ming. Broken defense. The opponent's city wall was poked. The general is mighty. Brothers, kill! Aim at this hole and attack. The soldiers' faces flushed, their morale was boosted, and they launched the attack one after another. Really, if I don't show you a little color, you don't know why the monkey butt is red. Besides Su Ming, Wu Yuansheng casually raised Raging Dragon reverse scale, aimed at the center of the city wall. Dragon Fury explosion. Boom! Crash! A lot of smoke and dust filled the air. The power of this arrow directly blew down the city wall. In the smoke, there were wailing everywhere, and the sound of painful groans was endless. Su Ming, holding a huge shield, walked forward slowly. In the ruins, a white flag suddenly rose, and then everyone heard the weak voice of the city defense general. Surrender. We surrender. Nameless City in the grove outside. Wang Yuanming carried the old man of the city lord and walked quickly, and Su returned to Nanfeng. Report to Nanshan, the task has been completed in excess. Wang Yuanming threw the old man at Nanfeng's feet, stood straight, and said, apply for reward. What? You want a reward? If you want a reward, you should have told me earlier. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have let you go. Nanfeng complained in his heart, nodded and said, well done, what reward do you want? Wang Yuanming smiled. I want to open a Huang family bath center in Wuming City, haha, it will definitely make money. So at a bath center. Nanfeng pondered for a moment, nodded and said, okay, but remember to pay taxes. Pay taxes? Wang Yuanming's eyes widened. Who do you pay taxes to? Of course, the mayor of Wuming City. Nanfeng patted his chest, and said righteously, me. Chapter 728 Sneak Attack. Level 45 Sakura Man. The Lord of Nameless City, Zhao Tieji, is now panicking, scared, and angry. Because he is not dead yet, the slightly handsome man in front of him began to announce that he is the new lord of the city. You invaders. Zhao Tieji is 478 years old this year. He has been the lord of Nameless City for 103 years. There is still some aura of a superior. Even though he was in danger, he could still maintain some calmness. Even if you kill me, you can't occupy Wuming City. The Zhao family will come back sooner or later. Nanfeng's eyes lit up. Really? Are you sure the Zhao family will come back? That would be wonderful. And it would save Nanfeng a lot of time. Zhao Tieji felt a chill in his heart. This handsome man in front of him was not panicked at all. And even a little excited? Doesn't he fear the Zhao family at all? Our Zhao family is one of the 4 major families in the Haoyue Empire. Of course. Zhao Tieji pretended to be tough, and said with his head held high, as long as the head of the family gets the news, he will immediately bring people to kill us. Humph, you don't know how powerful our head of the family is. Right? He is a level 45 expert. Wow, so powerful. Nanfeng chuckled. Then do you know who I am? Zhao Tieji looked at Nanfeng in confusion. Who are you? Nanfeng frowned. Why? Didn't the chosen one of Sakura country beside you tell you my identity? Nanfeng noticed when the chosen one of Sakura country teleported away just now. There are Sakura people in Nameless City, and it makes no sense that the city lord doesn't know his identity. They only say that you are a group of evil invaders. Zhao Tieji said coldly. You come to attack my Nameless City without any grudges. You are indeed evil. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo looked at each other. Those Sakura people are not telling the truth. No wonder the defense of Nameless City is so weak. Although there are many soldiers in the city, they are all low-level noobs, and there is only one general above level 40. Oh, we have to add the city lord Zhao Tieji, a total of 2. With this kind of combat power, what can they use to defend Nameless City? The Zhao family gave up Nameless City. Xiao Luo said. They should be shrinking their defenses, gathering combat power, and preparing for a life-and-death battle with us. Nanfeng nodded gently, agreeing with Xiao Luo's statement. I just don't know. In which city did they gather their troops? At the same time, Wu Yuansheng blew up the city wall with an arrow. and he and Su Ming led the team to kill their way in. In the city, they did not encounter any resistance. After all, the generals had surrendered, and it was useless for the remaining soldiers to resist. This nameless city was quickly occupied. It boring. There is no resistance at all. At the roadside tea stall, Su Ming found a seat and sat down. Took out 2,000 copper coins and slapped them on the table. Boss. Serve tea. Let me try the food of Haoyue Empire. Okay, sir. The boss was very nervous, and tremblingly went to prepare tea. Wu Yuansheng sat down opposite Su Ming, and said with a smile, Still want to fight? There are only 2 strong men above level 40 in this city. How many of us are there? As he said, he turned back and counted seriously. 2, 4, 6, 37. Are they going to fight with their heads? This number does not include Na Feng, Xiao Luo, Tang Chengyun, and the 9 members of Huang Yuanming. The gap is too big. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the sky, several figures flashed by. It was Na Feng and his men flying over. Huang Yuanming threw Zhao Tieji to the ground, and left the main group, saying that he was going to select a site for Huang Family Bath Center. Is this the mayor of Wuming City? Su Ming looked at Zhao Tieji on the ground, and suddenly realized. No wonder Huang Yuanming completed the task so quickly. It turned out to be a little old man. A trace of anger flashed in Zhao Tieji's eyes. You said I'm an old man? I am a level 42 expert. If you have the guts, let fight alone. As he was talking, Zhao Tieji found that this muscular man was a little hard to figure out. He swallowed the word Chao and single duel back. Na Feng coughed twice and said slowly, Su Ming, be careful with your words. I am the lord of Wuming City. Su Ming was dissatisfied. Why? We conquered the city. Why are you the lord? Na Feng said seriously, because this is Wuming City. And I am the Wuming hero. Wu Yuansheng was dissatisfied. Aren't you a famous hero? Na Feng said seriously, people only know that I am a famous hero, but they don't know what my name is. Isn't this also a kind of anonymity? So, I am also an unknown hero. You are crazy. Isn't your name Na Feng? But most of the natives don't know it. Damn, is this okay? Then I am also an unknown hero. No, you can't have the same nickname as me. At the small tea stall, Na Feng and the others started a debate. Arguing with reason. Debating with the crowd. And not giving in. Xiao Luo shook his head helplessly. Quietly left the small tea stall. And wandered around the nameless city. He said wandering. But in fact he was checking if there were any potential dangers in the city. He released his perception. Checking the small courtyards and small houses in the city. The battle just now was too intense. And most of the people in the city were hiding in their homes and trembling. Not knowing what would happen next. Of course, there are also some brave ones who dared to appear on the street. Xiao Luo sensed that Huang Yuanming was on the next street, chatting with a young lady. They were discussing how many copper coins would be needed to buy this large yard by the lake. The lakeside. The next street is next to a lake, which is very clear and has a pleasant scenery. If you open a bath center here, it is indeed a good choice. Xiao Luo thought so. And his perception slowly explored the center of the lake. Boom! Suddenly, the center of the lake exploded. A figure rushed out from the bottom of the lake and slashed at Huang Yuanming by the lake. The light of the knife shattered the space. The power was amazing. This was a 45-level strongman. Instant. Xiao Luo calmly swung his knife. 7-star thunder before it was unsheathed. The light of the knife had already blocked Huang Yuanming. Ding! The light of the knife collided with the light of the knife. And the violent magic power surged around. Crash! The lake was shaken up hundreds of meters high. And the houses and streets around were all destroyed. And the people in the houses were also shaken to pieces. The speed of the two knives was too fast. And Huang Yuanming was unable to react. The violent magic fluctuations shocked him, and made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Huang Yuanming reached out, and hugged the young lady in front of him. And fell to the ground. Swish. 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 The next second, Na Feng, Xiao Luo, and Tang Chengyun appeared above the lake at the same time. But at this time, there was no human figure in the lake. Tang Chengyun said, It seems that the Zhao family has not completely given up Wuming City. There is still a strong man left, who wants to attack us by surprise. Na Feng's face was gloomy. He teleported away. It seems that there is really a level 45 expert in Sakura country. Xiao Luo closed his eyes, and recalled. At the moment when the other party drew his sword, he vaguely saw a blurry face. He had seen this face many times in the chat channel. It's Sakura Taro. Xiao Luo said with certainty. The level 45 expert in Sakura Country is Sakura Taro. Chapter 729 The Sakura Country that caused public outrage. Sakura Taro. This person has some connection with Nafeng. To be precise, there is a blood feud. In the original world number 9, Sakura Ichikan and Sakura Kojiro, who were killed by Nafeng, were Sakura Taro two sons. Sakura Taro also has a younger brother, called Sakura Saburo. When he first arrived in the world number 0, Sakura Saburo broke into Nancheng alone, and threatened to kill Nafeng parents. Fortunately, Chung Imo and Xiao Aram were present at the time, so he failed to succeed. After that, the chosen ones of Sakura Country became honest, and did not make any extraordinary moves. At most, they just talked nonsense in the chat channel, and sprayed each other with the Dragon Country people. Nafeng was too lazy to pay attention to them. Anyway, they couldn't spray Huang Yuanming, so it was nice to keep it for fun. I didn't expect that this group of Sakura people were quietly preparing a big move. Not only did they secretly collude with the Zhao family to kill the chosen ones, but they also cultivated a level 45 strongman. The danger index of the Sakura people, sharply rising. In No Empty City, Nafeng booked the largest inn in the city, and all the Nancheng brothers rested here temporarily. He carried the injured Huang Yuanming back, and treated his wounds. Huang Yuanming lay on the bed, his back was bloody, and he grimaced in pain. Nanny! Little Nani! I need you! Huang Yuanming cried. Stop calling, Sui-han is in class, I be here soon. Nafeng found a large jar of white wine in the inn, poured it on Huang Yuanming back to disinfect it, and then left him alone. Is it necessary to scream so loudly about such a minor injury? If you don't know, you might think that we are all sissies in Nancheng. Fuck, are you a devil? Huang Yuanming wailing went straight to the sky. I'm going to die of pain. Nafeng ignored him, opened the window of the room, and looked out the window. Huh? Why are there two suns today? Nafeng asked in confusion. Wait, that's not right. There is a sun that can move. And it moves so fast. On the bed, Huang Yuanming heard what Nafeng said. And something suddenly came to his mind. A flying sun? Fire pupil? It missed fire pupil. He jumped up from the bed with a whoosh, ran to the window in 2 or 3 steps, and stopped to look. The sky was gray, and it looked like it was going to rain. How could there be 2 suns? Damn. I couldn't see a single sun. You lied to me. Huang Yuanming looked at Nafeng, and was very sad. Aren't you dying of pain? Nafeng laughed loudly, and strode out of the room. You little brat, you're pretending to be me. I only need to use a little trick, and I can expose your true colors. In the room, Huang Yuanming rolled his eyes, walked back to the bed with a grin, and lay on it. One by one, you don't care about the feelings of the wounded at all. I won't play with you anymore. Huang Yuanming played with his fingers for a while out of boredom, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he opened the panel to enter the chat channel. Huang Yuanming, little Sakura kid. Come out and face your grandpa Huang. Huang Yuanming at Sakura Taro, you have the guts to chop me, but you don't have the guts to speak? Huang Yuanming, huh? Why isn't there a single Sakura kid who speaks? Are you all so cowardly? Huang Yuanming cursed for a long time in the chat channel, but no Sakura person responded to him. It seemed like they had collectively blocked Huang Yuanming. Andre, what going on? Is your Dragon Country fighting with the Sakura Country again? Emilia, the bastards from Sakura Country, killed many of us, and have been hiding for a long time. Miles Solomon, many of our chosen ones, have also died in Asen Country. I will settle this account with the Sakura people sooner or later. Long Woody at Huang Yuanming, brother Huang, I heard that you were stabbed by the Sakura people? How is your injury? Huang Yuanming, who was lying on the bed, laughed. Huang Yuanming, General Long, I have a miserable life. I was almost stabbed to death by Sakura Taro, and he also said he would kill my whole family, which made me so upset that I don't even have the energy to heal my wounds. Huang Yuanming, he didn't kill anyone else. But me? Because I'm too close to you. Long Junsho, he wanted to give you a warning. Huang Yuanming, he didn't kill me. But your face. Huang Yuanming complained bitterly to Long Woody. In Zhao Wuhai City, Sakura Taro looked at the content in the chat channel and gnashed his teeth. Slander. All slander. B.A. Baka. Nonsense. All nonsense. When did I ever say I would kill his whole family? Bang. Sakura Taro smashed the teacup on the table. and walked around the room angrily. How could he target Huang Yuanming? He was just hiding in the lake to observe the situation, waiting for Nafeng and others to leave, and then coming out to kill the rest of the people. How could he target anyone? If Xiao Luo had not been too cautious, and had to check the whole city in that situation, he would not have taken action. The reason why he cut Huang Yuanming was just because he was the closest. How could he target anyone? Asshole. You are not as skilled as others. So you complained to Long Woody. Sakura Taro blew his beard and glared, and smashed a cup in anger. These people of Long Country are all trash, and they don't have any samurai spirit at all. In the chat channel, Huang Yuanming, Long Jun Shou. You have to make the decision for me. Long Woody, got it. I will destroy the city belonging to Sakura Country in the fog first, and then kill Sakura Taro. Nafeng, brother Long, leave Sakura Taro to me. This bastard killed my people in front of me. Where can I put my face if I don't kill him with my own hands? Miles Solomon, oh, are you going to attack the cities of Sakura Country? Add me in. I will also participate in the Asen Country. Archie, I will also participate. Whoever dares to cooperate with the Zhao family, I will kill him. Amos, I will join too. For a time, the chosen ones of various countries responded one after another, preparing to attack Sakura Country together. Sakura Taro sneered, Humph, the city in the fog? I don't want it. The people of Sakura Country had long moved to the Hallyu Empire, and only empty cities were left in the fog, without a single person. However, Sakura Taro was still a little worried after causing public outrage. From now on, the chosen ones of Sakura Country may not be able to leave the territory of the Zhao family. No, the territory of the Zhao family is not safe either, because the south wind is coming this way. I wonder when the ancestor of the Zhao family will come out of retreat. Sakura Taro pondered for a long time, and decided to go out to inquire about the situation. As soon as he opened the door, a member of the Zhao family with iron claws on his hands came towards him. Mr. Zhao Jiao? Sakura Taro chuckled. What brings you here? For some reason, Zhao Jiao's face was gloomy, and he looked unhappy. He said coldly, Mr. Sakura Taro, the head of the family invites you. Please follow me. After that, he turned around and left without caring about Sakura Taro's reaction. Humph. A 43 level useless thing. What are you pretending to be? If it weren't for the fact that you are a member of the Zhao family, I would have killed you with one knife. Sakura Taro cursed in his heart, but still followed silently. Chapter 730 Emperor Wuxing Plan Nameless City, inside the Zhao family inn. This inn is the largest inn in Nameless City, and its lobby on the first floor can accommodate 500 or 600 people. At this time, the lobby is very empty, but at the table in the corner, there are 7 or 8 chosen ones of South City discussing something. We can't take this Nameless City, Nafeng said very seriously. We are short of manpower, and it is impossible to leave too many brothers here. If Sakura Taro makes a surprise attack, it will be over. Wu Yuanshan lowered his head and thought, that true. But this is such a big city with rich resources. It would be a waste to just give it up. Right? Su Ming knocked on the table. We have to take the city. The development of our South City has been much slower than that of Dragon City. The resources here are very important to us. Nafeng shook his head. What can we compare with Dragon City? They have hundreds of thousands of chosen ones. How can we compare? After a pause, Nafeng continued, the safety of the brothers is more important. Resources. We don't have many people in South City. We have Black Crow City, Angjiang City, and Haishang City. These cities are developing trade, and the resources are enough. Su Ming said angrily, Nanshin, don't you have the heart to be the richest man? Nafeng snorted, richest man? Who is the richest man? With my current strength, do you think I can rob the richest man? Shit! Everyone took a breath of cold air. What wrong with this statement? Resources, no matter who has them now, will eventually only exist in the hands of the strong. When they all reach level 45, won't it be possible to rob whoever they want, and have whatever they want? Why bother about the gains and losses of such a few resources now? Nanshin is right. If you keep the Green Mountains, you will never worry about the lack of firewood. Let's survive first, Wu Yuanshan said. What wrong with not having this city for the time being? We can fight back at any time anyway. Su Ming touched his chin and said slowly, but I'm worried that once we evacuate, the Zhao family will empty the city and leave no resources. Oh, this is also a problem. Leaving a few brothers here to guard, Nafeng is afraid that they will be in danger. We can't leave Xiao Luo or Tang Chungyun here. Right? What if the Zhao family sends out 3 level 45 warriors at once when attacking other cities? Will Nefeng be beaten and run away? After all, there are not enough people. Nefeng pondered for a long time, and suddenly saw the Z mirror hanging in the middle of the inn. This Z mirror is used for guests to watch live broadcasts on weekdays. Thinking of live broadcasts, Nefeng thought of Yin Nujio and the Yin family. Speaking of which, the Yin family is also one of the 4 major families in the Haoyue Empire. And they must have enough manpower. It would be great if we could invite people from the Yin family to come and manage the city. Nancheng only needs to share the profits behind the scenes, and doesn't have to worry about anything. Just get the money for free. Moreover, the Yin family should also be happy to annex the Zhao family. Right? The most important thing is that all the risks have been transferred to the Yin family. And the brothers in Nancheng are very safe. They did it as soon as they said it. After Nefeng explained it, he immediately set off for the Yin family. With Tang Chungyun and Xiao Lu in charge, the Zhao family and the Sakura people would definitely not dare to come. Nefeng was not worried at all. The Falling Sun Empire, Aries City. A mighty team entered from the north gate of Aries City. They did not stay in Aries City, but rode non-stop to the south gate, preparing to leave. The people on the roadside all pointed at this luxurious team. Where did this caravan come from? This carriage, this manpower, is too luxurious. You don't understand this. Right? This is not a caravan, this is an envoy from the imperial capital to southern Xinjiang. Oh! I heard that the emperor sent a team of envoys to southern Xinjiang to study, so it was them. Good study. Good study, the emperor has good vision. Yes, the city managed by the Chosen One is indeed 1,000 times better. If I hadn't grown up here, I would have moved to southern Xinjiang city. What we ordinary people want is nothing more than good weather, peace and prosperity, a peaceful life, and happiness. These can only be felt in the city of the Chosen One. I hope that after the envoys return from their studies, our Aries city will also improve. In the center of the envoys' team, in a very simple and inconspicuous carriage, Di Wuxing, who was resting with his eyes closed, heard the conversation of the people around him, and opened his eyes slightly. Such a reputation. Is the city of the Chosen One really as good as they say? There are 5 or 6 cities between here and Nanjiang City. But the terrifying influence of Nanjiang City was still spread. The common people not only praised Nanjiang City, but also praised the Chosen Ones, who managed Nanjiang City. Emperor Wuxing had guarded the Falling Sun Empire for more than 1,000 years, and had never encountered such a situation. Even in the most prosperous years of the Falling Sun Empire, as the emperor, he had never been praised by so many people. No, this is the plan of the Chosen Ones. Emperor Wuxing pondered for a long time in his heart, and whispered, to sow discord and corrupt the empire. This group of Chosen Ones is going to dig up the roots of my Falling Sun Empire. What a bunch of evil guys. Ahem. Ahem. DXIN. DXIN, you kid just be happy, this big trouble, I will help you solve it. Di Wuxing covered his mouth and coughed a few times. In his old and wrinkled palms, there was scarlet blood. He silently looked at his exposed arms, which were covered with dark brown spots. He will not live long. Di Wuxing knew his condition. In fact, he had come out of retreat a few months ago, and crawled out of the coffin. But he has been trying to break through. But he can never find that elusive opportunity. Death is getting closer and closer to him. And Emperor Wuxing can only smile helplessly, and accept his fate. He, after all, can't reach level 46. Emperor Wuxing has been in the world for more than 1,000 years. And he doesn't want to die quietly in an empty corner. He wants to do something spectacular at the last moment of his life. Die on the battlefield. And let the world remember him. At first, he wanted to take his life weapon, rush into the Moon Palace alone and explode, and die together with the Moon Emperor. Later, after he learned what happened in the southern part of the empire, he changed his mind. He wanted to kill the group of Chosen Ones who invaded the empire territory. He was going to die anyway. And before he died, he had to drag a group of people with him. I heard that the most powerful Chosen One of this session is in Nanjiang City. Hee. I don't know if he can bear it if I explode at all costs. When Emperor Wuxing thought of the horrified look of the Chosen One when he exploded, he wanted to laugh. Chapter 731 Let Have a Child. Late at night. In the capital. The capital was originally named Nanjiang City. After Long Wudi occupied it, it was renamed capital. In the conference hall of the capital, Fei Ying was reporting the latest intelligence to Long Wudi. According to the news sent back by the brothers on the front line, there are at least 50 strong men above level 40 in this envoy team. The rest include civil servants, guards, maids, grooms, etc. A total of more than 300 people. Here is the information of some of the masters. Fei Ying handed a large stack of information to Long Wudi, which described in detail the various information of the masters in the envoy team. Because the combat effectiveness of this envoy team was too strong, the spies sent out by Long Chung did not dare to get too close and could only watch from afar. Therefore, the identities of some masters have not been ascertained. And among them, there may be masters above level 45. Long Wudi took the information and grinned. 50 masters above level 40 came at once? Emperor, are you here to learn? Or to fight? The Sun Meteoric Empire is a great country, and there are many strong men above level 40. It is not difficult to gather 50 of them. It is estimated that the Emperor wants to show off his muscles and show the foundation of the Sun Meteoric Empire. However, this kind of muscle show is equivalent to no show, because there are far more than 50 strong men above level 40 in Longcheng. If a war really breaks out, those 50 people are not enough, and they will all be lost in the capital. Okay, I take a look at this information. You go back and rest first. Long Wudi waved to Fei Ying, took a thick stack of information back to his hut, and read it by lamplight at night. There are many strong people in this pile of information, and Long Wudi has heard of them. For example, An Kung, Wu Ling, Qian Yu and others who have been seen before are in the team. As for these known strong people, they can't be underestimated. Long Wudi frowned slightly. There must be a level 45 strong person in the team. If a real fight breaks out, the capital will surely be reduced to ruins. What exactly is the Emperor thinking? Will he come here to start a war? Long Wudi put down the information in his hand, walked slowly to the window, looking at the night sky outside the window and thinking deeply. With every breath he took, it seemed as if he had merged with the heaven and earth. The magic power in the air continuously poured into his body, traveled around his body, and finally gathered in Long Wudi Dantian, refining, and refining again. Almost level 46. Long Wudi exhaled a breath of foul air. The impurities in the magic power were exhaled along with the foul air. New magic power continued to flow into his body. If nothing unexpected happens, before the envoys arrive in the capital, I may be able to upgrade, Long Wudi thought silently. Break through to level 46, not to mention this envoy army. Even if the Emperor comes in person, Long Wudi is sure to kill the opponent. Level 46 is the top combat power in the primitive world at present. By then, the dragon people will have completely established their foothold in this world. Anyone who wants to bully the dragon people again will have to consider Long Wudi. The nuclear bomb, the chosen one, only has a lifespan of 100 years. Suddenly, Long Wudi mind jumped, and he thought of the conversation with Nan Feng during the day. Nan Feng confirmed that the chosen one only has a lifespan of 100 years. In other words, within 100 years, all the chosen ones will die. But the ordinary people in the fog, including their descendants, can continue to live. But at that time, who could protect them? After all, they were not the chosen ones. In 100 years, even if they practiced non-stop, they would only be at level 30 or 40 at most. How could they protect themselves and other dragon people at level 30 or 40? Long Wudi fell into deep contemplation. Even if I killed the Emperor, the Moon Emperor, and all the strong men above level 40 in the world before I died, I could only buy them a little more time. Long Wudi whispered. And this will bring greater hatred. Indelible hatred? I can't do this. After thinking about it, Long Wudi only thought of one way. That is to select a child from ordinary people. Train him. Let him take over Long Wudi job. Let him continue to protect the Dragon Kingdom after Long Wudi. Ordinary people are not cursed by the God of creation. They can live for a long time, and they can protect the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. It's so late. You're still not asleep? The voice suddenly came from behind, and Long Wudi was startled. He almost turned around and punched him. Fortunately, he recognized that it was Lin Mimi's voice. When did you come? Long Wudi asked in some surprise. With his strength, how could he not hear Lin Mimi's footsteps? There was something strange. Lin Mimi seemed to have just taken a shower. Her hair was wet, and she was wiping it with a towel. I've been at home all the time. I saw you were reading the documents seriously. So I didn't disturb you. Always at home? Always at home? Long Woody had a vigilant look in his eyes, carefully observing Lin Mimi every move. It was Lin Mimi. No doubt, not someone else pretending to be her. Also, this was his little house. Except for him and Lin Mimi, no one else could come in. Long Woody tilted his head, and a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. Could it be that I was really too serious in reading the information, so I subconsciously ignored Lin Mimi's existence? What wrong with you? Lin Mimi waved her fair hand in front of Long Woody. I see you've been in a daze for a long time. Is there something you can't solve? Long Woody nodded gently and said, Yes. You told me last time that the Chosen One only has a lifespan of 100 years. This is true. Lin Mimi didn't care much when she heard it. That good too. If I live another 100 years, I will be 124 years old, which is better than being on Blue Star. But you know, a level 45 warrior in this world can live for more than 1,800 years, said Long Woody. Lin Mimi gently hugged Long Woody from behind. How long others can live? What does it have to do with us? We just need to live our own lives. That right. The meaning of life is not how long you can live, but whether it is brilliant enough. Long Woody life has been brilliant enough. In the next 100 years, he will be even more brilliant. You were in a daze for a long time just now. Is it because of this? Lin Mimi chuckled. You are Long Woody. I didn't expect you to be afraid of death. Long Woody shook his head. I am not afraid of death. I am afraid that after all of us chosen ones die, Long Country will decline, and its civilization will disappear in history. At this point, Long Woody's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of a great solution. Mimi, let's have a child. Our child will definitely surpass me, and lead Long Country to go higher and further. Chapter 732 Ancient Book. One day later, it was a little after 6 o'clock in the morning. Hallyu Empire, Yin Family. The territory of Hallyu Empire is very large. Nefeng flew for 18 hours, and finally arrived at the old house of Yin Family. The flying speed is not bad. Tactical mecha after upgrading, the moving speed is greatly improved, and it can fly without consuming magic power. If it was before the upgrade, Nefeng would have to fly for at least 1.5 to 2 days for this distance, but now it only takes half a day. Swoosh! Bang! Nefeng landed steadily at the gate of Yin Mansion in a standard superhero landing posture. The two guards at the gate were stunned. Then they all pointed their spears at Nefeng and shouted, Who is it? Nefeng stood up, patted the dust on his knees, smiled. I am. There is an assassin. Protect the master. Instantly, a team of guards ran out of Yin Mansion and rushed towards Nefeng with murderous intent. Nefeng was stunned. What going on? No. I'm here to find. Before he could finish his words, the guards surrounded him, and the 40-centimeter machete was aimed at Nefeng. Nefeng shouted, and the magic power in his body surged, and all the guards were blown away. Then he rushed into the gate of Yin Mansion. Not good. The assassin broke into Yin Mansion. Quick! Protect the head of the family. Protect the young master. Protect the young lady. The guards, who had just rushed out, rushed back to Yin Mansion in a hurry. But no one noticed that there was one more person among their group of guards. They're an assassin. Catch the assassin. The head of the guard shouted loudly, and his voice spread throughout the Yin Mansion. Nefeng was mixed in this group of guards, and his clothes had already become the same as theirs. He imitated the head of the guards, raised his head and shouted loudly, Catch the assassin! Hit the assassin! For a moment, all the guards stopped, turned around, and looked at Nefeng at the end of the team. Nefeng spread his hands, showing a sunny smile. What? Haven't you heard of beatbox? Puchi kuda siaiku puchi kuda siaiku, curry. Go ahead and go ahead and go ahead. The air suddenly became quiet for 2 seconds. The head of the guards yelled, He is the assassin. Hit him. Stop. A delicate shout came from a distance. Everyone turned their heads to look. Yin Nujio was standing at the door, wearing a very modern pink pajamas, with messy hair, and she looked like she hadn't woken up yet. Miss. The guards saluted hurriedly, lowered their heads, not daring to look around. Yin Nujio ignored them, and waved to Nefeng. LV Shubu, come here quickly. Nefeng squeezed through the group of guards, and came to Yin Nujio. Didn't you say you would arrive at noon? I haven't even gotten up yet, Yin Nujio said, pulling Nefeng to the backyard. After leaving yesterday, Nefeng contacted Yin Nujio with a mother and child mirror, and told her in advance that he would come today. The time estimate is wrong. I'm here too early. Nafong stared at Yin Nugio's pajamas for a while and asked, "Where did you get these pajamas? Isn't this made in your Black Crow City?" Yin Nugio pouted and said unhappily, "It cost me more than 20,000 copper coins, and you didn't even think of giving me one." "What, made in Black Crow City?" Nafong was stunned for a moment. Has the craftsmanship of Black Crow City reached this level? Oh my god, I'm going to buy two tomorrow. How do you become the city lord? You don't even know what you have at home. When talking about clothes, Yin Nugio suddenly sobered up and said excitedly, "And you have something in Black Crow City. A suspender dress. It's so beautiful, but unfortunately I can't buy any, you must give me two." Give, whatever you want, I give it to you." "Well, it's just a few clothes, just give it to me." Most of the modern clothes in Black Crow City are handmade, with extremely low production, so they are worthless. However, with Nafong's status as the city lord, it would not be a problem to get a few. Great. Yin Nugio happily covered her mouth and laughed. Then she remembered that she had not washed up yet, and hurriedly said, "I will go wash up first. You go to the study over there and wait for a while. My father will be here soon." Nafong nodded, followed the direction of Yin Nugio's finger, and saw a room with the word study written on the plaque. He walked slowly into the study. The room was empty. There were only bookshelves full of books. Nafong looked at the top shelf. There was a very thick book alone. There were 4 words written on the side of the book, "Ancient Book." Is this the original of the Ancient Book? It actually in the Yin family? Nafong's mind moved, and he took the book down and flipped through it quickly. The fonts in the book were crooked, and Nafong didn't recognize any of them. However, he had downloaded the translation package produced by the Creator God's system before, and he only needed to glance at it to know the meaning. This book is also a copy, not the original of the Ancient Book, but the content is exactly the same as the original. It can be regarded as a copy of the original. The content of the book starts from about 280,000 years ago, when the first Chosen One arrived. What surprised Nafong was that the origin of the Chosen One was also vague in the book, and not much was recorded. The main content of this book is about various major events that happened in the primitive world, a bit like a chronicle of the primitive world. The first sentence in the book reads, "In the 670,355th year of the creation God calendar, the Chosen One descended upon the primitive world." People call this year the first year of the primitive calendar. The second sentence reads, "In the 3rd year of the primitive calendar, a fierce conflict broke out between the Chosen One and the natives, resulting in numerous casualties." There is a lot of nonsense afterwards, all about the fighting between the Chosen One and the natives. Until the 36th sentence, "In the 100th year of the primitive calendar, the Chosen One was defeated." How did he lose? Why did he lose? There is no record in the book. But Nafong knew that it was because the lifespan of the Chosen Ones had come to an end, and they all died collectively, so they lost. After that, there was no content about the Chosen Ones in the book, and it was all about the original world. For example, in the 3,391st year of the original calendar, a great evil creature appeared in the sea of no form, and caused a 1,000-meter tsunami, and the people suffered. Another example was in the 64,019th year of the original calendar. The strongest man of the human race opened the sky with a sword, and was eventually killed by lightning. Nafong was not interested in these contents. He quickly flipped back, and finally found the content he wanted to read. The book records, in the 799,955th year of the creation God calendar, the 129,600th year of the primordial calendar, a Chosen One descended into the primordial world. This should be the year of Sayana. Nafong thought to himself. He suddenly remembered that there were a few lines of words engraved on Sayana's statue, which recorded the year when Sayana became a god. I remember it was the 800,036th year of the creation God calendar, 800036 minus. No, sister. It took her 81 years to become a god? What a loser. Chapter 733, the original ancient book. Actually, there is not much recorded in the ancient book about the deeds of the Red Star people. Nafong quickly flipped through a few pages, and saw some fragments about Tang Chichi. After writing down this information, Nafong quickly flipped through the pages, and soon came to the last page, and looked at the last sentence. The last sentence read, "In the 259,121st year of the original calendar, Emperor Xian was born." Nafeng tilted his head slightly, a little confused. Why is there no record in the book of the coming of our chosen one? Calculating the time, this year should be 259,200 in the primitive calendar. Nafeng murmured. That is to say, the book has not been updated to the latest chapter? The content of the book is still stuck in 79 years ago? Oh my god, how long has it been interrupted? The author is too short, deduct money. Ha ha ha, Lord Nafeng is here. I am sorry for not welcoming you. I am sorry for not welcoming you. Outside the study, Yin Shuangying hearty laughter came in. A few seconds later, Yin Shuangying, wearing the same dinosaur pajamas as Guan Gu, appeared at the door of the study. Nafeng's mouth twitched slightly. Master Yin, how are you? No, buddy. Is it appropriate for someone of your status to wear such cartoon pajamas? City Lord Nafeng is reading a book. Looking at Nafeng, who was trying to hold back his laughter. Yin Shuangying didn't care. He sat on the desk very casually, picked up the teapot next to him, and gulped down a big mouthful of water. This ancient book is the copy made by my Yin family, Yin Shuangying said. The original ancient book will randomly appear in a corner of the world every once in a while, and disappear after a day. If you are lucky and close, you can rush over to copy the latest content. If you are unlucky, you can only wait for the next appearance of the ancient book. Nafeng put the replica of the ancient book in his hand back on the bookshelf, and said in surprise, the original ancient book can move? Yin Shuangying explained, in fact, the ancient book is not a book. It is a stone tablet without words. You only need to pour a little magic power into the stone tablet, and the stone tablet will automatically transfer all the contents into your brain. Damn. This. Baidu Cloud Disk? So high-tech? Nafeng is getting more and more curious about the ancient book. And he doesn't know when he can encounter it again? The purpose of Nafeng's City Lord visit this time. My daughter has already told me. Yin Shuangying did not continue to discuss the ancient book, but got back to the point, from what my daughter said. You want to destroy the entire Zhao family? That right. Nafeng found a chair and sat down, and said, with my current strength, it is not difficult to destroy the Zhao family, but I lack manpower, and there is no one to manage the cities I have conquered. So I came to your Yin family for cooperation. At that time, the 7 cities of the Zhao family will belong to your Yin family, and I only need to share a small part of the profit every year. By the way, for win-win cooperation, all kinds of materials produced by our Nancheng will be given priority, and provided to you at a low price. Yin Shuangying pondered for a long time. He was not very good at business, but he was the head of a family after all, and he knew a little bit from what he saw and heard. The cooperation proposed by Nafeng was like giving money to their Yin family for free. The only risk was to guard against the retaliation of the Zhao family, who slipped through the net. Yin Shuangying asked, this kind of good thing? Nafeng City Lord. Just let my Yin family get it. Nafeng said with a smile. Of course, after all, Yin Nujio and I have a good relationship, of course. Your Yin family will be the first one to think of when there is good news. Yin Shuangying's face changed when he heard this. You did something to my daughter? Ah? Nafeng was confused. No, we are just friends. At most an employer and bodyguard relationship. Oh, that really a pity. Yin Shuangying's tone was a little regretful. Nafeng. Yin Shuangying carried the teapot, got down from the desk, walked to the door of the study, and shouted at the top of his voice, come on, serve tea, the guests are dying of thirst. After shouting, Yin Shuangying turned around and looked at Nafeng embarrassedly. It's only 6 o'clock now, and the maids in the mansion haven't gotten up yet. Don't be surprised, Lord Nafeng. Oh, Nafeng chuckled. The maids in your family are very happy. They get up later than the master. Speaking of this, Yin Shuangying got angry and sat down on the desk again. It's still Jijiao, that little girl, who said that maids also have human rights, and that they should arrange their working hours reasonably, ensure adequate sleep, work from 9 to 5, and pay overtime for overtime. Yin Shuangying talked non-stop for a long time, and finally concluded, I don't know which bastard taught these things. If I knew, I would break his dog legs. Nafeng smiled and responded, yes. Master Yin is right. Who else could have taught him? It must be the chosen one who broadcast live. Nafeng guessed that it was probably the chosen one of Nancheng. Only they were so idle. Footsteps soon sounded outside the study. Nafeng turned around and saw a familiar figure. The female boxer Man Ning. After not seeing each other for a long time, Man Ning is stronger than when she was in Liyun City. It is probably because the Yin family gave her a life-saving magic weapon. Master. Man Ning bowed slightly to Yin Shuangying, then took the teapot and went out to fill it with water. Na Feng stared straight at Man Ning, the teapot in her hand. No, don't use this teapot. Yin Shuangying drank from it just now. Don't use it to hold tea. Seeing that Na Feng was staring at Man Ning, Yin Shuangying said, "This is Jiaojia's personal bodyguard. City Lord Na Feng should have seen him." Na Feng nodded absent-mindedly. Yes. I have a good relationship with her. A good relationship again? How come you? Na Feng. Have a good relationship with everyone? Manning came back soon. She was holding the same teapot, but it was full of tea. Na Feng's heart was hanging. Yin Shuangying poured 2 cups of tea and said, then, Na Feng, City Lord. Let's talk about the details. For example, how to wipe out the Zhao family. How many people from our Yin family are needed? How should the benefits be distributed afterwards? Okay, this is what I think. The two of them started to discuss back and forth in the study. And a morning passed quickly. Finally, they reached an agreement before lunch. What a hearty discussion. Yin Shuangying drank the tea in the cup and asked, Lord Na Feng, after discussing for a whole morning, aren't you thirsty? Our Yin family tea is famous for its delicious taste. Would you like to try it? Na Feng gave a fake smile. Thank you for your concern, Master Yin. But I don't like tea. Yin Shuangying said with regret. What a pity. Seeing that Na Feng didn't drink, Yin Shuangying directly picked up the teapot, put his mouth to the spout, and gulped it down. Then, he threw the teapot to the ground and laughed heartily. Let go. Eat. The chef in my Yin mansion is a first-class chef. Na Feng looked at the broken pieces of the teapot on the ground and was a little speechless. Couldn't you smash it earlier? I didn't drink water for the whole morning. Chapter 734. I'm here. Are you ready? Na Feng stayed in Yin Mansion for 2 days. There was very detailed information about the Zhao family in Yin Mansion. Na Feng read it all and memorized it in his mind. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. Although in terms of hard power, the Zhao family is not their opponent at all. But Na Feng still decided to be careful. In the past 2 days, the Yin family has also been gathering people from all directions and transferring them to Yukon City and Wuming City, preparing to take over these 2 cities first. The 6th day of the 5th month of the Dragon calendar. After a few days of rest in Nameless City, the 300 chosen ones in South City set out again, preparing to attack the next Infinite City. Let go, brothers, get ready to go. Su Ming stood on a high place and said loudly, Luo Gu has arrived at Infinite City in advance. In 1 minute, everyone will teleport there together. Do you understand? Understood. Got it. The brothers responded in a flurry, and then talked in groups of 3 or 2. I heard that this time. We are going to attack the remaining 5 cities directly without taking a break? Yes. Nanshan has already found a logistics team. Once we take them down, the logistics team can take over. That good? Otherwise, it would take 5 minutes to attack the city and 7 or 8 days to rest. It would be a waste of time. I hope the Zhao family and the Sakura people can help. And don't let them fall apart at the first touch. 1 minute passed quickly. Su Ming shouted loudly, Brothers, teleport. Swish, swish, swish. In the backyard of the inn, silver-white lights lit up, and the chosen ones in the venue disappeared one after another. At the same time, in the back garden of the City Lord Mansion of Infinite City, the chosen ones appeared one after another. Oh my god, where is this? Su Ming, who had just been teleported, looked around in shock. This huge back garden, a building as gorgeous as a palace, and the best maids in revealing clothes. Is this the Imperial Palace? The people in Nanchung who were teleported here were dumbfounded. In the back garden, those maids who were wearing revealing clothes were also dumbfounded. No, where did these people come from? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It the damn invaders. They have already reached the back garden, hurry. Guard. The surroundings began to be noisy, hundreds of guards shouted, and rushed to the back garden. Xiao Luo calmly flew to the roof of the City Lord Mansion, leaving only one sentence, You guys go ahead, I support you. Xiao Luo was too lazy to participate in this level of battle. And he couldn't participate, because if he slashed with his sword, the city would be split in half. He was the ruin maker. Brothers, kill! Su Ming roared, and strode towards the oncoming guards. Brutal charge. Wu Yuansheng shot a cloud-piercing arrow into the sky and shouted loudly, "The first person to catch the Lord of Infinite City will be rewarded with 5 copper coins." Fuck. It actually 5 copper coins. We have to fight to the death. That the main hall of the City Lord Mansion. Brothers, follow me and rush in. Oh. Shit. Who put up a big pillar here? Look carefully. This is your Grandpa Huang magic needle. Huang Yuanming, who had recovered, had a long stick in his hand that suddenly grew to 200 meters. Veins popped out on his face. And he shouted, "Get out of the way! Look at me! The river! The sea! Overturn!" Hearing this, everyone in Nancheng flew into the sky. Below, Huang Yuanming waved a long stick that was more than 1 person thick, and used inertia to move forward, throwing the long stick to cover the top of the head. Wherever the long stick passed, people and horses fell. Walls and buildings collapsed. On the roof, Xiao Luo's toes lightly touched the tiles and floated in the air. The City Lord Mansion under his feet was smashed to pieces by Huang Yuanming's stick and slowly collapsed. Ha! Clear the field. Cool. Huang Yuanming laughed. With him as the center, there was no one standing within 200 meters. What a waste. Xiao Luo shook his head lightly. A good building, a good back garden, was turned into ruins by Huang Yuanming's stick. Fortunately, the Yin family took over this place afterwards, and they didn't have to rebuild it themselves. Bold. Bold. You invaders, you deserve to die. At this time, the strong men in Infinite City finally arrived. There are more strong men here than in Nameless City. Xiao Luo only took a glance, and found 2 strong men of level 43 and 5 strong men of level 42. But he still didn't plan to take action. Enemies of this level can be completely dealt with by Su Ming, Wu Yuansheng, Huang Yuanming and others. Swish. Another silver light flashed. Nanfeng came out of the teleportation array, and came to Xiao Luo. What the situation? Nanfeng asked, while scanning the situation on the battlefield. Xiao Luo said calmly, "Everything is under control. Infinite City there are no top masters, not even level 44 masters, and they can't withstand the attack of the South City army." Nanfeng nodded, and said, "You are supporting the brothers, I will go directly to the next city, Sleepless City. When the battle here is over, let the brothers teleport over." Nanfeng did not intend to give the Zhao family any breathing time. They dared to kill the Chosen One, dared to protect the Sakura Man, and become the backer of the Sakura Man, then they would have to accept the violent blows from the South City. Xiao Luo hummed, "Be careful. You should be careful," Nanfeng said. "Maybe Sakura Taro is hiding in the city, wanting to repeat the situation in the Nameless City. You should keep an eye on the brothers." "Don't worry. I checked the whole city." Nanfeng said no more. His body flashed with streams of light, and the tactical mecha began to transform, turning into a real mecha. The mecha was shining and full of metallic texture. Fuck. What is this? What? Iron Man. Nanshan has changed his equipment again. I'm so jealous. In the amazed eyes of everyone in Nancheng, Nanfeng smiled lightly and rushed into the sky. This guy pretends perfectly. Very boss-like. Tactical mecha can change his outfit at will according to Nanfeng wishes. This is also the first time that Nanfeng transforms into a mecha, and he didn't expect the effect to be so good. Look at those envious looks, ha ha ha, cool. Nanfeng is above the clouds, flying quickly to Sleepless City. At the junction of Haoyu Empire and Wadika Empire, Agassi Desert. The scorching sun keeps the desert at an extremely high temperature. Several beasts that strayed into the desert were fainted by the heat. They fainted on the tiny grains of sand. And soon, ants the size of a fingernail crawled onto their bodies. A few minutes later, there was only a pile of bones left. Where was the trace of the beasts? In the center of the desert, the incarnation of the emperor sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. His body was covered with ants of all sizes. These ants were frantically gnawing at the emperor's body, but their sharp teeth, which they were proud of, could not bite through the emperor's skin. Finally, after meditating for several days, the emperor slowly opened his eyes. The tens of thousands of ants on his body lost their lives in an instant and fell into the sand. The emperor stood up, looked in the direction of the Wadika Empire, and whispered, "Soyana, I'm here. Are you ready?" Chapter 735. Seizing an Empty City. In 3 days, 3 cities were captured in succession. It took the people of Nancheng only 3 days to capture Infinite City, Sleepless City, an untitled city in one go. This incident caused a great uproar in the Hallyu Empire. You know, cities are not closely connected. Between two cities, there are either towering mountains, wide rivers, or gloomy jungles. Most caravans need 10 days or half a month to reach one city from another. But this group of chosen ones only took 3 days to conquer 3 cities. It is hard to imagine how they did it. In fact, if they did not need to hurry, Nanfeng and his team could have taken these 3 cities in one day. Because the Zhao family and the Sakura people did not intend to defend the city at all. Except for Infinite City, which was defended by a few strong men, other cities did not resist at all. Even when attacking Untitled City, the city defense army there surrendered directly. It boring. It really boring. Wang Yuanming put the long stick on the ground and stood on one foot on the top of the stick. Standing on one leg, the Zhao family is not good either. Are the 4 major families of the Hallyu Empire all rotten fish and shrimp? Not far from him. A steward of the Yin family had a slightly stiff face. Brother, why are you so close to the face? At this time, Wang Yuanming also noticed this steward, and seeing that his face was not right, he quickly added, Brother, I didn't say that the Yin family was rotten fish and shrimp. I was talking about the 4 major families. Our Yin family is one of the 4 major families. Aren't you making my pores widen? The Yin family steward gave Wang Yuanming a stiff smile and left quickly. Forget it, I won't bother with these barbarians. I'd better go and count the inventory quickly. When he thought that everything in the warehouse belonged to the Yin family, the steward felt happy and couldn't help whistling. He trotted to the door of the town warehouse, opened the door and looked, and suddenly the sky fell. The warehouse is empty, not even a hair. Before the Zhao family evacuated, they emptied the warehouse and looted the city, leaving us a mess. In the city lord mansion of Wuming City, Yin Shuangying said with a bad face. There were many people standing in the hall. Why were they standing? Because even the tables, chairs and benches were emptied by the Zhao family. Most of the civilians in the city were robbed, and now they are poor and have nothing, no different from refugees. Those rich people packed up their belongings and ran away early. Yin Shuangying said in a deep voice. Taking over the city is equivalent to taking over a group of refugees. Not only will there be no profit, but my Yin family will have to pay to support them. This is a losing business. Nanfeng rested his chin in thought. Yin Shuangying was right. This city had been emptied by the Zhao family. Except for hundreds of thousands of penniless civilians. Nothing was left. There was no money and no resources. If we choose to take over the city, we will need to invest a large amount of money to support these civilians first. The Yin family is rich and powerful, and can afford so much money. But who would be willing to make a loss-making deal? Yin Shuangying is unwilling to do so anyway. Lord Nanfeng, my suggestion is that we don't want this city either. Yin Shuangying put forward his own idea. He wants our Yin family to clean up the mess left by the Zhao family. No way, Xiao Luo said. What about the people in the city? Yin Shuangying shook his head. If there were fewer people, I could still think of a way. But there are too many people. I can't do anything about it. The implication was that these civilians should fend for themselves. The Yin family steward said. To save these people, we need to transport a large amount of supplies, which will take at least half a month. Half a month. At least half of the people will starve to death. And during the transportation of supplies, they may be robbed by the Zhao family, which is very risky. As he was talking, the manager suddenly raised his eyebrows. It's not that easy for the Zhao family to transport all the supplies in the city. Right? They may not have gone far. We still have time to catch up with them now. It's too late. Nanfeng shook his head. The Zhao family has the help of the Chosen One. And the speed of transferring supplies is very fast. Through town warehouses and transactions, those Sakura people can transfer as city supplies thousands of miles away in half a day. Of course, Nanfeng and his team can also transfer as city supplies in a very short time. The question now is it worth it? Are the people of this city worth the Yin family spending a lot of resources to save? Dad, we have to take this city. Outside the door, Yin Nujio and Man Ning walked in with small steps. Yin Shuangying's face darkened. What do you know as a girl? Get out quickly. Adults are talking. Children should go play outside. Yin Nujio put her hands on her hips. Dad, I'm not just talking casually. I've seriously considered it. Yin Shuangying pretended to chase Yin Nujio out. Yin Nujio said hurriedly, we can take advantage of this issue, create momentum, and make ourselves a righteous army. Na Feng stopped in front of Yin Shuangying and said with a smile, Master Yin, why don't we listen to Yin Nujiu ideas? Maybe her ideas are good? What does she know as a little girl? She can't do anything except live broadcast every day. Yin Shuangying muttered a few words. Waved his hand. Forget it. Since the Lord of Nafeng City has spoken, then you can talk. Yin Nujiu showed a smug expression and slowly said, we have captured several cities in succession. This has caused a great uproar in the Haoyue Empire and has become a topic of conversation among the people. Dad, do you know what those people say about us? They say that our Yin family is a robber, a demon, that we are colluding with alien races, provoking wars for no reason, and massacring civilians. We deserve to die. Nonsense! Yin Shuangying cursed. No one in our Yin family has ever been on the battlefield, and no one has ever used a knife. How could we massacre civilians? Na Feng waved his hands quickly. We have never massacred civilians. We strictly abide by the principle of not killing those who surrender, and not killing civilians. Yin Nujiu nodded gently. I know you haven't done these things, and I believe what you say. But the civilians don't believe it. So we need to show them the evidence to make them believe it. Wuti City is a good piece of evidence. The Zhao family emptied the entire city like bandits. And what about our Yin family? All kinds of materials were transferred from other places to save the people in the city. I just need to go around the streets with a live broadcast, talk to a few people, and spread this matter. And the reputation of the Yin family and the Zhao family will immediately reverse. The Yin family will become a kind-hearted bodhisattva. And what about the Zhao family? A demon who eats people without spitting out bones. Dad, haven't you always been worried that our act of seizing the Zhao family territory will cause dissatisfaction from the Moon Emperor? After today, everything we do will become a just act. And we are saving the people of the world. Even if this matter is reported to the gods and spread to the Moon God Palace, the Moon Emperor will not find any fault. Chapter 736. I want to save the people of this city. Yin Nujiu idea, in simple terms, is to use the resources of a city in exchange for a good reputation. A legitimate reason to seize the Zhao family city. Only with a legitimate reason can we stop the gossips. Yin Shuangying lowered his head and thought. To be honest, he felt that his daughter's statement was really feasible. The Yin family manager on the side shook his head frantically, disagreeing 100 times. No, master, this deal is too unprofitable. How long will it take us to earn back the materials of a city? We have already taken over 4 cities. It doesn't matter if we don't want this untitled city. There is really no need to spend so much money to take over the city. As for reputation, we haven't done anything. We just haven't done it. We just need to issue a notice to the world. Those people can believe it if they want to, or forget it if they don't. Can those ordinary people do anything to our Yin family? The manager expressed his opinion completely from the perspective of interests. For him, the Yin family took over the 4 cities of the Zhao family, and they really made a fortune. But that also requires management, and they earn money slowly year after year. They can't just empty the 4 cities like the Zhao family did. Right? Wouldn't they be killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? Yin Shuangying was a little entangled, because he felt that what the manager said made sense. He roughly estimated that if he took over Untitled City, he would need to immediately take out 20 billion copper coins of materials to ensure that the people in the city would not starve to death within half a year. 20 billion copper coins. The 4 cities that the Yin family has taken over. Yukong City, Wuming City, Wuxian City. Wuming City can bring the Yin family about 2 billion net profits a year. It will take at least 10 years to get back the investment. No one can predict what will happen in these 10 years. If Nafeng loses, these cities will be taken back by the Zhao family. Wouldn't that mean they will lose everything? Even if Nafeng wins, but if he fails to kill the 2 level 45 masters of the Zhao family, it will be troublesome. That a level 45 warrior. They come to harass him every day. Who can stand it? No one else on the scene spoke, giving Yin Shuangying enough quiet space to think. After 2 minutes of consideration, finally, Yin Shuangying glanced at Yin Nujiu, waved his hand, and said domineeringly, I take it. This title is city Yin Shuangying. We'll take it. Jiao, everything will be done as you say. Yeah. Yin Nujiu happily threw herself into Yin Shuangying's arms, smiled. Dad, I won't let you down. The Yin family steward legs went limp, and he almost collapsed to the ground. It was over. It was all over. And the Yin family had lost a lot. Xiao Luo said calmly, Master Yin, You made a wise decision. If you gave up Woody City, we would not give you the other 4 cities. Yin Shuangying looked at Xiao Luo in confusion, and then turned to look at Na Feng. His eyes meant who this kid was. Could he make decisions on behalf of the city lord? Na Feng chuckled and said, "What he said represents what I said." Yin Shuangying's face condensed, and he put away his contempt. He looked at Xiao Luo with his peripheral vision, and said in his heart, "It seems that this boy has a high status in Nancheng. I will find a chance to introduce my little daughter to him." As the head of a large family, Yin Shuangying has many daughters. One thing that bothers him every day is how to marry off these good daughters. Xiao Luo said again, "Don't worry, Master Yin. We will not let you do a losing business. The Zhao family can transfer the materials, and we can also take the materials back." Na Feng nodded, and added, "You just need to pay first, and don't let the people in the city starve to death. When we get the supplies back, we will double the supply for you." Yin Shuangying nodded silently, but he still couldn't help asking a question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. "Lord Na Feng, are you sure you can destroy the Zhao family?" "As far as I know, the head of the Zhao family is a level 45 strongman, and the Zhao family also has an ancestor who is also a level 45 strongman. Of course, I know you are also level 45, and you are definitely stronger than the 2 people in the Zhao family. But if the 2 Zhao family members don't want to fight, and just want to escape, you may not be able to kill them. Right? There are indeed differences in strength between level 45, but as Yin Shuangying said, if one of them wants to escape, it will be difficult for the other party to kill him." Na Feng smiled slightly. "There is no need for Master Yin to worry about this. I will definitely kill them." Tactical Mecha. After upgrading, Na Feng's speed has reached the highest among the same level. Even if it is long Woody, at most he could only compete with Na Feng in burst at a short distance, and he is far inferior to Na Feng in long-distance flight. Run? No level 45 warrior can outrun Na Feng. Besides, they still have Tang Chungyun on their side. Level 46 versus level 45, wouldn't that be a simple crush? Untitled City. Tang Chungyun, wearing simple clothes, wandered around the city. From time to time, he could hear various complaints, sobs, and discussions. Before leaving, the Zhao family swept away all the supplies in the city, and even the young chickens in the homes of the common people were not spared. In the current Untitled City, food is seriously scarce. The most terrifying thing is that these people can't leave even if they want to. Without food, without copper coins, without carriages, they want to walk to another city, which is tantamount to suicide. How can they save the people in this city? Tang Chungyun was thinking. He wanted to inform Tang Yu, the current head of the Tang family, and ask him to bring supplies over, but this place is too far from Black Crow City, and the risks on the road are too great, so he had to give up. The Yin family should give up this city. Right? Tang Chungyun thought to himself. He put himself in their shoes and thought, if he were the head of the Yin family, he would most likely give up this city. What does the life and death of these people have to do with him? It was the Zhao family who took away the supplies. Why should he pay out of his own pocket to save these people? However, these thoughts are the thoughts that Tang Chungyun would have at level 45. Now that he is level 46, he has a feeling of returning to nature. He empathizes with the people's thoughts more, and he begins to have a compassionate heart that sympathizes with the world. Is this the path I will take in the future? Tang Chungyun thought to himself. Only by following the will of the heart can one go higher and further. He, Tang Chungyun, wants to save the people in this city. Thinking of this, Tang Chungyun quickly walked towards the city lord mansion. He needed to discuss with Na Feng what to do. When he turned to the next intersection, he suddenly saw a large group of people surrounding a beautiful woman. And next to this beautiful woman, there were bags of food piled up like mountains. Chapter 737 Yen Nugio starts live broadcast. Hallyu Empire, Wuhai City. Tens of thousands of years ago, Wuhai City was just a small fishing village. Zhao Wu, the ancestor of the Zhao family, was born in this small fishing village. He left the village at the age of 12, and worked hard outside for hundreds of years, finally making a name for himself. In his later years, Zhao Wu had the idea of returning to his roots. He returned to this small fishing village, and built it into a solid city, named Wuhai City. As time goes by, tens of thousands of years have passed in a flash. After several major earthquakes, the sea level near Wuhai City retreated more than 100 kilometers. Without seawater next to Wuhai City, the name of this city gradually evolved into Wuhai City. But the only thing that has not changed is that this is still the base camp of the Zhao family. The Zhao family built this place as solid as a rock, with amazing defense power. Even the moon emperors of all generations could not reach into Wuhai City. At this time, in the backyard of the city lord mansion in Wuhai City, Sakura Taro had a faint smile on his face, and calmly listened to the Zhao family patriarch telling the history of the Zhao family. The Zhao family background is so unfathomable. I really admire it. Sakura Taro's face was full of compliments. Ha ha ha. Mr. Sakura, you are too kind. Zhao Yanjua, the patriarch of the Zhao family, was a fat middle-aged bald man who looked very greasy. He stretched out his hand and scratched his butt, and said with a smile, I am also happy today, and I just nagged so much on a whim. Mr. Sakura, are you tired of listening? Don't blame me. Don't blame me. Sakura Taro waved his hands repeatedly. No. 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 The two spoke in a literary manner, but they both had a lot of thoughts in their hearts. A few dozen meters in front of them was the huge warehouse of the city lord mansion, which was used to store various supplies. There were hundreds of Sakura country chosen ones, who were queuing up to walk into the warehouse. After they entered the warehouse, they only needed to wave their hands casually, and a large pile of supplies would appear on the ground out of thin air. These supplies were all moved from Untitled City. Zhao Yanjua looked at this scene, and his chubby face smiled even more. This time, I have to thank Mr. Sakura and your colleagues. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to vacate the entire Untitled City in just one day. Sakura Taro smiled. You're welcome, Mr. Yanjua. We are close partners. As he said that, a slight regret flashed across his face. The bastards in Longwa acted too fast, and we didn't have time to vacate other cities. It a pity. And the Longwa people got a big advantage for nothing. It okay, Mr. Sakura. Zhao Yanjua narrowed his eyes with a smile. Our Zhao family. Not just anyone can bully us. The Yin family, the dragon people, took my things. I will make them pay tenfold. Zhao Yanjua's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and I don't know what bad ideas he was planning. Speaking of this, Zhao Yanjua suddenly thought of something, and laughed even more happily. We empty Woody City. The Yin family must be in a headache now. Right? Ha ha, then there are a whole city of low-class people. I wonder how he will deal with them. Sakura Taro said, I have sent people to various cities to spread the news. The Yin family colluded with foreign races, provoked wars for no reason, caused the jealousy of heaven and the resentment of people, and the blood flowed like a river. Now, the Yin family has a very low reputation in the Halyu Empire, and is constantly scolded. Their major industries have also begun to be boycotted by the people. In the cities near the Moon God Palace, there are still rumors that the Yin family is going to rebel. I think the Moon Emperor is about to get restless. Even if your Zhao family doesn't fight back, the Yin family will be finished. Okay. Okay. You did a good job on this matter. Zhao Yanjua laughed. How can the little Yin family be a match for my Zhao family? I don't even have to make a move. I can get rid of them with just a little trick. Sakura Taro smiled. He thought to himself, you used a little trick? You are a fool. Just like Fat Tiger. You don't have any brains. You only know how to fight. You can't think of this kind of strategy even if you think about it for 10,000 years. Of course, he couldn't say such words. After all, he still wanted to get more benefits from Zhao Yanjua. Master! Master! Something bad has happened. The pleasant atmosphere was broken by the sudden shout. Zhao Yanjua put away his smile and turned to look in the direction of the sound. His personal maid was holding a mirror and running towards him in a panic. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you dead? Zhao Yanjua asked coldly. No, no. The maid ran all the way over, and was a little out of breath. Snap! Zhao Yanjua grabbed the Zi Jing with one hand, and slapped the maid's face with the other hand, slapping her more than 10 meters away. Get away, useless thing, you only embarrass me, said. Zhao Yanjua turned his head, and his face returned to a smiling expression. The maid of the house has never seen the world, and she yelled for a little thing, making Mr. Sakura laugh. Sakura Taro did not reply. His eyes were already attracted by the scene in the sub-mirror. Zhao Yanjua saw this, and also looked at the sub-mirror. In the sub-mirror, Yen Nujio walked into a small courtyard. The courtyard was empty. There was no bucket next to the well, and no chickens in the chicken coop. If there was no little girl playing in the courtyard, Yen Nujio would have thought that no one had lived in this courtyard for a long time. Family members, you see, This family seems to have been robbed by bandits. It empty. Yin Nugyo walked slowly towards the little girl in the yard. Let ask what happened. Little sister. Yin Nugyo squatted in front of the little girl. Smiling brightly. The little girl grabbed the corner of her clothes and looked at Yin Nugyo timidly. Little sister. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Yin Nugyo asked gently. I want to ask you. Why is there nothing in your house? The little girl lowered her head and said in a low voice, Yesterday, a bad guy came to our house to steal things. My little stool was taken away. Yin Nugyo asked again, Then do you know who those bad guys are? The little girl was a little flustered, looking around, not daring to speak. Yin Nugyo held her hand and said gently, Don't be afraid, sister will protect you. Come, tell sister, who are those bad guys? The little girl gritted her teeth and said, They are from the Zhao family. Our family, Uncle Zhou family, Grandma Wang family, and many other people homes, were all taken away by the Zhao family. The Zhao family is bad. They are all bad people. The little girl pouted and said in a childish tone. Zhao Yanjua sneered, What a joke. What does a child words mean? Only people with mental problems will believe it. The Yin family wants to use such a childish method to reverse the situation? It really funny. But beside him, Sakura Taro had a serious face and couldn't laugh at all, because he had guessed what Yin Nugyo would do next. Chapter 738 Word of Mouth Reputation, 2-Level Reversal. In Woody City, Yin Nugyo walked on the street, interviewing the residents of Woody City one by one. The residents were indignant, telling the Zhao family crimes one by one. The Zhao family is simply inhuman. They emptied the city's supplies and ignored the people in the city. Too bad. How can there be such bad people in the world? They even want to steal my 2-year-old son crotchless pants. In fact, the Zhao family has always been bad. The people of the Zhao family bully men and women and accept bribes. The people of our Wudi city have always lived in dire straits. I heard that the Yin family was coming, and I was happy for a while. Who knew that the Zhao family was so unkind? They emptied the whole city and left nothing for the Yin family. Ah? You said that the Yin family started the war and the people suffered? No. The Yin family is saving us. That right. We civilians also have human rights. Why do those big families bully us for no reason? Do you know what the Yin family philosophy is? Everyone is equal. The emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. I know. I know. I heard that once. Yin Xuanying, the head of the Yin family, drank too much and accidentally demolished someone's store. What if he demolished it afterwards? Not only did he pay 3 times the compensation, he also apologized to the store owner in front of the neighbors. Compared to that, the Zhao family is really like a beast. Alas, now the whole Woody city has no food at all. How are we ordinary people supposed to survive? For a moment, the people on the whole street, as if they had agreed, sighed at the same time. Yin Nugyo smiled slightly and said loudly, Fellow villagers, don't worry. Our Yin family is already transporting supplies. I promise that as long as our Yin family is still in Wudi City, every one of you will be able to eat well and wear warm clothes. Next to Yin Nugyo, there was a girl with a dusty face, who asked doubtfully, But there are hundreds of thousands of people in our city. Are Yin family really willing to take out so many supplies to save us? That tens of billions of copper coins. Yin Nugyo smiled and said, Of course. Our Yin family is people-oriented, and every citizen is worth saving. I have already said that as long as our Yin family is still in Wudi City, you will never lack food and clothing. At this time, another citizen shouted from behind, What if your Yin family leaves tomorrow? Won't we all starve to death? Before Yin Nugyo could speak, another person also shouted, You can't leave. I support the Yin family becoming the new lord of Wudi City. Be the city lord. Be the city lord. Be the city lord. Yin family. Yin family. Yin family. In the live broadcast, the people raised their arms and shouted passionately. At the same time, in various cities of the Haoyu Empire, the netizens who were watching the live broadcast began to discuss. So the Zhao family is such a beast? Emptying a city, is this something a human can do? So I have always wronged the Yin family. What a great equality for all. What a great crime for the emperor to commit as much as the people. I agree with the Yin family philosophy. I want to join the Yin family. The Yin family is not attacking the Zhao family, but saving the people oppressed by the Zhao family. You fools. You believe whatever the anchor says? Those people are obviously invited actors. You are the actor. Silly bird. Actor? How could our lovely anchor invite actors? Empty a city in one day. Only fools would believe such rhetoric. Yes. I'm talking about you fools. Fuck. You protect the Zhao family so much. Are you the Zhao family dog? You are the Yin family dog. Fuck. Brothers. There is a Zhao family running dog here. Beat him up. In this era when every family has at least one Zijing, Yin Nujio influence in the Haoyue Empire is very large, and she can be said to be the top anchor in the entire Zimu Jing. Her live broadcast today instantly changed countless people's views on the Yin and Zhao families. Reputation and reputation reversed. In Wuhai City, Zhao Yinjua's face turned pale, and his hand holding Zijing was shaking. Slander, all slander. Zhao Yinjua was furious. When did we accept bribes? How could my Zhao family be interested in the little money of you poor guys? Sakura Taro looked straight ahead and said nothing. Mr. Sakura, what do you mean? Don't you believe me? Zhao Yinjua became even angrier and couldn't even keep his signature smile. They are all lies, all made up. What about Yin Shuangying smashing someone's store after getting drunk? And he still wants triple compensation? Pa! It nonsense. Yin Shuangying doesn't drink at all. Sakura Taro slowly said, Yin Zhujuan? It's too late to say this now. Even if the other things are made up by the other party. You can't do anything about it. Because the fact that we emptied Wuyi City is true. In this matter. Even if the Zhao family wants to broadcast live to quibble. They can't. Because hundreds of thousands of people in Wuyi City can testify. Yin family. Zhao Yinjua gnashed his teeth. The Yin family actions have completely ruined the reputation of the Zhao family. This made Zhao Yinjua panic. Because his great-grandfather, Zhao Hai, is likely to come out of seclusion in the next 2 days. If Zhao Hai knew that the Zhao family reputation is so low now, he would probably eat him alive. Zhao Hai, 1,132 years old this year, is slightly older than Tang Chongyun. The two are people of the same era. They fought many times when they were young. And both sides won and lost. There is no saying that one is definitely better than the other. 30 years ago, Zhao Hai suddenly had an epiphany, and felt that he had touched the opportunity for a breakthrough. So he went into seclusion. But he failed to break through, and chose to come out of seclusion half a month later. In the following 30 years, Zhao Hai has been in seclusion, coming out of seclusion, in seclusion, and coming out of seclusion in a cycle. He always inexplicably felt the opportunity for a breakthrough. But he could not break through. However, more than half a month ago, Zhao Hai suddenly returned from outside mysteriously, saying that he had found a great opportunity and would definitely be able to break through to level 46 within a month. Calculating the time. It about these 2 days. No. Before Grandpa comes out of retreat. I have to do something to please him. Zhao Yinjua thought in his heart. Why not go and find some top beauties to present to Grandpa? Huh? The girl from the Yin family, who was live streaming just now. Seems pretty good. Zhao Yinjua grinned. Yin family. Wait until my grandpa breaks through level 46. And you guys will die. Untitled City. Yin Nujio turned off the live broadcast, raised her white arms high, and shouted happily, Friends. The mission is successfully completed. For a moment, the people on the street cheered. Su Ming wiped the dust off his face. Oh, it finished. It time to get a box lunch. Wu Yuansheng pounded his thigh. It's so tiring to be an extra. Wang Yuanming put his hands on his hips. Brothers. How did I tell the story just now? I originally wanted to tell the story of Yin Shuangying uprooting the weeping willow, and Yin Nujio stealing the birthday gift. But considering that there is not enough time, I have to give up. Yin Nujio. Yin Nujio looked at Huang Yuanming speechlessly, and defined him in her heart. A low-class man. Huang Yuanming was still talking big. Yin Nujio didn't want to pay attention to him, walked to the dusty girl next to her, and said happily, Sister Yuran, your black suspender dress is so beautiful today. Can I see it? Yuran wiped the dust off her face, and said with a smile, Of course. Chapter 739 Who made you like this? Few of the civilians in Untitled City dared to say bad things about the Zhao family. Even though the Zhao family had evacuated Untitled City, and had emptied the city of supplies before evacuating, they still dared not say anything. In this world, the gap between people is too big, and the class is seriously solidified. High-level strongmen have absolute power of life and death. When the civilians were wronged, they could only swallow their anger. So Nanfeng temporarily transferred more than 200 extras from Nansheng to play supporting roles. In the City Lord Mansion of Untitled City, Nanfeng, Su Zuren, Yin Shuangying were having a meeting. The Yin family had already renovated the city lord mansion and had the most basic tables, chairs, benches, teapots, teacups, etc. Nefeng took a sip of tea and said, "If we do more live broadcasts like this, the people's hearts will be on the Yin family side. And the Zhao family will soon become a rat crossing the street that everyone wants to beat." Yin Shuangying frowned slightly, observing Nefeng with his peripheral vision. Suzerain said, "I have transferred a large amount of supplies from Nancheng. Enough for the people of Wudicheng to eat for 2 or 3 days. The rest of the supplies, the head of the Yin family needs to find a way himself. Temporary mobilization of supplies is a very troublesome matter, and the Yin family needs time to prepare. Nefeng can only take out the supplies from Nancheng as a cushion, because the chosen one can trade thousands of miles away, without human transportation, which is very convenient. Of course, this resource will be reimbursed to Yin Shuangying in due time." "Master Yin? Master Yin? Are you listening to me?" Suzerain saw Yin Shuangying ignored him, and called him twice again. Yin Shuangying came back to his senses, and hurriedly sat up straight, nodding repeatedly. "No problem, my Yin family is already doing its best to distribute it, and the first batch of resources is expected to arrive the day after tomorrow." Nefeng nodded. "Okay, when Wudi City is on the right track, I will take my brothers to attack the next city. Now, there are only 2 territories of the Zhao family, Wuhai City and Wuguang City. In terms of distance, Wuhai City is closer to Wudi City. But Yin Shuangying said that it is the Zhao family nest, and the defense must be very strong, and it may even be counterattacked by the Yin family. So Nefeng thought about taking a detour and taking down Wuguang City. As for the last Wuhai City, Nefeng was not in a hurry. He planned to leave the Zhao family and the Sakura people alone for 10 days and half a month, and then take them down in one fell swoop when they relax their vigilance. This can reduce the casualties in Nancheng. Then today meeting ends here? Dismissed. Nefeng clapped his hands, announcing the end of this brief meeting. Yin Shuangying seemed to be a little worried, absent-mindedly left the hall of the city lord mansion. "Nefeng, have you noticed that? The head of the Yin family seems to have been observing you." After Yin Shuangying left, Suzerain lowered his voice and said, "I found it." Nefeng nodded slowly. His mental power is now extremely high, and he has extremely keen perception. How could he not notice Yin Shuangying's eyes peeking at him? But he couldn't figure it out. Why did Yin Shuangying spy on him? It couldn't be. It couldn't be. It couldn't be. Yin Shuangying had many children and grandchildren. There was no such thing. What could be the reason? Nefeng fell into deep thought. "Dad. I'm back." Isn't my dad here?" A beautiful young figure jumped in from the door. It was Yin Nujio. She looked around the hall, didn't see Yin Shuangying, and couldn't help feeling disappointed. "He not here? I wanted him to comment on the most popular outfit in my other world." Nefeng heard this, looked up at Yin Nujio, and was stunned. What the hell? Yin Nujio was wearing a white suspender sports vest plus high-waisted elastic denim shorts, a khaki long windbreaker on the outside, and a black Nancheng family with letters, and a 100% restored Valentino. She was a real beauty of the new era. Oh my god, did a fashion blogger on a certain audio platform come out of the phone? Nefeng said speechlessly. It's been a while since we last met. Who made you look like this? Sister, you ran. Yin Nujio spread her hands, turned around naturally, and said proudly, "How is it? Does it look good?" Nefeng scratched his head. "It looks good. But your style doesn't match this world. The streets outside are all ancient costumes. You are wearing such modern clothes. It's out of place. Isn't it? Don't you think it doesn't match?" Yin Nujio frowned. Sister Yuren said, "You all dress like this in Nancheng." Nefeng knew that the clothing industry in Nancheng was developing very fast. Because ancient costumes were too troublesome to wear, it took a long time to take off pants to poop. How could the lazy people in Nancheng stand this? They assembled a very basic sewing machine a few months ago, and started to mass-produce all kinds of pants, shirts, underwear, panties. But Nefeng didn't know that the clothing industry in Nancheng was developing so fast. They even made black silk with letters. Can this thing sell well? Yin Nujio showed off in front of the two men for a while, then left the city lord mansion, and went to find Yin Shuangying. The rate of turning heads along the way was 2,000%. The Yin family temporarily requisitioned a large courtyard in Untitled City as a temporary residence. At this time, Yin Shuangying, who had just returned from the city lord mansion, sat in the courtyard, holding a beautiful teacup in his hand, frowning and thinking. Strange, Nathong City Lord clearly told me that he doesn't like to drink tea. But why is he drinking it all the time today? Is today tea better than my Yin family tea? No. It impossible. My Yin family tea is the best in the world. The Lord of Nathong City must have been possessed by someone. Is it the Dream God or the Emperor? By the way, a pocket watch cult appeared in the Empire some time ago. I heard that the leader hypnotic skills are extremely powerful. Is the Lord of Nathong City hypnotized? No. I have to go find that kid named Xiao Luo to ask. On what a mature man thinks when he is absent-minded, before he walked out of the gate, the Yin family steward rushed in from outside in a panic, and almost bumped into Yin Shuangying. Why are you in a panic? Stepped in dog shit? Yin Shuangying said unhappily. No. The Yin family steward took 2 deep breaths, with a sad face. Master, the young lady. What? Jijiao? Yin Shuangying pupils shrank sharply, and the terrifying aura in his body burst out instantly, blasting the gate of the yard away. What happened to Jiao? The Yin family steward looked at Yin Shuangying with horror, and stepped back repeatedly, fearing that Yin Shuangying would punch him to death in anger. Master, the young lady is fine. She just wore strange clothes. Oh, I thought Jiaji was murdered. Yin Shuangying momentum was gone in an instant, and he rolled his eyes. You have been with me for decades. When will you learn to be calm? Yin Shuangying pointed at the steward and chuckled. Juju is cheerful and wears strange clothes. Yin knew. Jiao. He was halfway through his words when he saw Yin Nujio, wearing black silk stockings, jumping across the street. The people on both sides of the street stared at him in amazement. How shameful! How shameful! Yin Shuangying eyebrows stood up in anger. Seeing this, the Yin family steward tiptoed away. He was afraid that Yin Shuangying would punch him to death in extreme anger. Chapter 740. The envoy arrived. Yin Nujio broadcast live for 7 consecutive days. During these 7 days, she walked through all the streets of Woody City, showing the scenes in the city exactly as they were to the audience in front of the Zijing. Some people who were skeptical at first also began to believe what Yin Nujio said. The shameless Zhao family really emptied the entire city. During these 7 days, if it weren't for the Yin family continuous transportation of supplies to help the people, at least tens of thousands of people in Woody City would have starved to death. The Yin family really did a great thing. After this incident, the sales of the Yin family industries also began to soar. In the City Lord Mansion, people from South City and the Yin family gathered here, and started a meeting again to determine the future direction for Woody City. Suzerain spoke first. The most difficult days of Woody City are over. We in South City have provided a lot of food seeds. In a month or so, most of the people in the city will be able to achieve self-sufficiency. Because of the magic in the air, crops in this world grow very fast, and can even reach 8 or 10 harvests a year. Xiao Luo said, crops can only grow vegetables and fruits, and the people still lack meat. Master Yin, I hope you can provide some pigs. The so-called pigs, scientifically known as fat pigs, are a low-level beast of level 1 to 5. They only need to eat vegetarian food, and can grow to 4 or 500 kilograms, and they are gentle and easy to raise. The only drawback is that the taste is very ordinary. But in this situation, what else do you need a bicycle for? It's good enough to have meat to eat. After listening to Xiao Luo's suggestion, Yin Shuangying nodded slightly and wrote it down. Huang Yuanming said enthusiastically, it's not enough to be self-sufficient. This city also needs trade, so that the people can move towards a well-off life. Master Yin, you need to build more roads, set up caravans, and communicate with other cities. When the time comes, I will open a Huang family bath center here, and the business will definitely be booming. Yin Shuangying. Yin Nujio eyes lit up. Can you open a super large clothing factory here? The kind of factory that specializes in producing clothes from your world. It will definitely sell well. Yin Shuangying. No. How shameful. Yin Nujio was aggrieved. Since being scolded by Yin Shuangying last time, Yin Nujio has been wearing very normal clothes for the past 7 days. Nefeng said, we will not interfere too much with the development of Woody City. How to run this city is up to you to decide. But, Master Yin, opening a clothing factory is indeed a good idea. You should think about it carefully. Tang Chongyun, who was listening on the side, suddenly said, Master Nefeng, I wonder if our Tang family can cooperate with you to open some clothing factories or something. Since moving to Black Crow City, our Tang family industry has shrunk sharply, and it is already a bit out of pocket. Nafeng hurriedly said, "What are you talking about, Mr. Tang? Whatever cooperation your Tang family wants to have, Nancheng will definitely support it with all its strength. Suzerain, when you go back, discuss these matters with the patriarch of the Tang family." Suzerain nodded gently, indicating that he had made a note of it. "Mr. Tang?" Yin Shuanging only noticed the inconspicuous old man next to Nafeng at this time. In the past few days, Tang Chungyun has been strolling around the city, appreciating the local customs and habits of this city, and has not been involved in the affairs of Nafeng and his friends. So this is the first time Yin Shuanging has met Tang Chungyun. "Lord Nafeng, are you saying that this old man is?" Yin Shuanging's voice was trembling a little. Tang Chungyun smiled slightly. "I am Tang Chungyun. Old man, meet the head of the Yin family. Sword Emperor. You are Sword Emperor Tang Chungyun." Yin Shuanging stood up excitedly. "I am your fan. I grew up listening to your stories when I was a child. When I was 7 years old, your battle in Heiyuan Mountain." Tang Chungyun. This meeting, in Yin Shuanging's extremely excited state, ended hastily. Fortunately, the main things have been discussed. The rest are some trivial matters, which the Yin family can handle themselves, so let not talk about them. After the meeting, Yin Shuanging excitedly dragged Tang Chungyun out of the city, saying that he wanted to have a sparring match with him. Nafeng and Yen Nujio stood at the city gate, watching the two men go farther and farther away. "Does your father know that Mr. Tang is level 46? Nafeng asked. "The whole world knows it," Yen Nujio replied. "Then why do we have a sparring match? I'm really afraid that Mr. Tang will accidentally injure your father so badly that he will be bedridden. It okay. If he is seriously injured, I can wear a pretty little skirt." In the afternoon, everyone in Nancheng gathered in the city lord mansion again. This time, they were not going to have a meeting or anything, but gathered together to watch the live broadcast. In Zijing, Long Wudi stood on the high city wall, with his hands behind his back, looking at the envoy team outside the city. The envoy sent by the emperor finally arrived in the capital. Xiao Luo said calmly, "I asked Shen Pan to stay in the capital. If a fight breaks out later, we can go to support immediately." Nan Feng looked back and forth among the envoys, and said, with Long Wudi in charge of the capital, "We shouldn't be needed. Right? I wonder if there are any masters among these people." Wang Yuanming peeled a banana and happily ate a big bite. "Do you think? Will the dragon army leader let the envoys into the city?" Everyone looked at each other, and no one was sure. "Should be? Those envoys came all the way here, and they have legitimate reasons. There is no reason not to let them in." Wu Yuansheng expressed his opinion. "You know, Long Wudi's status as the city lord was conferred by the emperor himself. The emperor conferred him the title of the city lord of Blackwater City. He is now in southern Xinjiang. Can it be useful?" Su Ming disagreed. "I guess. Long Wudi will definitely not let this team enter the city. What if a strong man in the team suddenly attacks and hurts people? Brother, Long Wudi is broadcasting live. Who dares to attack and hurt people? Why not? They are following the emperor's order to take back southern Xinjiang. What can you do? Would you like to make a bet? I bet Long Wudi will let them in. I bet 5 yuan, Long Wudi won't let them in." Nafeng took out 200,000 copper coins with interest, and poured them on the table, and said with a smile, "I bet Long Wudi will jump down immediately and kill them all. Will anyone bet with me?" Everyone looked at each other, and took out money. "Bet, bet, bet, I bet. Nanshan is giving out money, everyone. Place your bets quickly. I'm so touched. Nanshan is giving out salary for the first time. I must show off in the group." Chapter 741. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Nafeng was just guessing. He didn't know what Long Wudi would do next, but what was certain was that, as long as the envoys didn't take action, Long Wudi would definitely not take action. Because if he really wanted to kill these envoys, he wouldn't have started the live broadcast. In front of so many viewers, killing the envoys for no reason, isn't this asking for trouble? So this time, Nafeng will lose the bet. He did it on purpose. A few days ago in Nameless City, Nafeng saw a few brothers from Nancheng who spent half a day to collect 2,000 copper coins and bought some local specialties. This shocked Nafeng. Damn. When did people in Nancheng become so poor? Isn't the town warehouse open? There is a lot of cash stored in the warehouse, and the chosen ones of Nancheng can receive it for free. It's just that there is a limit. 50,000 copper coins per person per month. In addition, The food and materials in the warehouse can be taken away at a very low price. Most of these resources were obtained by Nafeng. The reason why the price was extremely low was to provide benefits to the brothers. How could a few people not be able to collect 2,000 copper coins? Nafeng found suzerain and understood the reason. Although the warehouse was open, few brothers would take the money inside. At most, they would only exchange it for some needed materials. Because everyone tacitly agreed that the materials in the warehouse were used to develop Nancheng. And no one wanted to hold Nancheng back. This is why Huang Yuanming is keen on opening a Bath Center. Because he needs money. The chosen ones in South City go to work at Huang Family Bath Center. And only need to work 2 hours a day to get a good salary. From another perspective, Huang Yuanming is helping South City and paying his brother's wages. In addition, the chosen ones in South City also open milk tea shops, food processing factories, clothing stores, etc., all to make money, to support themselves and other brothers. A good man does not eat food given out of pity. Only a very small number of people would receive relief money from the warehouse every month. The vast majority of people support themselves in their own way. Su Ming said to Nafeng before, "We conquered the city, why are you the city lord?" Although he was joking, Nafeng felt that what he said made sense. Nafeng never thought of taking all kinds of resources for himself, but he never clearly allocated all kinds of resources. This led to Nancheng being very rich, but most people in Nancheng were poor. So, Nafeng is going to start paying wages. Since the development of Nancheng, the warehouse has stored tens of billions of copper coins. Are you embarrassed to take it, brothers? Then I, Nan, will force it into your pockets. Let me get rich. In the future, buy 2 bowls of soy milk, drink 1 bowl and pour 1 bowl. Yunri Empire, the capital. A few months ago, this city was called Nanjiang City. It is located on the southern border of Yunri Empire. At first, it was just a simple defense line, used to resist the violent beasts in the ancient forest. Later, it slowly developed into a small village, a town, a small city. Today, the area of Nanjiang City has reached more than 4,000 square kilometers, which is larger than many cities in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Such a large area of land was occupied by the Chosen Ones, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the top leaders of the Falling Sun Empire. So in the eyes of many people, this envoy team was to recapture Nanjiang City. There was even a rumor that behind this envoy team, there was a full 1,000,000 troops. As long as one of them fails to reach an agreement, a 1,000,000-strong army will march south and flatten the southern border. Of course, this rumor is false, because the intelligence team in Longcheng has not found any signs of the army marching. Come to think of it, as long as Long Wudi is still alive, what is the use of more soldiers below level 40? They are just here to give away their heads. The emperor will not be so stupid. If he really wants to take back the southern border, he can come here in person, which is more effective than millions of troops. In view of this, Long Wudi judged that this envoy team had no ill intentions, and they really came to learn. In the capital, at the north gate, in the envoy team, an old man with white hair on his temples slowly flew into the air. I am Ankong, the envoy of the imperial capital. I have come to learn from the city Lord Long about the way of business, by order of the emperor. The old man's voice was so loud that even some people in the city could hear him. This old man's name was Ankong. Long Wudi had seen him before, and even had a fight with him. He was an old acquaintance. On the city wall, Long Wudi put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "So you are an envoy from the imperial capital. I am sorry for your disrespect." Ankong smiled slightly, "Since you already know our identities, Lord Long, why don't you open the city gate?" Long Wudi said calmly, "Lord Ankong, I am the Lord of Blackwater City, not the Lord of Beijing City. I am not qualified to order the soldiers to open the city gate." Ankong's face sank. "Everyone in the Falling Sun Empire knows that you, Long Wudi, have conquered Nanjiang City and become the new ruler of Nanjiang. If you are not the Lord of Nanjiang, who is?" Ankong said coldly, "Since you are not the Lord of Nanjiang, please ask the Lord of Nanjiang City to speak." Long Wudi chuckled, "Nanjiang City? There is no Nanjiang City here, only the capital." Ankong's face became even gloomier. "You are deliberately looking for trouble, right? Who agreed to change Nanjiang City to the capital?" "Ah? Did the emperor agree?" Ankong's hands behind his back slowly clenched into fists, and he couldn't help but want to do it. On this way, passing through more than a dozen cities, who didn't treat these envoys with good food and drink. You, Longwoody, didn't open the city gates? Want to keep the team out? You are slapping the Emperor in the face. Ankong rolled his eyes, and was about to provoke Longwoody with words, to escalate the conflict. Suddenly, a golden ball of light flew out from the carriage below, and floated in front of Ankong. The Emperor order. Ankong's face was solemn, and he shouted with a strong breath. For a moment, all the people in the envoy team who heard these 4 words, knelt down on the ground, and lowered their heads. In the capital, the soldiers and civilians who were originally from the Falling Sun Empire, also knelt down in fear. This so-called imperial edict is just like the imperial decree in ancient times. Everyone who sees it must kneel down. Otherwise they will be beheaded. Of course. Except for the chosen ones. The golden light ball emits a strong light, and a majestic voice echoes over the entire Nanjiang city. From now on, Nanjiang city will be renamed Jingcheng. I heard that Longwoody governs well, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. I specially appoint Longwoody as the Lord of Jingcheng to assist me in governing Jingcheng. I decree this. On-the-spot promotion. Longwoody smiled faintly, as if he had guessed this would happen a long time ago. But he still had some doubts in his heart. That voice just now doesn't seem to be the voice of the Emperor? Could it be because of the sound transmission that the tone has changed a little? Shaking his head, Longwoody put this doubt aside for the time being. No one in this world dares to pretend to be the Emperor. Right? He jumped off the city wall with a smile, and bowed to the envoy team. Longwoody, the Lord of the capital, respectfully welcomes the envoys. Then, a huge banner was pulled up on the city wall. On the banner were 8 big characters. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Chapter 742 Sakura Man Invasion. Boom. The north gate of the capital opened, and 2 cheerleaders in red uniforms ran out of the city. They lined up on both sides of the gate, holding a bunch of big red flowers in each hand, and began to dance. Welcome. Welcome, warm welcome. Welcome. Welcome, warm welcome. On the city wall, tens of thousands of chosen ones shouted slogans in unison. Swish. 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 They took out a long salute from behind, and turned it at the same time. With a bang, a large number of colorful fireworks floated down from under the city wall, creating a full atmosphere. Swoosh. 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 Fireworks rushed into the blue sky, blowing up the sky in all colors. Crackling. The firecrackers that had been prepared on both sides of the city gate were ignited at the same time, making joyful cheers. Hula! 2 more vertical banners fell from under the city wall. The banner on the left read, "Warmly welcome all envoys to visit." The banner on the right read, "Your opinions are the driving force for our progress." Plus the banner in the middle, "Welcome. Welcome. Welcome." This scene stunned the envoys, stunned the audience in front of the Zijing, and even stunned everyone in Nancheng. In the mansion of the city lord of Wuticheng, Nifeng held the teacup to his mouth, and stayed there for a long time without taking a sip. At the beginning, he saw Longwoody and Ankong were on the verge of a fight, and thought they would really fight. He was a little happy in his heart. Hey, brothers, you didn't expect it. Nan, actually won the bet. The one who didn't expect it was him. He didn't expect the situation on the scene to change so quickly. Longwoody, what are you doing? What the difference between you and those lackeys in the company who only know how to lick the boss? Heartbroken, so heartbroken. Nifeng looked at the 200,000 copper coins that had been divided on the table, and felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Beijing. Longwoody welcomed the envoys into the capital with great fanfare, and enthusiastically introduced various reform measures in the capital along the way. What infrastructure, road construction, tax cuts, etc. The civil servants in the envoys team began to quickly record every word that Longwoody said. This is their mission. As for the strong men in the team, they sneered at all this. Are these basic livelihood projects any help in improving strength? Are they any help in cultivating strong men? Absolutely not. These can only make the lives of ordinary people better. They are useless to them. This live broadcast lasted a whole day, and every move in the capital was under the surveillance of countless people. On the surface, the capital and the envoy team got along very well. But only those who are in it can feel the coming storm. Handsome guys in Shinpan, there are many strong men in the envoys team. I saw 10 level 44 strong men. Nanfeng, then be careful. Don't get too close. Shinpan, don't worry. I always use a telescope to observe. Nan Feng, you are too careful. It was already evening, and Long Wudi was entertaining the envoys with dinner. The dinner was naturally exciting, with poetry contests, martial arts competitions, and it was so lively. But Nan Feng didn't have time to watch, because there was news from Yukon City that the Chosen One had invaded. Some of the brothers from Nancheng were stationed in the occupied Yukon City, Wuming City, Infinite City, and Wuming City. As soon as Xiao Luo got the news, he teleported over. Yukon City was in. Yun Fei hid behind a wall, holding a slingshot, and occasionally popped up to shoot a few magic stones. Xiao Luo teleported to his side and asked softly, "How many people are there on the other side?" Yun Fei pondered for a while. "About 10? All Sakura people." Xiao Luo nodded slightly, and sent out 31 clones to walk under the shadows, and surrounded the group of Sakura people from the side. These Sakura Chosens have a good plan. They know that Long Wudi live broadcast will attract a lot of attention. So they took this opportunity to sneak attack Wukongcheng. They did not intend to capture Yukon City, they just wanted to empty the warehouse of Yukon City. Fortunately, Nan Feng had guessed that this situation would happen, and arranged his brothers near the warehouses of various cities early on. As soon as these Sakura people approached, they were discovered by Yunfei, who was squatting here. The battle also started instantly. "Quantian Jun, we should retreat." On the other side, a Sakura person spoke anxiously. "We have been exposed, and the support of the dragon people will come soon." The man called Kuwata looked a little unhappy. Before setting off, he had promised Sakura Taro that he would be able to steal a lot of supplies. In the end, he didn't even get close to the warehouse, and his whereabouts were exposed. It's too embarrassing to go back like this. Kuwata thought for a moment, and thought of a good idea. "This way, Ryosuke-kun, you take the others to the east, make a bigger noise, and attract the Dragon Country people over there. I hide here, and find an opportunity to rush into the warehouse, and steal as much as I can." Ryosuke Uyama's face stiffened slightly. "Kuwata-kun, isn't this too dangerous?" Kuwata said coldly. "The other teams may have succeeded. Are you willing to return empty-handed?" Ryosuke Uyama gritted his teeth, and nodded heavily. "Hey! I understand, Kuwata-kun. Be careful." Kuwata's face was stern, and he also nodded heavily. "Hey! For the Great Sakura Empire! For the Great Sakura Empire!" Ryosuke Uyama turned around, prepared to evacuate to the east with the rest of the team. But as soon as he turned his head, he was suddenly filled with fear. The team members behind him all fell in a pool of blood. This was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that there were 31 identical people staring at him with a smile, saying, "Santian-kun." Ryosuke Uyama spoke tremblingly. We might." Sangtian frowned and turned his head. "Ryosuke-kun, will it go according to the plan, huh?" When he saw the situation behind him clearly, he immediately sat down on the ground, and was sweating profusely. Only one piece of information came to his mind: the second best player in South City, Xiao Luo. He. A creepy laugh reached Kuwata and Shangshan Ryosuke ears. "Tell me, where are the other teams you just mentioned?" Shangshan Ryosuke clenched his fists and suppressed the fear in his heart. He shouted, "I will not betray my friends. If you have the guts, kill me, bastard." Behind him, Kuwata crawled over with his hands and feet, begging, I said, let me go. I tell you." Xiao Luo, blackened version, chopped off Kuwata's head with one knife. He. "I didn't ask you." Shangshan Ryosuke felt cold in his heart. Kuwata, who was level 43, couldn't even withstand a single knife? He was only level 41. Wouldn't the opponent be able to kill him instantly with a sneeze? In the fear of death, Shangshan Ryosuke trembled and asked, I said. Xiao Luo, blackened version, stabbed him in the stomach with a knife. Shangshan Ryosuke stared at the blackened version in horror. His life was passing quickly. Not a buddy. I was about to say it. Why did you stab me? Xiao Luo, blackened version, laughed strangely. I don't want to listen. Chapter 743. Are you the little gourd King Kong? It's not that I don't want to listen, but rather that there is no need to listen. Because in Nameless City, Infinite City, Sleepless City, the traces of the Sakura people have been found. The Sakura people took advantage of the moonlight and simultaneously launched surprise attacks on warehouses in 4 cities. Their tactics are very simple, that is, if they can't steal the supplies, then destroy them. Swish. The 31 clones returned to their original bodies, Xiao Luo walked out slowly from the shadows and picked up a great ball of light. This is the innate divine weapon that exploded after Sang Tian's death. Among these 10 Sakura people, only Sang Tian's innate divine weapon is A level, which can be absorbed by Xiao Luo. Yun Fei, you continue to stay in Wukong City. I will deal with the Sakura people in other cities. Xiao Luo stood on the teleportation array, and did not forget to leave a message. You keep these innate divine weapons, and distribute them to the brothers who need them when the time comes. Okay, Luo Ge. Be careful. Yun Fei was very happy, and collected the gray light balls on the ground. With a flash of silver light, Xiao Luo appeared in Nameless City. He opened a panel, and sent a message to Nafeng. There are Sakura people in all 4 cities. I will deal with Wukong City and Wuming City. And you deal with the other 2. Nafeng quickly replied, okay. After turning off the panel, Xiao Luo looked at Qiu Feihong beside him. Are there any casualties? Qiu Feihong shook his head, no. These little Sakura kids didn't confront us head-on, and kept running around in the city. Xiao Luo closed his eyes, and his perception quickly spread out, covering a distance of tens of thousands of meters around him. He found 9 Sakura people, who were fighting on their own, and were each 1,800 meters away from each other. Obviously, this team was much smarter than the team from Wukongqing. Once one of them encountered a strong man from South City, the remaining few would immediately abandon the plan and teleport back home. Unfortunately, the strong man from South City they were about to face was Xiao Luo. 31 clones spread out in all directions, each 3 surrounded a Sakura man, giving him enough respect. The remaining 4 clones ran in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast, looking for the 10th Sakura man in the city. Wukong City, there is a team of 10 people over there. It makes no sense that Wuming City only has 9 people here. Xiao Luo must find a 10th one, otherwise letting him lurk in the city will be a big hidden danger. Infinite City Inn. With a flash of silver light, Nafeng was teleported to Lu Daqiang's side. He just saw Lu Daqiang chop off the head of a Sakura man with a heavy axe. Brother Chang, you are awesome. Nafeng gave a thumbs up and asked, what the situation here? Are there any casualties? Lu Daqiang took out a rag, wiped the blood off the axe, and replied, no casualties. The Sakura men here are not strong. I have killed 2 of them. Infinite City, there are more than 20 Nanchung brothers guarding it. The defense is relatively strong, and the Sakura men didn't get any benefits. They found the situation was not good, and had begun to retreat one after another. When Nafeng spread his perception, there was only 1 Sakura man left in the city, hiding in a corner, stepping on the teleportation array to go home. Nafeng. It was so annoying. It was a wasted trip. Nafeng patted Lu Daqiang on the shoulder. Leave this to you. I go to Wuming City to take a look. Lu Daqiang nodded, and commanded his brothers to start cleaning up the battlefield. Silver light flashed. The next second, Nafeng appeared in Wuming City. A magic arrow shot from a distance, shooting straight at the left eye of Nafeng, who suddenly appeared. Wu Changnan beside him was shocked, and hurriedly shouted, quick! Ding! Nafeng smiled, and the magic arrow shot his eyeball, and directly turned into magic points, and shattered all over the ground. With the invisible tactical mask, this intensity of attack can't break Nafeng's defense at all. But Sakura man didn't know so much. He thought Nafeng caught his arrow with his eyeball. Baga! King Kong Halua? The Sakura man was shocked. The remaining 3 Sakura men were yelling and rushing over with swords and machetes. Charge! Everyone! Come on! Kill them! For the Sakura Empire. Nafeng glanced around. It was unknown whose vegetable garden this was. It was very empty. He slowly took out the demon flame sprayer, and pointed it at the Sakura man rushing over, pulling the trigger. Clang! A large amount of black fire gushed out, and instantly burned the Sakura man, who was in the front, to ashes. The Sakura man who shot the arrow before trembled all over. Baga! Fire-breathing Calabash brother? Nafeng's voice came from behind him. I'm still invisible, Calabash brother. The Sakura man felt a chill on his back. He had no idea when Nafeng came behind him. Could this man really be invisible? In fact, it was just that Nafeng's speed was too fast, and the little Sakura eyes could not keep up. Nafeng held the demon dismember in his hand, and placed it on the neck of the Sakura man, and said, we have killed enough people today, I want to leave one alive. Do you want to be that person? The corner of the Sakura man's mouth twitched a few times. He looked forward, Except for a few companions who had escaped early, the rest had been burned to ashes and became fertilizer in the vegetable garden. The courage in his body disappeared instantly. I surrender, I want to live, the Sakura said tremblingly. Nefeng put away the demon dismemberer and smiled. A wise decision. He waved to Wu Chang'an, signaling him to take the little Sakura back. Before leaving, the little Sakura still couldn't help it, stared at Nefeng with burning eyes, and asked a question. Are you the little gourd King Kong? Nefeng, ah. The Sakura Kingdom did not intend to confront Nansheng head-on, they just wanted to harass it tonight. They would rob as much supplies as they could. And if they couldn't rob, they could destroy them. But they didn't expect Nansheng to react so quickly. Of the 4 Sakura teams that came to attack, 2.5 were killed. Nansheng didn't suffer any casualties. But a lot of civilians died. After all, it was a battle above level 40. And the destructive power was too strong. The civilians couldn't stand it at all. Give compensation to the families of the dead civilians at a rate of 10,000 copper coins per person. After Yan Shuangying learned about this, he immediately made a response plan. He now also realized the importance of reputation and word of mouth. It is worth using this little money to exchange a good reputation for the Yin family. Nanfeng originally wanted to interrogate the little Sakura, but he heard that Xiao Luo was still in Nameless City and had not returned. So he gave this task to Su Zuran. He himself teleported to Nameless City. Xiao Luo sat cross-legged next to him. And there were 31 different visions in his mind. From his 31 clones. What wrong? Are there any problems here that haven't been solved? Nanfeng asked. Xiao Luo didn't open his eyes, and said calmly, the Sakura team that attacked the Nameless City, there are only 9 people, and 1 has not been found. Nanfeng didn't care. Maybe there are 9 people? Or 1 has been teleported away. Xiao Luo shook his head. No, I came very early, and the Sakura people were still in an advantageous position at that time, and it was impossible for them to be teleported away. I suspect that the remaining Sakura person has already lurked in the city. Chapter 744. He is not afraid of death at all. Su Zuran side quickly found out some useful information. This surprise attack was arranged by Sakura Taro, with 4 Sakura teams, attacking 4 cities at the same time. Each team has 10 people, just as Xiao Luo guessed. That is to say, Nameless City really lacks a Sakura man, if he hadn't teleported back early. For safety reasons, Nefeng and Xiao Luo searched Nameless City inside and out, and were busy until the second half of the night. But they didn't find any clues. Based on our perception, it's impossible for a Sakura person to hide under our noses, not even Sakura Taro. Nefeng said. The last Sakura person should have been teleported back. Xiao Luo retracted his 31 clones, and nodded silently. Even though he still had doubts, he had to agree with Nefeng's opinion. At present, no Sakura person can hide under their noses. There are no Sakura people in this Nameless City. The 2 found Xiaofeihong, who was guarding Nameless City, and told him a few words, asking him to be careful. Then, they teleported to Sleepless City to interrogate Xiao Yinghua. In the City Lord Mansion of Sleepless City, Su Zuran was holding the Zi Jing in his hand, and was still watching the live broadcast. Nefeng was stunned. No. Buddy. It's late at night, and Long Woody is still broadcasting live? Su Zuran nodded. Yes. I guess he is afraid that someone will cause trouble in the middle of the night. The low-level civil servants in the envoy team had all gone to sleep, leaving only some strong men above level 40, who were still drinking and chatting with the strong men in Longcheng, and occasionally going to the arena to fight. Nefeng watched for a few minutes, and seeing that it was not interesting, he stopped watching. Where is that Sakura guy? Xiao Luo asked. Su Zuran, he is tied up in the backyard. What that kid said was half true and half false, and it was hard to tell. Nefeng, then you can torture him. Why are you being polite to that little Sakura kid? Su Zuran, isn't this waiting for you to come back? What if he can't hold on and dies? The 3 of them came to the backyard and saw the tied-up Sakura. Around him, there were 5 brothers from Nancheng staring at him. Nefeng took out the demon flame and patted Xiaoying's face. What your name? Xiaoying was a little afraid of the flamethrower, and tremblingly said, my name is Zhongzhou Yongwen. What a fancy name. Nefeng asked again, where is your Sakura country nest? The chosen ones of Sakura country collectively left the mist, and no one knew where they were hiding. They rarely showed up. Nefeng guessed that their current lair was either in Lightless City or Sealess City. Zhongzhou Yongwen rolled his eyes twice, and was about to speak. when Nafeng slapped him with a big slap. "Pa!" This slap made Zhongzhou Yongmen nose bleed. Nafeng said coldly, "You are lying." Zhongzhou Yongmen felt dizzy and said in a daze, "But I haven't spoken yet." Nafeng coughed lightly. "You were about to lie just now." Zhongzhou Yongmen cried. His face was covered with snot and tears, and he cried, "Don't hit me, I can tell you where Sakura Taro is." Nafeng was stunned. "No, I didn't even start to torture you. I just slapped you. Is it necessary to cry like this?" Nafeng pondered for a moment, and said, "Well, tell me where Sakura Taro is, and I will spare your life." I want to ask my girlfriend." Zhongzhou Yongren started crying. "My girlfriend is responsible for taking care of Sakura Taro's daily life. I want to ask her first to know his specific movements." Nafeng and Xiao Luo looked at each other, and suddenly realized. So he was cuckolded? No wonder he was willing to reveal Sakura Taro's whereabouts. This is to use Nafeng's hand to kill Sakura Taro. For Nafeng, this is a win-win situation. There is no reason for him to refuse. "Okay, you go ask your girlfriend." Nafeng untied Zhongzhou Yongren, patted his shoulder with a smile. "Don't try to escape. The time you teleported was enough for me to kill you 100 times. Zhongzhou Yongren nodded repeatedly. "No, I definitely won't escape. I still want to live." As he said, he opened the panel and clicked on Sakura Taro avatar. Zhongzhou Yongren, Master Sakura Taro, Nafeng and Xiao Luo are both in Wumian City. I will continue to hold them back. Sakura Taro quickly replied with a message. "Thank you for everything you have done for the Great Sakura Empire." Zhongzhou Yongren, for the Great Sakura Empire. The Chosen One cannot see other people's panel information. No one knows what Zhongzhou Yongren is talking about. Nafeng waited for a while and asked, "How is it? Did your girlfriend reply to the message?" Zhongzhou Yongren shook his head. "Not yet. Maybe she has fallen asleep." Xiao Luo stared at Zhongzhou Yongren's eyes and saw that his eyes were calm. Where was the panic just now? Swish. 7-star thunder was unsheathed and placed on the neck of Zhongzhou Warrior, leaving a bloody mark. Zhongzhou Warrior was slightly panicked, but soon calmed down. "What are you doing? Don't kill me, my girlfriend hasn't replied yet." Zhongzhou Warrior voice trembled slightly. Xiao Luo said coldly, "You are not afraid of death at all." Nafeng was shocked. This Zhongzhou Warrior was not afraid of death, but he pretended to be afraid of death, obviously for some purpose. His purpose? Probably, is to find out the whereabouts of Nafeng and Xiao Luo. He is Sakura Taro's eyes beside Nafeng. Oh no! Nafeng and Xiao Luo looked at each other, and their hearts skipped a beat. The Sakura man who disappeared in Nameless City is probably Sakura Taro. Nafeng immediately opened the panel to find Qiufeihong, and saw that his avatar was still lit, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sakura Taro hasn't made a move yet. I go there now. As soon as Xiao Luo finished speaking, he was teleported back to Nameless City. Nafeng also took out the teleportation array and was about to teleport away. He saw Zhongzhou Yongren's slightly raised mouth corner from the corner of his eye. No! No! He and Xiao Luo searched Nameless City inside and out. Sakura Taro couldn't hide. And the city closest to Nameless City. Yukon City. Right? Nafeng stared at Zhongzhou Yongren's eyes and sneered. Sakura Taro is in Yukon City. Right? Zhongzhou Yongren was obviously panicked. What? Nafeng slapped him again with a big fist, knocking out more than a dozen teeth of Zhongzhou Yongren. And he wailed in pain. You dare to play tricks on me. Very good. Nafeng stood on the teleportation array, glanced at Suzerain, and said coldly, "Let him experience the 10 tortures. Remember? Don't kill him." Zhongzhou Yongren shuddered, knowing that the next time would definitely be extremely painful. But he still laughed, and the flames of excitement ignited in his eyes. For the sake of the big cherry blossom. Woo! Suzerain grabbed a handful of dirt and stuffed it into his mouth, blocking the word empire back. Empty city. It had been most of the night since the cherry blossom people attacked the city. Yunfei saw that there was no danger, so he gathered his brothers and began to distribute the spoils. He took out a bunch of gray light balls, all of which were level innate divine weapons. Come on, one for you. One for me. One for him. Everyone held the innate divine weapons they had received in their palms, and was very happy. They didn't realize at all that, in the dark, there was a cold look, watching them. Chapter 745 Little Sakura, I hack you. Immortal. Inside Yukon City. Guanji picked up a gray light ball with his index finger and thumb, put it under the moonlight, observed the inside of the light ball with one eye closed. Is this life-defining magic weapon the willow leaf flying knife? Guanji thought for a while. I remember, its owner is a Sakura woman. She looks pretty good, seems to be only in her 30s. Luogu is really ruthless. He chopped her off with one knife. Yunfei was sitting opposite Guanji. He lowered his head to distribute the light ball, and responded casually, "Why are you talking so much? Just absorb it quickly after you take it, and improve your strength." Tonight, Yunfei got a total of 9 gray light balls, 6 of which he had distributed, and he would keep one for himself. There were still 2 left. Yunfei looked back and forth among the remaining brothers, and finally selected 2 relatively powerful ones. Gao Heng, Yan Zhou. These 2 life definition magic weapons are for you. As he said that, Yunfei distributed the last 2 light balls. The remaining brothers, who did not get the light balls, were slightly disappointed. However, they did not say much, because Yunfei's distribution was very reasonable. And they agreed. Some of the little cherry blossoms who came to attack the city tonight are only over level 30. They are really brave. Guanji chatted casually, with a faint smile on his face. After absorbing this light ball, his life-defining magic weapon broke through from the peak of B level to the lower level of A level. An A-level life-defining magic weapon made his strength from the 3rd echelon of South City to the 2nd echelon. Starting from C level, the materials required for upgrading life-defining magic weapons began to vary. Some special life-defining magic weapons require materials that are difficult to obtain, such as Nafeng Arsenal and Long Woody Chi. But the more common knives, swords, bows, shields and other life-definition magic weapons can be upgraded by continuously devouring life-definition magic weapons of the same level, which is very convenient. There are now more than 100 chosen ones with A-level life-definition magic weapons in Nancheng. The number in Longcheng is even greater. As of now, it is estimated that more than 10,000 people have upgraded their life-definition magic weapons to A-level in this session of chosen ones. Some of these life-definition magic weapons will be obtained by the natives and passed down. But the fate of most A-level innate divine weapons is actually to be devoured by the same class of chosen ones. Because after reaching A level, if you want to upgrade your innate divine weapons, you can only devour each other. Yunfei looked at the slingshot in his hand, a little absent-minded. His slingshot is now of medium A level, named Demon World Summoning Slingshot. This slingshot has a very strange passive skill, which is that when attacking, there is a small probability of launching a strange demon world creature. For example, it shoots out a skull, or a bloodshot eyeball, or a rotten arm. All of the above have happened to Yunfei. He didn't understand why his life-defining magic weapon evolved in this direction. Could it be because he liked to write some supernatural stories? While thinking, a ray of moonlight flashed in Yunfei's eyes. He suddenly woke up and shouted, "Enemy attack!" Swish, swish, swish. The knife flashed, except Yunfei. All the others were chopped into meat paste. Yunfei used the active skill the Lord Blessing at the moment the knife light appeared, and was wrapped up by a huge hand covered with bone spurs. But now, the hand of the Demon Lord has been cut in half, and Yunfei inside has had his legs cut off. Without his legs, Yunfei knew he couldn't escape. In fact, even if his legs were still there, he didn't think he could run away, because he saw the man who walked out of the shadows. Sakura Taro. Level 45. Yunfei raised the slingshot and sprayed a mouthful of blood on it. The slingshot seemed to have life, sucking his blood clean. Then Yunfei quickly pulled the bow and fired. Luckily, his first attack encountered that rare event. 2 rotten and smelly arms flew towards Sakura Taro. But in midair, they were cut off by the sharp samurai sword. Nariga? Sakura Taro frowned slightly. Shooting 2 arms from a slingshot? It was the first time he had seen such a strange attack. One shot was ineffective. Yunfei did not hesitate and turned on the continuous shooting mode. Perhaps because of his blood, the number of low-probability events triggered by the slingshot increased significantly tonight. Now it has become a high-probability event. A bloodshot eyeball flew towards Sakura Taro, and before Sakura Taro could draw his knife, the eyeball exploded with a bang. The explosion did not cause any damage to Sakura Taro, but the blood mist in the sky still blocked some of his vision. Sakura Taro did not want to waste time. He gripped the handle of the knife tightly, prepared to end Yunfei's life with one knife. At this moment, the 2 rotten arms on the ground swished and climbed onto Sakura Taro, holding his hands tightly. Baka. Swish. A skeleton soldier fell from the sky, rode on Sakura Taro's neck, and poked Sakura Taro's eyes with its skeleton claws. A blood-red scarf slowly floated over, wrapped around Sakura Taro's neck, trying to strangle him to death. A pair of high heels bounced under Sakura Taro's footsteps, as if asking Sakura Taro to wear them. What a weird attack. A flash of anger flashed in Sakura Taro's eyes, and the magic power in his body surged, and he released it violently. Boom! The strong airflow shattered all the things from the demon world, turning them into tiny bits of magic power that dissipated in the air. Yunfei was also blown hundreds of meters away, smashed 7 or 8 houses, let out a muffled groan, and spat out a large mouthful of blood. With Sakura Taro as the center, the area within 100 meters around has become a ruin. Sakura Taro stretched out his hand, and put the light ball that exploded from the chosen one of South City into his pocket, and then slashed at the warehouse not far away. Swish! The knife light cut through the space, forming something like a black hole. The surrounding objects were pulled into the black hole by the invisible gravity, completely disappearing in the endless starry sky. Help! Help! What's going on? It seems like someone is dragging me away. Quick, grab something solid around you. Not only objects were sucked away, even the nearby civilians were sucked in by this terrifying gravity. After doing this, Sakura Taro slowly turned around and looked in the direction of Yunfei. He smiled slightly. Not dead yet. You're pretty tough. His right hand once again grasped the hilt of the samurai's sword, and slowly pulled it out. A silver light lit up beside Yunfei, and then, Sakura Taro saw a dark muzzle, which was gradually turning red and hot. Little Sakura, I hack you. Chapter 746 set off, Sela City. Sizzle. The fiery sunbeam cannon, which represents absolute high temperature, shoots straight at Sakura Taro. Sakura Taro face darkens slightly, gets into a horse stance, and violently draws out his samurai sword. The blade is smooth and flat, and extremely strong. The scorching red light hits the blade accurately, and the terrifying impact pushes Sakura Taro directly out of the city. Sakura Taro knows Nafeng very well. He has long thought of a way to deal with the fiery sunbeam cannon, which is to use the indestructible characteristics of his own divine weapon. The natal divine weapon was condensed from the magic power of the god of creation. No matter how strong the south wind was, it was impossible to break this divine power. However, the power of the fiery sunbeam cannon was beyond his imagination. He was pushed several kilometers away by the beam, and his legs left 2 deep marks on the ground. With such a terrifying power, if there was no natal divine weapon to resist, it would probably pierce him in an instant. Right? Sakura Taro thought so, and did not notice that the samurai's sword in his hand had cracked into an imperceptible crack. Sakura Taro. Nafeng flew out of the city, holding a laser cannon and looking ferocious. He did not shoot, because Sakura Taro was already standing on the teleportation array. At this distance, it was too late to stop him. A flash of silver light, Sakura Taro's figure had disappeared. At the last moment of his departure, Nafeng saw Sakura Taro giving him a thumbs down. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Nafeng floated in the air laughing. After laughing for an unknown amount of time, he put away the laser cannon, turned around and flew towards Yunfei. At this time, many Nanchung brothers had already rushed over. The young nurse Suihan was concentrating on treating Yunfei. How is he? Nafeng walked slowly to Xiao Luo and asked in a low voice. He can be saved. Xiao Luo spoke calmly. But Nafeng could still hear that. He was filled with great anger. Gao Hang Yanzhou. Yunfei, who had lost his legs, lay on the ground with lifeless eyes, and kept mumbling. It all my fault. I shouldn't have been so eager to divide the spoils, causing everyone to relax their vigilance. I killed you. It all my fault, Wu. Nafeng looked at the pieces of meat on the ground a few hundred meters away. His face became more gloomy. These are all brothers from Nanchung. Many people died tonight. Sakura Taro didn't care about the civilians at all, and acted decisively and ruthlessly. The knife that slashed at the warehouse alone killed thousands of people. Sakura Taro has completely integrated into this world, and regards the people at the bottom as pigs and dogs, who can be slaughtered at will. Nafeng could hear various sobbing sounds coming from afar. A sad atmosphere shrouded the sky above Yukong City. Suzerain, I leave this to you, Nafeng said to Suzerain. Then, he turned to look at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, you follow me. Xiao Luo nodded silently. The two of them teleported back to Wumian City, and came to the backyard of the city lord mansion. The little Sakura named Zhongzhou Yongren was being tortured by 2 chosen ones from South City. Get out of the way. Nafeng walked forward coldly, looking at Zhongzhou Yongren calmly. Zhongzhou Yongren's mouth was full of blood, but he was very excited, because he had learned about Sakura Taro deeds from the chat channel. How is it? How does it feel to have your companions killed? Zhongzhou Yongren laughed crazily. We Sakura people have experienced this kind of pain many times, and now it's time for you dragon people to experience it. Nafeng didn't plan to talk nonsense with him, but took out the demon dismemberer. With a swish, demon dismemberer cut off the front end of Zhongzhou Yongren's little finger along the joint. The pain that struck his soul almost made Zhongzhou Yongren faint. He clenched his teeth, endured the pain, and smiled. Is that all you can do? With another swish, Nafeng cut off the middle of Zhongzhou Yongren's little finger. Then came the 3rd cut, the 5th cut, the 10th cut. After dismembering the 5 fingers of Zhongzhou Yongren's left hand, Nafeng began to dismember the 5 fingers of his right hand. Zhongzhou Yongren's eyes began to turn fearful. This man said nothing, asked nothing, and just dismembered him bit by bit as if he were a work of art. And he had to watch his body being dismembered with his own eyes. This was really a huge torture. Fortunately, Zhongzhou Yongren glanced at his panel. After being tortured for so long, his health was only 13% left, and it was still decreasing. He was about to die. Just bear with it. Nafeng suddenly said, Xiao Luo, find 20 priests. Don't let him die. I'm going to cut off his limbs and put him in a vase. Xiao Luo nodded and started calling people. The Zhongzhou warrior cursed, mad man. Pervert. All of you dragon people are perverts. No matter how the Zhongzhou warrior cursed, Nafeng turned a deaf ear to him and just dismembered his body. After cutting off the fingers, he cut off the toes. Then the calves, knees, thighs. Golden lights lit up one after another. 20 priests were already in place, continuously treating the Zhongzhou warrior. Several girls were disgusted and vomited when they saw Nafeng's method. Let me go! Let me go! I beg you. Zhongzhou Yongren couldn't die even if he wanted to. He wailed in pain. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please give me a quick death. Sakura Taro is in Wuhai City. All the Sakura people are in Wuhai City. The Zhao family is also in Wuhai City. They have gathered a large number of people and many strong people. By the way, I know a secret. The Zhao family will be resurrected. They will be resurrected after they die. And, I heard that the ancestor of the Zhao family will soon break through level 46. The reason why they retreated and did not fight you head-on was that they were waiting for the ancestor of the Zhao family to come out. And what else? And what else? At the end, the Zhongzhou warrior had become unconscious and repeated those words over and over again. Nafeng suddenly turned his blade and sent him to the west. He turned his head calmly and looked at Xiao Luo. Let go. To Wuhai City. He did not ask Xiao Luo if he wanted to go, because he knew that Xiao Luo would definitely go. Of course, Nafeng had not been blinded by hatred. This time, he would take Tang Chengyun with him. Tang Chengyun's mission was to keep an eye on the ancestor of the Zhao family. If the ancestor of the Zhao family failed to break through level 46, he would not have to do anything. Nafeng and Xiao Luo would solve the grudges with the Sakura country by themselves. The two first returned to Untitled City, called Tang Chengyun, and then flew from Untitled City all the way to Wuhai City. At their speed, they will arrive around noon. Before setting off, Nafeng sent a message in the Crossworld chat channel. Nafeng at Sakura Taro. I'm here. Sakura Taro replied. I'm waiting anytime. The air was filled with a strong murderous aura. In Wuhai City, Sakura Taro turned off the panel, looked at Zhao Jiao in front of him, and asked, Where is your head? Zhao Jiao replied with a gloomy face. I don't know. I haven't seen him for a day. At the same time, outside Untitled City, the chubby Zhao Yanjua, the head of the Zhao family, scratched his butt. Tang Chengyun and the 2 level 45 chosen ones have all left Untitled City. Now there is only one Yin Shuanging left in the city. With my skills, I can sneak in and kidnap Yin Nujio. Isn't it easy? Maybe there is a chance to sneak attack Yin Shuanging and let the Yin family change the head of the family. Chapter 747 The Dream of the Wadika People. It was a heavy night. More than 20 of the invading chosen from Sakura country were killed by Nafeng and his men. But Sakura Taro final counterattack also killed more than 10 chosen from Nancheng. The hatred between the two sides deepened, and it had reached the point of a fight to the death. It is also possible that from the beginning, the two sides had been fighting to the death. After Nanfeng and Xiao Luo left, the other people in Nancheng did not sleep either, and kept venting their anger in the cross-world chat channel. In terms of words and momentum, they severely suppressed the Sakura people and won a small victory. But everyone knew that no matter how fiercely they cursed, it would be useless if they could not win. How this blood feud would end, it would have to wait until noon, after Nanfeng and Sakura Taro fought, to be revealed. The chosen ones of other countries were watching the fight from the sidelines. They didn't care who would win, but many people still silently cheered for the Sakura country in their hearts, even though many of their compatriots had died at the hands of the Sakura people, because Dragon Country is too strong now. If Sakura Taro can kill Nanfeng and Xiao Luo, and weaken some of Dragon Country combat power, it will be more beneficial to other countries. No one wants Dragon Country to dominate alone. During this period, Long Wudi sent a private message to Nanfeng. Long Wudi, Brother Feng, don't be impulsive, wait for me to send the envoy away, and then come to help you. Nanfeng rejected Long Wudi kindness. I will avenge the brothers in Nancheng myself. Long Wudi, Sakura Taro is arrogant, there must be a backer behind him, don't fall into his trap. Nanfeng knew that there was someone behind Sakura Taro, and it was not just the Zhao family. According to various details, there was a high probability that the dream god Soya Na was secretly cultivating Sakura Taro. But Nanfeng was not afraid. He could still guess what Soya Na was thinking. Cultivating Sakura Taro was just treating him as food. Soya Na even devoured Sikong Bushua. So how could she still be interested in Sakura Taro? If he died, he died. She could just find another food to cultivate him. Moreover, the emperor is on his way to the Wadika Empire, and he will definitely have a big fight with Soya Na. Soya Na has no time to take care of this now, so Nanfeng can do whatever he wants. The sky gradually turns white, and the unforgettable night is about to pass. Nanfeng speeds up and flies quickly to Wuhai City. Today, he has to settle the feud with the Sakura country. Between him and Sakura Taro, one of them must die. Giant City, the capital of the Wadika Empire. As a giant kingdom, the city of the Wadika Empire is much larger than that of the other two countries. In the city of Havana, there is a King Avenue, which is built from the outside of the city to the gate of the palace. This King Avenue is 52 kilometers long and 500 meters wide. It is the best building in the entire city except the palace. If a road can be considered a building, the Wadika people are not good at infrastructure. Their houses are built randomly with various stones and look shaky. Some of the Wadika people would choose to live in caves directly, and they were too lazy to even build stone houses. It was not easy for such Wadika people to build a 52-kilometer-long road. On this king road, the emperor walked for 3 days. His pace was very slow, like a young man taking a walk after dinner. There were many Wadika people coming and going around him, but they seemed to be unable to see the emperor and ignored the dwarf. It was not the first time that Emperor Zun came to the Wadika Empire, but it was the first time that he was so meticulous, appreciating the customs and habits of this country, and listening to the voices of the people at the bottom of this country. Some people were praising the delicious food from abroad. Some people were worried about the leaking houses. Some people were complaining that outsiders had seized the throne. Some people. In the past 3 days, Emperor Zun felt that every time he walked a certain distance, he would have a new understanding. He could empathize with the civilians who came and went around him. He was no longer so high and mighty. Finally, he walked along the King Avenue and arrived outside the palace of Wadika. The huge stone gate of the palace was open, and the guards on both sides stared at the people coming and going on the street. The emperor walked in leisurely, without attracting the attention of any guard. He walked along the way, passing countless patrolling guards. Finally, he arrived outside the palace and looked up at the dream god Swana on the huge chair. That throne was a seat exclusively for the Wadika people. When Suyana sat on it, it was like a child sitting on an adult chair. It looked so out of place. Dream god, I'm here. The emperor smiled and took 2 steps forward, stepping into the palace. There was only Suyana in the palace. She closed her eyes, sitting calmly on the throne, without any response. The emperor's pupils turned pure white, and he looked at Suyana again. In his pure white pupils, he saw Suyana black hair all floating, like antennas. At the ends of these hairs, there are strands of magic filaments that seem to appear and disappear. These magic filaments pass through the roof of the palace and go straight to the sky. The emperor raised his head slightly. His pure white pupils penetrated the roof, and saw the strands of magic filaments spreading out in all directions, connecting all parts of the world. 90% of the magic filaments lead to the south of the falling sun empire. The remaining 10% of the magic filaments are evenly dispersed. The south of the falling sun empire? The emperor thought for a moment, and knew who the other end of these magic filaments were connected to. Are you afraid of him? The emperor chuckled. I thought you would have an invincible heart. Now it seems that I overestimated you. Suayana opened her eyes slightly. She glanced at the emperor coldly and said softly, The incarnation that came? I am not interested in the incarnation, you can go back. The emperor raised his hand slightly, and the dream mirror flew out of his sleeve and came into his hand. This incarnation is enough to defeat you. He held the dream mirror in his hand and turned it gently, and all the Wadika people in the giant city fell into a dream. All the Wadika people in the city had a dream. In the dream, the last Wadika king was drinking with the emperor, eating meat with big mouthfuls, with a hearty smile on his face. Emperor. The Wadika king was a little tipsy, he said. I have a premonition that I will die soon. The emperor put down the wine glass, frowned. What do you mean? The Wadika king sighed. I had a dream. In the dream, a huge palm fell from the sky, smashed the giant city. I have a feeling that one day, the contents of the dream will come true. As the king of Wadika, I will not let my people die in vain. I will transform into a giant, hold up this huge palm, and use my life to protect the giant city. If I die, the king of Wadika looked at the emperor and said sternly, then the people of the Wadika Empire will be handed over to you. Emperor, please protect them. Protect my lovely people. As King Wadika finished speaking, the scene in the dream began to change. One night, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the giant city, and a huge hand that covered the sky, and the sun slapped down heavily. No! King Wadika roared, and his body expanded to hundreds of meters. His head was in the sky, his feet were on the ground. He used his body to support the hand, protecting the giant city below. But at this moment, a woman shrouded in black fog appeared. She took advantage of the moment when King Wadika was unable to move and cut off his head with a sword. Then, the huge hand in the sky disappeared, and King Wadika also lost his life. The next day, a woman carried King Wadika's head and stepped onto the throne step by step. The Wadika people in the dream then saw the woman face clearly, and it was the new King Wadika. The voice of the emperor sounded in the ears of every Wadika person. This is the truth of King Wadika's death. He died to protect you, to protect the giant city. And I, the emperor of the falling sun empire, the best friend of King Wadika. Today I will avenge him. Please all the people of Wadika, concentrate your faith, and provide strength for the dead King Wadika, and for me. Chapter 748. Go to the outer space for a battle. In the dream, hundreds of thousands of Wadika people were still in a state of confusion. Their brains were not yet able to digest such a huge amount of information. After several minutes, they came to their senses and began to whisper. So this is how the king of Wadika died. I cried to death. The king of Wadika actually sacrificed himself to protect us. I always cursed him in my heart as a bastard who only knew how to drink. I really deserve to die. The new king of Wadika is too despicable. He actually used this method to usurp the throne. She is not the new king. I don't recognize her. It turns out that King Wadika and Emperor Zune are close friends. I support Emperor Zune. We must kill that woman and avenge our king. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. The surging power of faith made all the cells in Emperor Zune's body feel comfortable. He chuckled. In fact, this dream was made up by Emperor Zune. It was not the truth at all. He didn't know the details of King Wadika's death, nor was he a good friend of King Wadika. He just wanted to gain the power of the people and make himself stronger. Suayana watched Emperor Zune do all this calmly, and did not stop him. Your understanding of dreams is getting deeper and deeper, and the dream mirror is getting more and more in line with you. Suayana said softly, you are really suitable to be my successor and carry forward the power of dreams. Emperor Zune said, your successor? In a dream? I have been struggling and stumbling on this road for decades. I have figured out everything by myself. What qualifications do you have for me to be your successor? I am the same as you. I am a pioneer on this road. Suayana nodded. You are right. The emperor stared at Suayana with a burning gaze, his eyes full of fighting spirit. I have said a lot of nonsense. Now, do you dare to fight with me? Suayana spread her hands, her hair slowly falling down. An incarnation. I really don't have the interest to fight. You go. Go now. This powerful incarnation can still be preserved. The emperor shook his head. I came here. I didn't plan to leave. Today. Either you die. Or I die. After all, in an incarnation, the emperor is not afraid of death. His original body will only suffer some internal injuries, and it will be fine after a period of recuperation. In this case, let fight. Suyana floated up slowly, her snow-white toes only 2 or 3 centimeters from the ground. I've lived my whole life, but I haven't used my full strength yet, Suyana said softly. I use you to stretch my muscles. Crack! The space behind Suyana shattered, revealing the starry sky in the shattered space. She glanced at the emperor, turned around and walked in. A fight in outer space? That great. The emperor smiled, took a step slowly, and walked in. He was just thinking, when the fight starts, what should be done with the Wedka people in Giant City. These people can provide him with a lot of fate power. Watching them die in the aftermath of the battle, the emperor felt a little reluctant. Now Suyana took the initiative to move the battlefield to the outer sky, which was exactly what the emperor wanted. After the two left, the broken space in the palace slowly healed. The residents in Giant City also woke up from their sleep. They were shocked, surprised, and gathered in 2s and 3s to discuss this strange dream. The disappearance of Emperor Zun and Suya Na did not attract anyone's attention. No one knew where they went. No one knew what would happen in this battle, and what the outcome would be. Time was getting closer to noon. Wuhai City, the backyard of the city lord mansion. Sakura Taro had a cold face and questioned Zhao Jiao in front of him. Where did the head of the Zhao family go? Why didn't he come back at this time? Zhao Jiao's face was as gloomy as ever, and it looked like someone owed him money. What the point of asking me? He is the head of the family. How can I control him? Zhao Jiao sneered. Sakura Taro took a few deep breaths. Calculate the time. Nanfeng and the others will arrive in Wuhai City soon. You Zhao family, don't you want me to fight 2 people alone? Zhao Jiao, this is not what I want to consider. Do you have sincerity? Sakura Taro was angry. What wrong with the people of the Zhao family? They are so negative. Do they still want to cooperate? What? Are you upset with me? Zhao Jiao sneered. If you are upset with me, just kill me. I want to see if you have the ability to do that. Sakura Taro's face darkened. He was not sure if he could kill Zhao Jiao, because this strange guy in front of him would be resurrected. To be precise, all the Zhao family members in Wuhai City could be resurrected. Sakura Taro could clearly feel that every time he was resurrected, Zhao Jiao's personality would change dramatically. His height, weight, appearance, and memories are exactly the same as Zhao Jiao. But he is no longer Zhao Jiao. This heaven-defying resurrection technique should come from the dream god. Sakura Taro is not clear about the details. Seeing Sakura Taro's uncertain face, Zhao Jiao said, don't worry. Nanfeng and the others are here, and our Zhao family will be in the front. Is this sincerity enough? It is indeed enough. There is an army that can be resurrected infinitely, which can tire Nanfeng to death. He only needed to hide in the dark. And when Nanfeng was tired, he could launch a sneak attack. If you dare to come to Wuhai City, Nanfeng's life is destined to stay here. Zhao Jiao laughed. He didn't know that in fact, above Wuhai City, there were strands of almost invisible magic filaments. These filaments connected the heads of the Zhao family members. But just a few minutes ago, among the thousands of magic filaments, one of them broke quietly. Chapter 749, I will be the executioner of the massacre. It was noon. There were 3 extremely conspicuous white lines, spanning the entire blue sky. One end of the white line was Untitled City, and the other end of the white line was rapidly approaching Sealess City. Whoosh! 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 3 sonic booms sounded outside Sealess City. The guards in the city raised their heads and looked over, only to see 3 figures floating in the sky outside Sealess City, with a majestic murderous aura spreading from them. These 3 people are Nanfeng, Xiao Luo, and Tang Chongyun. Sakura Taro, come out and die, Nanfeng said coldly. His voice was not loud, but it could be heard throughout the city. This is a very basic use of magic. Nanfeng, who is level 45, has already learned it without a teacher. Sakura Taro did not respond. I don't know if he is afraid or just disdains to pay attention to Nanfeng. Heh. Nanfeng sneered and fired a rocket launcher directly. There is no need to say any more nonsense. The 2 sides are already mortal enemies, and there is no possibility of mediation. Let's just start. Swoosh. The flames flickered, the shells carried hot tail flames, and rushed straight to Wuhai City. On the city wall, a Zhao family member held a mother mirror, and said with horror, "Everyone. Look, these are the invaders who cooperated with the Yin family. They are as hypocritical as the Yin family, and as inhumane." They said nothing, and launched an attack right away. There are still hundreds of thousands of civilians in Wuhai City, and they don't want to let any of them go. They want to massacre the city. Nafeng and his friends know how to create momentum through live broadcasts and public opinion. And Sakura Taro naturally knows this too. He now wants to portray Nafeng as a bloodthirsty demon. Nafeng has long noticed this person who is broadcasting live. But he doesn't care. So what if he becomes a demon in the eyes of the world? Today, he is here to be a demon. Aye? Sakura Taro's voice echoed in the city. And a sharp sword light rushed straight into the sky, slashing at the shell. Boom! The rocket exploded in the air. And the terrifying energy wave set off a huge airflow, blowing the people, trees, and buildings in the city into pieces. The airflow blew past Sakura Taro, blowing the hem of his samurai uniform high. Sakura Taro's face was calm, but he was still shocked. The power of Nafeng's attack was so terrifying. If it exploded at close range, even he would probably be seriously injured. Sakura Taro said in a deep voice, "Nafeng, do you still have humanity? There are countless civilians in this city. Are you going to kill them all? Are all people in Dragon Country like this?" Nafeng sneered. "What are you pretending to be? The sword you slashed in Wukong City killed thousands of civilians. You are talking about humanity? If you want to have humanity, why don't you kneel down and repent?" Sakura Taro's face did not change, and his voice was still steady. "I don't understand what you are saying. Please don't put the blame on me for what you did. Pretend to death." At this time, Sakura Taro still wanted to establish a good personality in front of countless audiences. But Nafeng didn't care about these. No matter how others looked at him, he must kill Sakura Taro today. Since Sakura Taro wanted to use civilians as a shield and hide in the city, then Nafeng would blow up the city. Tactical bomber. Nafeng pointed to the sky, and a large amount of magic power poured out of his body and gathered in the sky above his head. A huge bomber carrying a large amount of ammunition appeared outside Wuhai City. Sakura Taro's face changed drastically. In the intelligence about Nafeng, this tactical bomber was mentioned. At that time, outside the city of Nanjiang, Nafeng plus Long Wudi fought against Hong Kong, Qian Yu, Wu Ling and others. Nafeng summoned this bomber. But the bombers at that time were far from being so huge. This is not a bomber at all. This is clearly an aerospace battleship. Nafeng, do you really want to kill the people in the city? Sakura Taro shouted angrily with righteous words. The civilians in the city, seeing the giant in the sky, were already trembling with fear. The children in the city were crying loudly. Sakura Taro used magic to amplify the sounds, spreading them throughout the city. And even the audience on the other side of the mother mirror could hear them clearly. How pitiful. There are still so many children in the city. This man named Nafeng is really a beast. No. Even a beast would not do such a thing. They are invaders. Invaders are cruel. This is a recognized fact. I heard that Nafeng owns several cities in the Falling Sun Empire. I'm afraid the people in the cities have already died. Invaders? Get out of the Hallyu Empire. Get out of the primitive world. Various voices condemning Nafeng rang out all over the world. However, Nafeng couldn't hear them. These voices had no effect on him. Boom! The tactical bomber slowly moved forward and came to the sky above Wuhai City. Nafeng was about to start the bombing, but Xiao Luo and Tang Chungyun stretched out their hands at the same time to stop him. Xiao Luo shook his head gently. There is a live broadcast. Nafeng snorted. So what? Xiao Luo said again. Your mentality is wrong. Let me do it. Xiao Luo's magic power was running, and he said to the direction of Wuhai City, Sakura Taro, do you dare to go out of the city for a fight? Sakura Taro narrowed his eyes slightly, didn't speak, and began to play dead. Xiao Luo said calmly, and continued, Why don't you dare to go out of the city? Why don't you speak? Could it be that you want to use the people in the city as a shield? How about this, you let the people leave Wuhai City, and we promise not to take action. Xiao Luo's voice spread throughout the city, giving the people in the city hope for life. They shouted excitedly. Did you hear that? The invaders outside the city said to let us go. Great, we won't die. Thank God. But why don't they open the city gates? There were more and more doubts in the city, even the audience in the live broadcast room, and they found something wrong. Why don't you go out of the city and fight the invaders? Yes. That way the civilians won't die in vain. Humph. Do you really believe what the Zhao family said? These big families are all the same. They don't treat the civilians as human beings. Facing all kinds of doubts, Sakura Taro simply closed his eyes and pretended not to hear. No matter what they said, Sakura Taro would not leave the city anyway. Between being scolded and dying outside the city, he still knew what to choose. It's useless to talk to this scum, Nanfeng said coldly. He can't leave the city, and I can't let him live. He wants to turn me into a devil, then I will become a devil. I will be the executioner of the city massacre. The first shell fell from the sky above Wuhai City. The eyes of countless people were focused on this shell, watching it fall towards the City Lord Mansion. Schwa. In the City Lord Mansion, Sakura Taro concentrated his sword and slashed, changing the trajectory of the shell, and it fell into the civilian area. Boom! The earth shook wildly, and a small mushroom cloud rose. I don't know how many innocent civilians died in this shell. This battle finally started. Chapter 750 Infinite Resurrection. The Rampant Zhao Jiao. I am resurrected again, Zhao Jiao murmured in a low voice. His mood was relatively calm, and he did not stir up too many waves, because this was not the first time he was resurrected from the dead. A few months ago, when Zhao Jiao was still in Luyun City, he had died once at the hands of Yin Shuangying. But just over half a month ago, also on this bed, he suddenly woke up and was resurrected from the dead. Why was he resurrected? Zhao Jiao didn't know. He asked Zhao Yinjue, the head of the Zhao family. Zhao Yinjue didn't explain too much, but only mentioned vaguely that this was the work of Zhao Hai, the ancestor of the Zhao family. Zhao Jiao didn't ask much. Being able to come back to life and continue to live was an extremely lucky thing for him. He didn't need to know too much, nor did he want to know too much. He stayed at the Zhao family for a few days, and everyone around him said that his personality had changed, but Zhao Jiao didn't care. He had experienced a life and death catastrophe. Isn't it normal to have some changes? Not long after, the head of the Zhao family issued a task, asking Zhao Jiao to lead a team of Zhao family to build a bell tower outside Wukong City. Zhao Jiao didn't know what the bell tower was for, but he still took the order. He stayed in Wukong City for a few days and accidentally met an acquaintance, Lu Shibu. Lu Shibu's real name was Nanfeng. During the time when Zhao Jiao died, Nanfeng made a name for himself in the Falling Sun Empire and was unrivaled. After his resurrection, Zhao Jiao had also heard of him. He wanted to go forward and say hello, but he died unexpectedly at the hands of Nanfeng. As for why Nanfeng wanted to kill him, he could not remember clearly. That was his second resurrection in this basement. After another resurrection, Zhao Jiao's heart was full of hatred. His face was gloomy, and he wanted to seek revenge on Nanfeng all the time. People around him were whispering again, saying that he had changed, saying that he was not like the Zhao Jiao before. Zhao Jiao sneered at this. If it were them, after dying twice, they would also be filled with anger and hatred. Right? He has not changed, he is Zhao Jiao. Zhao Jiao's face was full of haze, and he said in his heart with a gloomy face. He wanted to seek revenge on Nanfeng, even though he knew he was no match for Nanfeng, but he still couldn't help thinking so. The opportunity came soon. At noon today, Nanfeng brought 2 helpers, and rushed to the outside of Wuhai City with great fanfare. You know, this is the Zhao family nest. There are countless strong men, and there is also a Zhao family ancestor who is about to come out of seclusion. Zhao Jiao was overjoyed. He could avenge himself. Soon, Zhao Jiao found Nanfeng's trace in the city. He stepped forward and sneered, Nanfeng, do you remember me? He wanted to see Nanfeng's shocked expression and his shrinking pupils. But Nanfeng was already crazy, and he didn't even turn his head, and threw an iron ball behind him to blow him to death. This was Zhao Jiao's third resurrection. He was very angry, and at the same time, he was also very excited, because he found out that he could be resurrected infinitely, no matter how he died outside. In the end, he could wake up on this bed. Not only him, this entire basement, all the Zhao family members, can be resurrected infinitely like him. Ha ha, infinite resurrection, infinite rebirth. Zhao Jiao laughed loudly. His laughter was crazy. Nanfeng, I want to see how you can kill me. Beside the bed, a pair of iron claws flashed with silver light. That was Zhao Jio's life-defining magic weapon. Zhao Jio laughed loudly, picked up his life-defining magic weapon, and strode out of the basement. He was going to seek revenge on Nafeng again. This basement is about 200 meters underground, with only one chimney-like passage leading to the ground. Zhao Jio kicked his legs and flew out along this passage. The exit of the basement is located behind the side of the city lord mansion. It looks like an ordinary farmyard. But who would have thought that there is such a secret hidden in this yard? Lord Zhao Jio. At the exit, there are 2 Zhao family members guarding this place. When they see Zhao Jio coming out, they hurriedly salute respectfully. Zhao Jio didn't even look at the 2 of them, and raised his head and yelled, "Nafeng, do you still remember me?" Then he flew out with a whoosh. The 2 Zhao family members, who were guarding the door, stayed where they were. After a moment, one of them whispered, "Lord Zhao Jio has changed again, and he has become more rampant this time." The other one looked at the basement uneasily, with some fear in his eyes. The person who walked out of here, is it really Zhao Jio? In Wuhai City, Nafeng flew low in the city, chasing Sakura Taro. "Sakura Taro, didn't you say you were always at your service?" Nafeng shouted as he pulled the trigger. "Why am I here? And you just run?" In the city below, Sakura Taro said nothing and kept moving rapidly. He avoided Nafeng attacks in advance by dodging quickly and irregularly. Occasionally, he would throw a few civilians into the sky to block Nafeng's sight. It was with these means that he was chased by Nafeng for 4 or 5 minutes. And he didn't get hit by a single shot. Those who can't shoot should do the work. Sakura Taro rushed into a wooden house, throwing all the family members in the house to Nafeng, and did not forget to turn back and taunt. "Giving you such a good life definition weapon, what a waste." Nafeng sneered, continued to chase Sakura Taro and shoot, pulling the trigger faster and faster. Behind him, 6 Xiao Luo clones flew into the sky at the same time, catching all the family members, and safely sending them back to the ground. Nafeng is too impatient. Xiao Luo, calm version, said, "He, there's something wrong with your mentality. You might be killed by Sakura Taro." Xiao Luo, black version, laughed strangely. "Everyone, don't help him. When he dies, we will be the master of South City." The other clones ignored the black version, and surrounded Sakura Taro from all directions. Xiao Luo's original body had been overlooking the city from the air, commanding the clones to fight. Gradually, he realized that something was wrong, and quickly sent a message to Nafeng. "Don't chase Nafeng. Sakura Taro is deliberately leading you there." Nafeng stopped suddenly, suspended in the air. Seeing this, Sakura Taro looked over with a sneer. "What, you don't dare to chase?" Nafeng raised his hand, and fired a shot. Swish! The shot knocked off Sakura Taro's left ear, and blood flowed down his face. Sakura Taro secretly thanked himself for his quick reaction, and turned his head before Nafeng fired, otherwise the shot would have hit his left eye. He quickly dodged behind a wall. The wall could not block Nafeng's laser, but it could block Nafeng's vision, making him unable to aim. "Nafeng, if you step into Wuhai City, you will definitely die." Sakura Taro's voice came from afar. The next second, a terrifying gravity pressed down on Nafeng's body, causing Nafeng to fall directly from the sky, and hit the ground heavily, creating a deep pit. Bang! Not far from him, Xiao Luo also fell down, creating a second deep pit. "Kill! Kill!" On the ground, the Zhao family members, who had been lying in ambush around them, roared, killing Nafeng and Xiao Luo. There were also many chosen ones from the Sakura country. "Nafeng, do you still remember me?" At the same time, Zhao Jio, who had just come out of the basement, his voice also reached Nafeng's ears. Nafeng climbed out of the deep pit, looked up at the horizon, and saw Zhao Jio flying rapidly. But when he was 200 meters away from Nafeng, his body suddenly stopped, and he fell to the ground with a thud, and fell flat on his face. "Gravity skills?" Nafeng shook his head, and whispered, "You don't let me fly. You want to fight me in close combat, and fight street battles? This is too wonderful." Chapter 751 Emperor Heart Gravitational Array. In the sky outside the city, Tang Chungyun, who had been observing the situation in the city, frowned slightly. "Emperor Heart Gravitational Array?" he murmured. "This is a formation which changes the gravity in an area, making it difficult for the creatures in it to move. Earlier, this formation was not called this name, and its power was very limited. At most it could only have 10 times the gravity. More than 30 years ago, the contemporary Emperor Zun Emperor Heart improved this formation, and its power was greatly enhanced, even reaching hundreds or thousands of times the gravity. Under the influence of this gravity, creatures with strength below level 40 will be directly crushed into meat patties. Even creatures above level 40 will be unable to move. Since then, this formation has been renamed as the Emperor Gravity Formation. To set up the Emperor Gravity Formation, a material called Earth Core Divine Stone is needed. This thing is extremely rare. Tang Chungyun has lived for so many years, and has only seen one on the Emperor. This is equivalent to the Emperor carrying the Emperor Gravity Formation with him. When he was in Liyun City before, Nafeng and Long Wudi were pressed deep underground by the terrifying gravity. This is the reason Tang Chungyun didn't expect that this Wuhai city could still see such a strange thing. It seems that in order to win this battle, the Zhao family is well prepared. This Earth Core Divine Stone should not be big, and the gravity it generates is far less than that of the Emperor, Tang Chungyun said in his heart. And he didn't intend to take action. This level of gravity will not have a big impact on Nafeng and Xiao Luo, but will have a greater impact on the people of the Zhao family. However, the Zhao family is not stupid. They set up the Emperor Hard Gravity Array 3 meters above the ground. Above 3 meters, it will be affected by gravity. Below 3 meters, it has no effect at all. The purpose of this formation is to ban flying. They want to slowly kill Nafeng and Xiao Luo on the ground through human wave tactics. They are not afraid of not having enough people. The Zhao family, who can be resurrected infinitely, have the confidence. In Wuhai City, Nafeng rushed into the crowd with Demon Dismemberer in one hand and Desert Eagle in the other, and started fighting. He had just chased Sakura Taro all the way, and Sakura Taro did not fight back at all, which made Nafeng very anxious. Now, the other party is finally willing to confront him head-on. These Zhao family members who are over level 30 can't even see Nafeng's shadow clearly, and he touched their necks. Occasionally, there are a few Zhao family members who are level 40 who can attack Nafeng, but they are too weak and can't break the defense. Nafeng is like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep, slaughtering them. Nafeng, don't get entangled with him. Go find Sakura Taro. Xiao Luo voice sounded in Nafeng's ears. Nafeng lowered his eyes slightly and rushed in the direction of Sakura Taro. Xiao Luo followed him closely, blocking the enemies coming from all around. Nafeng, do you remember me? When passing an alley, Nafeng heard the same words again. Xiao Jiao. This time, Nafeng saw the face of the person who spoke clearly. It was Zhao Jiao, whom he had killed in Wukong City some time ago. Zhao Jiao laughed loudly, and his laughter was extremely arrogant. Ha ha ha, seeing me, are you very... Swish. Nafeng cut off his head with a knife, and continued to rush forward. What a small supporting role. How dare you waste my time? I want to kill Sakura Taro now. I don't have time to deal with you. In the alleys around, more and more Zhao family members rushed out, fearlessly blocking in front of Nafeng, forming a flesh wall. Are all the people in your Zhao family so brave? Nafeng saw that the road was blocked, sneered, and took out the Gatling gun directly. Duh. The golden Gatling gun roared angrily, as if venting Nafeng's anger. The Zhao family members who rushed out from the alleys around were torn into blood mist by the dense bullets, obscuring Nafeng's eyes. Come on, come more. Let's see whether you have more people in your Zhao family, or more bullets. Chapter 752, do you understand the meaning of a pocket watch? It was a silver-white pocket watch. The moment he saw the pocket watch, Nafeng thought of Sikong Wuxue, and then subconsciously associated it with hypnosis and psychological suggestion. Finally, a big question mark popped up in Nafeng's mind. Am I hypnotized? In an instant, he woke up. Looking at the blood mist in the sky, the blood on the ground, and the countless corpses, Nafeng was stunned for a moment. I killed so many? In his impression, the battle had only just started 2 or 3 minutes ago. He just moved his hands and killed the enemy in the front. How could so many people die? There is something strange in this city. Xiao Luo's calm voice sounded quietly. Nafeng turned his head and looked at him, and his crazy mood slowly calmed down. What happened just now? You are crazy, Xiao Luo said. They are crazy too. Nafeng looked at the Zhao family members around him again. Their eyes were red and ferocious, and they were fearlessly rushing towards Nafeng. These Zhao family members seemed to have lost their minds, and were more ferocious than ferocious beasts. They had only one thought in their minds, and that was to kill Nafeng and Xiao Luo. They were not afraid of death at all. Swish. Broken sea. Xiao Luo slashed with his sword, cutting off all the enemies in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "If we stay here for too long, we will sink into the pleasure of killing. We must leave the city." "Get out of the city." "How?" "There is the Emperor gravity formation above their heads, and they cannot fly. Even if they force themselves to fly upwards against the terrifying gravity, they still need to break the golden protective shield to get out. During this process, Sakura Taro will definitely attack by surprise. There is no way to go to heaven. They want to leave the city from the sky, which is very difficult." The two looked at each other, knowing that there is only one way to leave the current situation, that is, kill your way out. But the more you kill, the easier it is to fall into that crazy state. The pocket watch is fine for 1 or 2 times. But if you use it too much, I'm afraid the effect will be greatly reduced. Xiao Luo closed his eyes, regained control of his body, and then released a clone. "I lead the way. Try not to do anything," Xiao Luo said calmly to Nan Feng. In front of him, Xiao Luo, blackened version, pulled down his black hood, covering his entire face, and laughed a creepy laugh. "Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. You should have let me come a long time ago. This battlefield full of killing is Xiao Luo, blackened version, home. He doesn't worry about whether he will fall into madness, because he is crazy enough. Kill. Kill. Kill." The blackened version turned into a residual image, rushed directly into the crowd, and killed everyone. Broken limbs and arms flew everywhere, and screams were endless. "Let go." Xiao Luo quickly followed his clone. Nan Feng picked up the pocket watch on the ground, put it in his pocket, and followed. The pocket watch Xiao Luo threw out was an exquisite imitation, carved from wood. Nan Feng guessed that this should be carved by the clone, who likes wood carving. This pocket watch saved Nan Feng once, and Nan Feng would not let him stay here alone. So he picked it up and took it away. "Where is Sakura Taro?" Nan Feng quickened his pace to catch up with Xiao Luo and asked. Xiao Luo shook his head gently. "I don't know. I lost my mind for a while, just now, and didn't pay attention to his movements." Nan Feng pondered for a moment. "Let leave the city first. Don't get entangled with him in the city." Sakura Taro was well prepared. He just wanted to trick Nan Feng into the city, get closer, and fight with Nan Feng in close combat. Nan Feng had lost his mind before, and was lured in by Sakura Taro. Now that Nan Feng has regained consciousness, he will naturally not stay in the city. His advantage is the long range. There is no need to use his own weakness to attack his strength. Sakura Taro can be killed by bombing slowly outside the city with bombers. He doesn't believe that the city defense formation can protect Sakura Taro for life. These people are really crazy. They are not afraid of death at all. Xiao Luo suddenly spoke. Nan Feng nodded. The pungent smell of blood in the air made him feel uncomfortable. He stepped over 7 or 8 corpses and threw a grenade backwards to prevent the people behind from catching up. He killed a distance forward, and the black version killed his way out of the alley and came to the street. This street is a main road, 30 meters wide, and it is already full of Zhao family members. People are crowded, and there is no airflow. They all had red eyes, staring at Nan Feng and the other 2 who came out of the alley. This was a real human wave tactic. Can the Zhao family really be resurrected infinitely? Xiao Luo was a little confused. After killing for so long, their number has not decreased at all. Before his death, Zhongzhou Yongmen said that the Zhao family could be resurrected infinitely. At that time, Nan Feng and Xiao Luo did not take this sentence to heart, thinking that it was a lie made up by Zhongzhou Yongmen in order to survive. If the Zhao family really had this ability, they would have ruled the world long ago, and there was no need for them to hide in this small Wuhai city. But now it seems that the Zhao family is really endless. Perhaps they can really be resurrected infinitely? Nan Feng, do you still remember me? A familiar voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. This was not the first time Nan Feng had heard this sentence. Zhao Jiao squeezed out of the crowded crowd and stared at Nan Feng fiercely. Didn't expect it. It me again. Zhao Jiao. Nan Feng took 2 steps forward and looked at Zhao Jiao seriously. You are alive again? Hee hee. That right. I am now immortal. Zhao Jiao laughed. It's useless to kill me any more times. I will come back to you again and again until I kill you. Impossible. Even if you come 1,000 times, 10,000 times, you will only be killed by me. Nan Feng looked at the group of Zhao family members behind Zhao Jiao, and saw many familiar faces among them. Many of them had been killed by Nan Feng or Xiao Luo just now. The Zhao family really has the secret of resurrection. Today, you will not be able to leave Wuhai City. Zhao Jiu laughed darkly. When you are exhausted, I will cut you into pieces and torture you to death. Come on. Keep killing me. Swoosh. Nanfeng pulled the trigger, and the light blue beam pierced Zhao Jiu and the 7 or 8 Zhao family members behind him. This is the first time I hear such a request. Satisfy you. Nanfeng looked around at all the Zhao family members present with a sneer on his face. Want to tire me to death? Then come on, I can fight like this for a whole year. I still don't believe that. You can really revive infinitely. Boom. Swish. The gunshots rang again, and the explosions continued. The black version chopped one by one, but it was too slow to kill, not as fast as the other party resurrection speed. So Nanfeng decided to open the way himself, and take Xiao Lu out of Wuhai City. He held the silver-white pocket watch tightly in his palm. Want to make me lose my mind? Do you understand the meaning of the pocket watch? I didn't expect that Sikong Bushue was dead, and he could still help me a lot. I erect a monument for you later. Chapter 753 Resurrection. But not infinite in the basement of Wuhai City. Ah! Zhao Jiu sat up from the bed in fear, gasping for breath. After a moment, a large amount of memories poured into his mind, and he remembered everything. His name was Zhao Jiu, a member of the Zhao family of Haoyu Empire. Born in, he remembered everything from childhood to adulthood, but he couldn't remember clearly how many times he had died in Nanfeng hands. The 10th time? Or the 20th time? Zhao Jiu couldn't count. He only remembered that, after each resurrection, he would go to Nanfeng with anger, and then be killed instantly by Nanfeng, and repeat this process endlessly. Nanfeng. Zhao Jiu gasped. Anger and hatred occupied his brain again. If I remember correctly, you have already started to get hurt, and your speed has slowed down a lot. Zhao Jiu sneered in his heart. If it happens a few more times, you won't be able to hold on. Right? Hee. Level 45, nothing more. Zhao Jiu laughed, and was about to leave the basement, but found that there was one less bed next to him. Huh? Where is Zhao Gu's bed? Zhao Gu was puzzled. The bed next to him was Zhao Gu. The previous times, they were resurrected together, revenged Nanfeng together, killed by Nanfeng together, and resurrected together again. Why is Zhao Gu missing this time? Even his bed is gone? Is he discharged from the hospital? Zhao Jiu looked around the basement in confusion, and his face suddenly became serious. Not only was Zhao Gu's bed gone, but at least 20% of the beds in the basement were gone. He also saw one of the beds fade under his eyes, become transparent, and then completely disappear. Zhao Jiu began to panic. Without these strange beds, can they still be resurrected? With this question, Zhao Jiu stayed in the basement for 10 minutes, but never saw Zhao Gu resurrected. Zhao Jiu's heartbeat quickened, and a huge sense of fear filled his heart. The next time he died, would he be able to be resurrected? Zhao Jiu didn't know. The anger and hatred in his heart were pushed to the edge of the corner by fear. He began to be afraid, and he didn't dare to look for Nanfeng again. The resurrected Zhao Jiu this time became a timid Zhao Jiu. He squatted on the ground and trembled, his hands still tightly holding the bed legs, and kept murmuring, "Don't go. Don't go. My bed. Don't leave me. Ta-da-da." There were footsteps. Then, a familiar voice sounded beside Zhao Jiu's ears. "What are you doing? Have you dealt with the 2 invaders?" Zhao Jiu looked up in shock and glanced at the person who spoke. "Master." "Master?" Zhao Jiu asked in confusion. Didn't you go to Woody City? How?" At this point, Zhao Jiu saw Zhao Yinjua's face that stinked like shit, and immediately shut up. "Humph, that damn Yin Shuangying actually called for help." Zhao Yinjua snorted coldly. "Otherwise, how could he be my opponent? What a pity, I almost got Yin Nujio. That little girl. Even the 45th level family head died once." Zhao Jiu became more and more scared. "What are you still squatting here for? Get up." Zhao Yinjua kicked Zhao Jiu and said coldly, "Kill these 2 in the city first, and then I will deal with the Yin family." Yes, family head. Zhao Jiu was so scared that he trembled all over, and followed Zhao Yinjua tremblingly, and left the basement. Chapter 754 Zhao Yinjua's Sneak Attack. Zhao Yinjua's head was covered with bruises by Long Woody, and there were so many cracks on his skull. Even so, Yin Shuangying still took more than 20 minutes to use 99 red tassel spears to stab him to death. "Yin Shuangying, our Zhao family ancestor is about to come out of retreat. Zhao Yinjua's body was full of holes, and blood was constantly gushing out like a shower. He curled up in pain and begged for mercy. "Don't kill me, spare my life. I will pretend that this incident never happened, and I will never tell our ancestor." Yin Shuangyin pointed a red-tasseled spear at Zhao Yinjua's forehead. "Let's talk about it after your ancestor survives today. The Zhao family ancestor hasn't broken through to level 46 yet. Even if he did, he might not survive Tang Chungyun's hands." So Yin Shuangyin wasn't worried about Zhao Yinjua's threat at all. "Don't kill me, I won't dare to do it again." Zhao Yinjua knelt on the ground and kept muttering in a low voice. While talking, he suddenly stabbed Yin Shuangyin with a sword. "I knew you had this skill a long time ago." Yin Shuangyin didn't give him a chance to fight back, and shot through Zhao Yinjua's head. Zhao Yinjua's eyes widened. He didn't expect Yin Shuangyin to dare to kill him. "How can someone like you change?" "Ah? You won't change. You can only die." Yin Shuangyin stirred the red tassel spear, sending Zhao Yinjua to the west. "Huh? What is this?" Yin Shuangyin's eyes condensed, looking up at the sky. At the moment when Zhao Yinjua died, Yin Shuangyin seemed to see a transparent Zhao Yinjua, following a thin line that seemed to be there and not there, rushing straight into the sky. "Is that a soul?" Yin Shuangyin lowered his head to think, but couldn't figure it out. Wuhai City inside. Nefeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned to look at Xiao Luo. "How is it?" Xiao Luo covered his left arm and shook his head. "It okay." Just now, Sakura Taro, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly appeared 100 meters away and slashed a fatal knife in the air. This knife was fierce. Nefeng and Xiao Luo, who were already a little dizzy from killing, did not react in time. The knife first cut off half of Xiao Luo's arm, and then, with undiminished power, it chopped off Nefeng's shoulder. Fortunately, with the tactical mecha protecting him, the knife failed to cut off Nefeng's arm, but only lost a lot of health. This also made them alert again. Sakura Taro had been lying in ambush around, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey, never leaving. There are still 500 meters to get out of the city. Nefeng glanced ahead. They were very close to the city gate. "Continue to fight out, or ask Mr. Tang for support?" Xiao Luo said in a deep voice. "Grandpa can't make a move. If the ancestor of the Zhao family has already broken through, when Grandpa Tang makes a move, he will definitely be ambushed." Tang Chungyun had just broken through level 46 not long ago. In terms of strength, he would not be much stronger than the ancestor of the Zhao family. In a duel between masters, the first move is extremely important. If the ancestor of the Zhao family seizes the initiative and has the upper hand, he may suppress Tang Chungyun until the end of the battle. Just like in Untitled City just now. The reason why Long Wudi was able to beat Zhao Yinjua head dizzy with a set of combined punches, like a pig head, was because of the first move and a sneak attack. If the two of them were to fight seriously, with Zhao Yinjua on guard, Long Wudi would definitely not be able to end the fight so quickly. It would take at least 10 to 20 minutes. Tang Chungyun could not help Nefeng and the others. Similarly, the ancestor of the Zhao family did not dare to attack Nefeng and Xiao Luo, because Tang Chungyun could also suppress the opponent with his continuous sword force at the same time, until he killed the ancestor of the Zhao family. In short, now the strongest of both sides cannot make a move first. Whoever makes a move first will be at a disadvantage. Of course, if Nefeng and Xiao Luo were at the brink of life and death, Tang Chungyun would have to take action. He had tacitly acknowledged that the ancestor of the Zhao family had successfully broken through. But what if he had not yet broken through? The final outcome of this battle would be entirely up to Tang Chungyun. "Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai. Why don't you show up?" Tang Chungyun observed the situation in the city and muttered to himself. At the same time, Nefeng and Xiao Luo fought against Sakura Taro again. "Draw the sword. Open the mountain." Two sharp sword lights collided in the air, and the airflow stirred up turned the Zhao family members around into mincemeat. Sakura Taro narrowed his eyes slightly, and the Kikuchimanji Norimune in his hand was slashed horizontally again. Ai? Xiao Luo's face remained unchanged, and he swung 7-star thunder and slashed horizontally again. Break the sea. Two powerful sword lights collided again, and a vacuum zone of hundreds of meters was formed around the wooden house, and the wall turned into powder, and all the creatures were chopped into meat paste. The ground was full of potholes and knife marks. People below level 40 would be injured by the domineering knife intent if they just took a look. Xiao Luo's left arm was injured, but it did not have much impact on him. After these two fights, Nanfeng could see that Xiao Luo's strength was greater than that of Sakura Taro. Sakura Taro naturally saw it too. He did not expect that Xiao Luo could still maintain such a strong strength under the high-intensity siege of nearly an hour. Awesome, Sakura Taro said coldly. However, I still have many people here. You can kill them slowly. I will come back to ask for your advice in an hour. After that, Sakura Taro turned around and was about to leave. Nanfeng took the lead and chased after him. Since you are here, don't leave this time. In the distance, a large number of Zhao family members surrounded them again, blocking Nanfeng and Sakura Taro. Nanfeng didn't bother with them. He took out the demon flame sprayer and burned them all with fire. Nanfeng. You? Faintly, Nanfeng seemed to hear someone in the crowd calling his name, and the voice was a little familiar. Nanfeng glanced at the charred bodies on the ground. All of them were familiar faces, but he didn't see anyone familiar. Would it be Zhao Jiao again? Nanfeng muttered, and continued to chase after Sakura Taro. Nanfeng. Xiao Luo caught up from behind and said, I just found that my experience value has increased a little bit. Nanfeng was puzzled. So? Xiao Luo explained, I have observed before that no matter how many people we kill, the experience value does not move. Logically speaking, those strong men over level 40 should provide us with some experience. It is unreasonable that there is no increase. I suspect that they will be resurrected, so we can't absorb their energy. But now, my experience has increased, which means that some of the people who died just now have not been resurrected. As he said, Xiao Luo looked around and said, Didn't you notice? The Zhao family seems to have fewer people than at the beginning. It's true. At the beginning, the Zhao family was so crowded that they couldn't even walk. Now it obviously less. It estimated that it at least 20% less. This is good news. Nanfeng used a flamethrower to clear the way, and he and Xiao Luo chased Sakura Taro. Suddenly, a sword flashed in the alley on the side. Zhao Yinjue held a heavy sword and chopped it down on Nanfeng's head. In the distance, the fleeing Sakura Taro turned around and chopped out his strongest sword. Beheading. Chapter 755 2v2, The Crippled Nanfeng? Sakura Taro pretended to run away. His purpose was to lure Nanfeng and Xiao Luo into Zhao Yinjue attack range. Ha ha ha, two little thieves, come to my Wuhai city to run wild. Zhao Yinjue scratched his butt, charged his heavy sword and slashed Nanfeng fiercely. Sakura Taro also turned around and drew his sword at the same time, and the two attacks landed on Nanfeng at the same time. Moment! Xiao Luo drew his sword to block Sakura Taro attack, but Zhao Yinjue's sword, but it hit Nanfeng's head firmly. Crack! This sword was extremely heavy, and it split Nanfeng's dragon roar helmet and opened a crack in Nanfeng's skull. Blood flowed out. Nanfeng looked at the panel groggily. Health value, 78.9%. Not bad, there is still more than half of the health, no big problem. With the blessing of various equipment, Nanfeng's attributes were frighteningly high, and the attack of Zhao Yinjue, a native, could only barely break his defense. Nanfeng bit the tip of his tongue lightly to make himself more awake, and then fired a rapid gun to bombard Zhao Yinjue, forcing him to retreat. Zhao Yinjue succeeded in one strike and did not entangle, laughing and retreating to the side of Sakura Taro. Are you okay? Xiao Luo asked in a deep voice. Nothing. Nanfeng shook his head gently. This place has a huge impact on me, otherwise this old dingby would not have been able to sneak attack me. After a long period of killing, Nanfeng looked a little dazed. This made Zhao Yinjue's sneak attack successful. Zhao Yinjue scratched his buttocks and laughed. One is crippled, and the other has half of his arm broken. Mr. Sakura, it looks like we are going to win this battle. Nanfeng was stunned. Very disabled? Who are you talking about? You're not talking about me. Sakura Taro looked serious. Don't underestimate the enemy. There is another accomplice of theirs outside the city. Zhao Yinjue glanced at Tang Chungyun in the sky, sneered. Don't worry about him. The ancestor just sent me a message, saying that he will deal with the old man. We just need to kill these two chosen ones. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo looked at each other, and became cautious. From what Zhao Yinjue said, the ancestor of the Zhao family has successfully broken through. It's hard to say whether this battle will win or lose. We don't need to worry about the ancestors of the Zhao family. Just kill these two people. Nanfeng used magic to seal the wound on his head, and said in a deep voice, after killing them, teleport and run away. Good idea. Xiao Luo nodded. Split 31 clones, and asked them to clean up the Zhao family members around. Zhao Yinjue felt distressed when he saw the scene, because he had discovered that a small number of Zhao family members could no longer be resurrected. And the number was still increasing. If they die now, they are really dead. These are the fighting forces that he cultivated. Back off. All of you back off. Zhao Yinjue shouted. Leave the center of the battlefield clear. He. Are you afraid of death now? Xiao Luo, blackened version, didn't care about that, and rushed into the crowd with a strange smile. Fuck. Zhao Yinjue shouted, waving his heavy sword and rushing towards Nafeng, killing these powerless people. Do you still have humanity? If you have the guts, fight me in a duel. He killing people. Why are you coming at me? You don't really think I'm disabled, do you? Nafeng switched out Demon Dismember and Desert Eagle and rushed towards Zhao Yinjue head-on. Of course, you want to fight me in a duel. I'm happy to do it. Nafeng stepped on the dragon-like tiger steps and fought with Zhao Yinjue. At close range, the laser cannon long barrel was too restrictive. Nafeng chose to fight Zhao Yinjue in close combat. Zhao Yinjue's heavy sword was also very long. As long as Nafeng could get face-to-face with him, Zhao Yinjue would not be able to take advantage of the heavy sword at all. On the other side, Xiao Luo no longer paid attention to the retreating Zhao family members, but directed his clones to surround Sakura Taro. Sword formation. Start. 32 Xiao Luo surrounded Sakura Taro in the middle. Raised 7-star thunder at the same time, and slashed down fiercely. In the sword formation, Sakura Taro rushed left and right, but couldn't get out. His face became more and more gloomy. He didn't expect that he couldn't even beat Xiao Luo on his left arm. Chapter 756, the first S-Class innate magic weapon of this year. Conditions for upgrading from A-Class Peak to S-Class innate magic weapon. Materials required for upgrading. Absorb 10 innate magic weapons of the same level. Absorb 1 A-Class Peak innate magic weapon. Now Sakura Taro has 9 A-Class innate magic weapons, and 1 A-Class Peak innate magic weapon. This A-Class Peak innate magic weapon was obtained by him from the Zhao family in exchange for 30 A-Class innate magic weapons plus 170 B-Class innate magic weapons. It took 200 pieces of innate divine weapons to exchange for 1 A-level peak. Where did these 200 innate divine weapons come from? Some of them were stolen by killing the chosen ones of other countries. A small part of them was obtained by secretly killing many compatriots in Sakura country. For this A-level peak innate divine weapon, Sakura Taro raised the butcher knife to his compatriots. There is only 1 A-level missing. Sakura Taro muttered to himself. With only 1 A-level innate divine weapon missing, his Kikuchimonji Norimune can be promoted to S-level. Last night, if only Nafeng had come a little later. Sakura Taro thought to himself. Among the life-defining divine weapons he collected, one was from Gao Heng, one was from Yin Zhou. They were all the chosen ones of Nanchenghu. Together with Yunfei, guarded Wukong City. Last night, Sakura Taro attacked Wukong City at night and took away their life-defining divine weapons. Fortunately, Nafeng arrived in time last night, otherwise, Yunfei's life-defining divine weapon would have fallen into Sakura Taro's hands. In that case, in today's battle, Sakura Taro will hold an S-level divine weapon. There is only one piece left. This last piece is not easy to get. The divine weapons of the chosen ones of Sakura country, who are still in Wuhai City, are basically B-level, because those who have A-level divine weapons have been assassinated by Sakura Taro. Except for one person. Sakura Taro looked at the door, and his younger brother Sakura Saburo was walking quickly. He bowed 90 degrees and said, Odo-san, Nafeng and Xiao Luo are almost at the resurrection point. Zhao Yinjue is in a state of panic now. I sent a message to you to help quickly. I understand. Sakura Taro nodded slowly, put Kikuchimonji Norimune horizontally in front of him, wiped the blood on it with his long sleeves. The blade exuded a cold light, and looked extremely sharp. Ototo, have you ever seen an S-level divine weapon? Sakura Taro suddenly asked. Sakura Saburo shook his head. As far as I know, there is no S-level divine weapon among the chosen ones of this year, right? Long Wudi and Nanfeng of Dragon Country are only at the peak of A-level. Sakura Taro nodded gently. You are right. But from now on, the first S-level divine weapon will be born. And you, my Ototo, you will witness this historic moment with your own eyes. Sakura Saburo was delighted. Odo-san. You mean? Sakura Taro cut off Sakura Saburo's head with a knife. Odo-san. Sakura Saburo's eyes widened. His lips trembled slightly, and he slowly lost consciousness. Sakura Taro held his brother's head in both hands and placed it on the table. You have contributed to the first S-level divine weapon of this year. You have to watch carefully. Ototo. Sakura Taro reached out and grabbed the gray ball of light floating in the air. Divine weapon. Upgrade. Zila. Kikuchimanji Norimian burst into an explosive light and rushed straight into the sky. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and thunder and lightning flashed. Outside the city, Tang Chungyun's eyes condensed, and he whispered, S-level. His hand gently grasped the hilt of the knife, ready to rescue at any time. In the city, Nanfeng and Xiao Luo stared at the sky in a daze. What going on? A sudden change in the world? Nanfeng was secretly shocked. With such a big commotion, could it be that the ancestor of the Zhao family has made a breakthrough? It is very likely, Xiao Luo said in a deep voice. Speed up. Kill the head of the Zhao family first. The two ran forward quickly. In the basement of Wuhai City, Zhao Yanjue scratched his butt fiercely twice, and his heart was filled with fear. Image.jpg. How could this happen? How could this happen? He was trembling slightly all over, looking down at his body. He realized that his strength had weakened a lot, far worse than his peak period. Every time I revive, my strength gets weaker? No wonder I can't beat that guy. Zhao Yanjue cursed. In fact, even Zhao Yanjue at his peak period couldn't beat Nanfeng. But he could hold on for a long time. It's impossible for him to be defeated in just 3 or 5 minutes. You know, he just hit Nanfeng in close combat, which was not as good as Nanfeng hair. If Nanfeng were to keep a distance and switch to the most powerful long-range output form, he might be headshot with a few shots. No, I can't continue to fight. Otherwise, I will drop to level 44. Zhao Yanjue scratched his butt hard twice, and said in a deep voice to the air, Ancestor, if you don't take action, our Zhao family will be finished. A few seconds later, in the empty basement, a bland response came, Waste. This is the voice of Zhao Hai, the ancestor of the Zhao family. Zhao Yanjue knelt on the ground and begged, Grandfather, I am really no match for those two chosen ones. Please save me. Zhao Hai said coldly, I can only use half a move at most. After that, whether you live or die depends on you. Half a move. Half a move. Zhao Yanjue showed joy. A half move of level 46 can kill a level 45 in seconds. Thank you for saving me, Ancestor. Zhao Yanjue laughed and flew out of the basement. He shouted in the direction of Nanfeng and Xiao Luo, two little thieves. Don't be so presumptuous. On the bed in the corner of the basement, Zhao Hai slowly climbed up. He looked around the basement, frowning. Why are there so many fewer beds? Has that existence given up on our Zhao family? In Wuhai City, Nanfeng and Xiao Luo, who were running wildly, ran into Zhao Yanjue head-on. Two little thieves. Stop being so presumptuous. Zhao Yanjue laughed and flew towards Nanfeng. The heavy sword in his hand spun several times in the air, and smashed towards Nanfeng fiercely. Nanfeng fired a shot to knock the heavy sword away, and then aimed at Zhao Yanjue's head. Goodbye. Nanfeng pulled the trigger, and the laser cannon roared angrily, rushing straight towards Zhao Yanjue. There was the sound of water flowing. At this moment, Nanfeng felt that time had been slowed down 100 times. And even the speed of the laser was like a turtle crawling. The only thing that did not slow down was the water. The water in the city gathered in front of Zhao Yanjue, condensing into a majestic trident, and fiercely stabbed at Nanfeng and Xiao Luo. Hide, get out of the way. Nanfeng spoke like a sloth. He and Xiao Luo were too slow to react. Luckily, they still had Tang Chungyun on their side. Tang Chungyun cut down with a knife, breaking the already shaky city defense formation. Then he cut again with a knife, cutting the trident in half. Finally, he leaned over and rushed to the direction of the basement, with a knife energy running through the entire city. I found you. Chapter 757 on the sea. Tactical warships. Tang Chungyun slashed with his sword. The sword energy penetrated more than 200 meters underground, and headed straight for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had just used a big move, reacted a little too slowly, and barely blocked the sword. Swish. 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 Tang Chungyun's sword energy continued. Each sword was stronger than the last. Zhao Hai dodged and blocked in a very awkward manner finally. At the cost of resisting a sword, seized the opportunity and rushed out of the basement. Just after the fight, Zhao Hai was already at a disadvantage. This is the advantage of taking the initiative. Tang Chungyun, Do you dare to fight me outside the city? Xiao Hai flew in the air, and the lake water in the city was drawn up by his magic, flowing around the wound, healing his knife wound. Tang Chengyan looked down at Nanfeng and Xiao Luo below, and saw that they were not seriously injured, so he nodded and said, "Okay, speaking of which, we haven't had a serious fight for many years." Xiao Hai laughed and said, "Come on, let me see if your knife skills are still as good as they were back then." As soon as the voice fell, the two of them left Wuhai City with a swish. In the city below, just now, Tang Chengyan cut the trident with a knife. But the broken trident still rushed straight to Nanfeng and Xiao Luo. They were like hitting a meteor head-on, flying backwards for 7 or 8 kilometers, smashing everything along the way. Nanfeng was dizzy, got up and retched twice. He glanced at the panel, and his health was only 24.1%. Very disabled. This time he is really disabled. "Xiao Luo, are you still alive?" Nanfeng stood up with his hands and feet, looking for Xiao Luo trace behind him. When the trident attacked, Nanfeng was half a body ahead of Xiao Luo, and he blocked most of the impact. Xiao Luo's condition was much better than his, and now he still had 57% of his health. Be careful. Behind Nanfeng, Xiao Luo turned over with a somersault, and turned into a shadow and rushed to Nanfeng. Clang! His 7-star thunder collided with Zhao Yinjua's heavy sword, making a harsh metal collision sound. The two of them were in a stalemate. Seeing this, Nanfeng took out a shotgun and pointed it at Zhao Yinjua's fat belly. Bang! One shot, Zhao Yinjua's belly was ripped open. Zhao Yinjua opened his mouth wide, and his head was dazed. "No. Buddy, my level 46 ancestor used a super powerful move to hit you. How come you were not hurt at all? Is this the chosen one? Go ahead." Zhao Yinjua yelled. Nanfeng's face darkened, and a strong sense of crisis came over him. He subconsciously turned the ring in his hand, activated the skill. I sealed thousands of miles. With Nanfeng as the center, the extremely low temperature spread in all directions. All the moisture in the air was frozen into ice. Xiao Luo and Zhao Yinjua were too close to Nanfeng, and their bodies were covered with frost. A dark green samurai sword slashed at Xiao Luo's head. The terrifying low temperature slowed down the speed of the knife, giving Xiao Luo time to dodge forward. Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the blow would miss. But the dark green will-o'-the-wisp suddenly ignited on the samurai sword, and the flame instantly melted the ice in the air, and then slashed Xiao Luo back with unstoppable force. The cut was so deep that the bone could be seen. What was even more terrifying was that the dark green will-o'-the-wisp was still burning continuously, using Xiao Luo's flesh and blood as fuel. Xiao Luo rolled forward, and distanced himself from Sakura Taro behind him. Boom! Nanfeng fired the second shot from the gun in his hand. Dense bullets attacked Sakura Taro. Sakura Taro simply spun his samurai sword once, and blocked them all. Level innate divine weapon. Nanfeng stared at the demon sword in Sakura Taro's hand, and finally understood why there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. Hiss! Xiao Luo's inhalation sound came from beside him. The dark green ghost fire was extremely strange. Xiao Luo had no way to extinguish it. Nanfeng said in a deep voice, "You go back to Nancheng first, and come to help me after you recover." Xiao Luo pondered for a moment, and decisively took out the teleportation array. It too late to think about leaving now. Sakura Taro's eyes flashed with a demonic light, and he slashed out with another knife. Ice beam cannon. Nanfeng fired a shot of extreme ice, which collided with the knife energy, giving Xiao Luo enough time. Swish! A flash of silver light. Xiao Luo had left Wuhai City. Sakura Taro turned his eyes to Nanfeng. "He can leave. But you can't." Nanfeng chuckled. "I didn't plan to leave." He looked at the dark green samurai sword for a moment, and sighed. Level innate divine weapon. The attributes should be very strong. Right? Of course. Sakura Taro held the samurai sword horizontally in front of him. It is called the demon sword Muramasa, and it is the first innate divine weapon of this session. Killing you is as easy as cutting vegetables. Crack! Sakura Taro slashed with a sword, directly cutting through the space. Even with the protection of the tactical mecha, this sword still cut off Nanfeng's right arm. His laser cannon fell to the ground. Look, just like this, like cutting vegetables. Sakura Taro's eyes flashed with a demonic light, and sneered. Nanfeng didn't say anything. He grabbed a handful of chi and blood fruit with his left hand, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, with a thought, the laser cannon returned to the arsenal. Health value, 9.3%. Nathong grinned, very powerful, harmful. The last word harmful came from 200 meters in the sky. Nathong tactical mecha fully powered up, at a speed that Sakura Taro couldn't catch up with, quickly fled from Wuhai City. Your life-defining magic weapon is very powerful, but you have to be able to cut me. Humph. Sakura Taro snorted coldly and chased after him. The two of them flew rapidly in the sky. One in front and one behind. Tactical mecha, the left arm was damaged, and the speed could not reach the peak state, but it was still much faster than Sakura Taro. Nathong even had the leisure to turn around and fire 2 shots. Soon, the two flew more than 100 kilometers to the east, and the vast ocean appeared in front of them. Deep in the ocean, Nathong could vaguely see Tang Chungyun and Zhao Hai fighting. Nathong, you can't escape. Sakura Taro's voice came from behind. Even if at the end of the world, I will catch up with you and kill you. Can't escape? Nathong sneered. The reason why he flew in this direction was to come to the sea. Only on the sea. He could summon. Come out. Tactical warships. A large amount of magic power rushed to the sea level. The consumption of magic power by tactical warships was greater than that of tactical bombers. A ship with a length of 500 meters, carrying a large caliber laser main gun, 3 Nathong Express secondary guns, and 10 3,000 heavy water machine guns, appeared on the sea. Nathong landed in the ship, and controlled the light and large caliber laser main gun with his left hand, aiming at Sakura Taro in the sky. Looking at the huge black muzzle, a drop of cold sweat appeared on Sakura Taro's forehead. Sakura Taro expression. Chapter 758. My life-defying magic weapon is trying to kill me. Give it to me. Fire! The laser cannon with a diameter of 5 meters instantly drained the remaining magic power in Nathong's body. But it was not satisfied and continued to demand from Nathong. If there is no magic power, then absorb the vitality. Nathong's body began to wither, his cheeks sunken, and he became as thin as a human. His blood began to boil, and rushed into the laser cannon frantically. Nima! Nathong was shocked. I just wanted to have a shot. How come you sucked me dry? Seeing his blood volume getting lower and lower, Nathong was quick-witted and started to practice invincible breathing method. This is a skill created by Long Wudi. Its purpose is to absorb the magic power in the air, to improve one's physical fitness, and it also has the function of increasing the upper limit of magic power and increasing experience points. Ordinary people can absorb very little magic power using this breathing method. But Nathong is not an ordinary person. He took a deep breath, and all the magic within 2 kilometers with him as the center was sucked in. A short magic vacuum zone was formed within 2 kilometers. But the magic from farther away continued to fill it up. Inexhaustible and inexhaustible. The magic circulated in Nathong's body, and the impurities were expelled from the body with Nathong exhalation. The remaining refined magic rushed into the main gun frantically. Then, Nathong took another breath, and the laser main gun on the ship was finally fed. It roared silently, and pure white light gushed out instantly. All this happened in just 2 breaths. When he first saw the muzzle that looked like a black hole, Sakura Taro hesitated and wanted to escape. But when he turned around, he suddenly found that Nathong seemed unable to control the cannon. So he hesitated again and wanted to take this opportunity to kill Nathong. It was these 2 hesitations that made him lose the possibility of escape and the opportunity to kill Nathong. He could only take the shot head-on. What a joke. The demon fire flickered in Sakura Taro's eyes, and he roared, "Your innate magic weapon is only A level, how can you be my opponent?" He raised the demon sword high, and the demon sword laughed excitedly, and made the same move as the laser cannon, madly extracting the magic power from the owner's body. The magic power surged. There was still a lot of magic power left in Sakura Taro's body, but without the breathing method, he could not replenish it in time, and still had a lot of vitality sucked away. Finally, before the white beam of light arrived, he slashed out with this supreme sword. Ding! In fact, this time the collision between the laser and the sword energy made no sound. It was just that the collision of these 2 terrifying energies broke the eardrums of Nathong and Sakura Taro at the same time, causing them to have tinnitus and auditory hallucinations. At the center of the collision, the energy began to spread outward. The clouds in the sky were swept away. The sea surface was stirred up by hundreds of meters of waves, which were turbulent and terrifying. With the help of his S-class divine weapon, Sakura Taro and Nathong fought to a draw this time, with no winner or loser. But the explosion that followed directly blew Sakura Taro away tens of thousands of meters in the sky. The previous blow drained his magic power, and also sucked a lot of his vitality. He really didn't have the extra strength to block the energy fluctuations caused by the explosion. Boom! Sakura Taro hit the mountain heavily, and the terrifying impact force flattened the entire top of the mountain, and even sank it. And that demon sword Muramasa was stuck squarely in his abdomen. Sakura Taro twitched, coughed violently a few times, and tried to reach out and pull out the demon sword. But he had no strength left. Is he going to die? Sakura Taro stared at the sky in a daze, waiting for Nafong to come and make the final blow. On the ocean, Nafong sat on the ground with a terrified look on his face. For the first time, this was the first time he felt that his lifelong magic weapon was out of control. If it weren't for the invincible breathing method, he would have been sucked dry by the main gun on the ship just now. His life-defining magic weapon is trying to kill him. The life-defining magic weapon is a trap. Discard it as soon as possible. Sikong Bushua last words echoed in Nanfong's ears. He was right. The stronger the life-defining magic weapon, the more likely it is to devour its master. Feeling the 500-meter-long tactical warship under him, Nanfong's heart was chilled. After a long time, he recovered. Now is not the time to think about these things. He has to deal with Sakura Taro first. There is no kill prompt in the panel, which means Sakura Taro is not dead yet. Nanfong is going to finish him off now. Invincible breathing method. Sitting cross-legged, Nanfong took a dozen deep breaths and recovered some magic power. Some of the magic power turned into blood and flowed through his body. Some of the magic power gathered on the wound and accelerated the growth of muscles, tendons and bones. Even without the little Nani, Nanfong could use magic power to heal his wounds. But with the help of the little Nani, his injuries would recover faster. Not bad, the handsome face is back. Nanfong touched his face. His originally sunken and shrunken face has gradually returned to normal, but it is still a little thinner. He slowly flew up to the sky and recovered the tactical ship. Then, Nanfong looked east. In the deep sea, Tang Chungyun and Zhao Hai were fighting further and further away. With Nanfong's terrible eyesight, he could hardly see clearly. Grandpa Tang should be able to handle it. I can't handle it anyway. Nanfong thought so, and flew quickly in the direction where Sakura Taro fell. Fortunately, Sakura Taro did not run away. He was pinned to the ground by his own divine weapon, unable to move. You are here. Sakura Taro now could not speak clearly. The demonic fire in his eyes had dissipated, and now his eyes were clear and no longer looked so weird. Well, I'm here to take your life. Nanfong fell to the ground and slowly walked towards Sakura Taro. He wanted to take out the laser cannon to shoot him. But when he thought about how he was almost sucked dry by the tactical warship just now, he felt a little flustered. How about trying to step on him to death? Ahem, actually. Sakura Taro coughed twice and spoke weakly. There were many dragon people, and we didn't kill them. Nanfong said expressionlessly, Is it useful to say this now? Do you think I will let you go? No, I just want to tell you the truth. Sakura Taro seemed to have a last burst of light, and spoke a little more fluently. I did kill many dragon people, but I didn't kill many of them. There was a dragon person named Kong Jiashu, who killed all his companions himself, and then framed me, and used me to settle the score. There are many people like this, and they have the same goal as me, which is to upgrade their own magic weapons. Chapter 759 Xiao Luo, buying A-level life-defining magic weapons at a high price. As he was talking, Sakura Taro suddenly laughed, and his laughter was a little crazy. What? Nanfong Jun, a person like you who hates evil as much as his enemies, would you kill Kong Jiashu and avenge those innocent Long people who were killed by him? Or you don't care about those things at all? You don't care who is a good person, who is a bad person, you just want to target our Sakura country? Are you killing me just to become a hero in the eyes of the people of Longwa? Nanfong was silent for a long time. And then he said slowly, Every country, every world, has good people and bad people. I am not targeting a certain country. I only target bad people. I will check it out. If that guy Kong really did what you said, I will definitely kill him and eliminate this scum for Longwa. Hee hee. Good. Good. Sakura Taro laughed, and then spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He paused for a moment, and said, You just said that every country has good and bad people. Are there good people too? Nanfong nodded, Of course. Then will you kill them? Nanfong was stunned. Oh my god. You are waiting for me here. After saying so much, don't you just want me to leave some seeds for your Sakura country? Sakura Taro put away his smile and said very seriously, there are many Sakura people who do not support me. They are not in Wuhai City, and they have not participated in any assassination of Blue Star people. Nafeng, I hope you can let them go. They are good people. Nafeng thought for a while, and nodded slightly. Seeing Nafeng nod, Sakura Taro finally felt relieved, and his pupils began to dilate slowly. Nafeng pondered for a moment, and took out the Desert Eagle, ready to give Sakura Taro the final blow. By the way, I give you another piece of information. Sakura Taro said again. The S-level innate divine weapon is very powerful, and it can even allow you to fight above your level. You must upgrade it as soon as possible. Hee hee. Nafeng sneered. You want to lie to your father when you are about to die? You are so naughty. Boom. Gunshots roared. Nafeng aimed at Sakura Taro's forehead, and shot him dead. The demon sword roared in pain, slowly transformed into a palm-sized gray light ball, floating in the air. A large amount of experience poured into Nafeng's body. He glanced at the panel, and the experience value, 52%. Killing people upgrades too quickly. Nafeng reached out and grabbed the gray light ball. There was a mini samurai sword inside the light ball, which was slowly rotating. The system voice came to Nafeng's ears. Absorb? Huh? S-level can also be absorbed? Nafeng was stunned. He glanced at the panel again. It was clearly written on the panel that 10 A-level plus 1 A-level peak are required for the upgrade. Can these be replaced with 1 S-level innate magic weapon? Your system is quite flexible. But Nafeng is not going to absorb it. He doesn't even want to upgrade the S-level innate magic weapon. If he continues to upgrade, in the end, who knows if the innate magic weapon will absorb Nafeng along with it. Too dangerous to me. Sakura Taro is dead. Next. Nafeng looked towards Wuhai City. If you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Zhao Yanjua. The head of the Zhao family must die today. The Zhao family has been offended today. Keeping him will be a problem in the future. Swoosh. Nafeng quickly flew to Wuhai City to prevent Zhao Yanjua from running away. While in the air, Nafeng did not forget to open the panel to ask about Xiao Luo's situation. As soon as he entered the chat channel, he saw the message Xiao Luo sent a few seconds ago. Xiao Luo, I'm buying A-level life weapons at a high price if you have any. Please contact me.